Welcome back, everyone. We have one hell of a show on for you tonight. We have Worcester with 10 hours of Pokemon White 2. Worcester, take it away.
Alright, yeah, welcome everybody. This is a pretty long run, but it's going to be pretty high quality over the 10 hours as well. There's a lot to talk about, but luckily we've got a lot of time to talk about it. So I'm going to jump right into doing the very first of very many RNG manips. So RNG manip in this game involves a lot of setting the DS clock and then starting the game at a really specific point in pretty specific ways. So I'll talk about that just in a little bit while I set this up. So for this first one, so normally the timer would start right as the game is booted up, so like right now. But because this might take more than one chance to hit, I'm just going to have our lovely host start the timer in about a minute, hopefully, if I get it first try. So just go into the game. So what I'm going to do is during this intro, I'm going to check the save clock to make sure that I've got the RNG manip correctly. I'll talk about the RNG manip a little bit later. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set my name and the rival's name. When I set my name, I'm actually going to say no once. The reason I'm going to say no is that advances one of the RNGs by one, and that's very important to get the results that I want. So here I'm going to say no, that is not my name. Then I'm going to say yes. So that's not a mistake, that's completely on purpose. That would absolutely look like a mistake otherwise. Say yes, and I'm going to check my save data here. That's correct, start timer. Okay, yeah, so RNG manip. So what I was doing before was I've now hit what we call the RNG seed. So that's the first state of RNG correctly. But now I have to do what we call RNG manipulation. So getting to the key moments where the RNG is called to get the results that I want. So there are actually multiple different types of RNG that handle different things. For example, RNG in battles is not manipulated at all. So things like whether I get hit, whether I get crit, how much damage I take, none of those things are manipulated. So all the battles are random, so you don't have to worry. Bad things are still going to happen in this run, even though there's tons of manip. But the things that I am trying to manip here are what we call in the Pokemon community the IV RNG and the PID RNG. So the IV RNG handles the IVs, amongst a few other things, but critically the IVs of the Pokemon that I'm going to be catching and using throughout the run. The first of which is going to be my starter Pokemon. And then the PID RNG impacts things like the Pokemon's nature and also their ability, if they can have more than one ability. But also things like whether I get an encounter, what that encounter is, and also whether NPCs move or not. And quite a few other things as well. So let me talk about this run a bit. Alright, so Pokemon World Tournament. So this is a 10-hour speedrun. So what I'm doing is starting obviously from a new game, as you can see. And I'm going all the way through the game, getting to the Pokemon World Tournament, which is mostly a post-game facility, and beating all of the tournaments. And there are 38 tournaments that I have to do. And I have to catch a ton of extra Pokemon to do the tournaments, because some of the tournaments are tournaments where you can only use Pokemon that are of a specific type, and you have to use at least 3 of them. So there are 17 types. So that's 51 entries. Pokemon can have 2 types, so that means you need to get at least 26. That's technically not entirely true, because you can enter some Pokemon into more than 2 types. For example, Rotom is used in like Electric and Ghost, and then changing its form to put it into Fire and Ice, etc. But I'm actually catching 27 Pokemon for the World Tournament, and then 1 that isn't used. So the breakdown of this run is it takes about 4.5 hours to get everything ready up to the World Tournament, and then it's about 5.5 hours of winning the World Tournament. So I've been doing RNG manipulation, so walking in a really specific way. It just looks like it's just optimal walking, but it's very specific in order to get to the anchor here, and I'm going to choose my starter Pokemon, which is going to be Tepig. And Tepig, if I've done this correctly, is going to have basically perfect stats. So the IVs are their numbers for every stat between 0 to 31. And 31 being the best, that basically determine how good that stat is. And so if I've done this correctly, the Tepig's IVs are I think it's 31, 31, 30, 30, 24, 30. So near perfect. The only one that isn't perfect is special defense, and you get hit by one special move, so it's not that important. And then if I've done the PID RNG correctly, its nature will be Rash. So you can actually use either Naughty or Rash as a nature for Tepig. I prefer using Rash. Everybody else who runs this game in any category that uses normal mode prefers Naughty. They are all wrong. Don't listen to any of them. Rash is better. Okay, and now we're into the first fight. So as I said, battle RNG, the battles are just random. So just hoping for good luck, hoping to get crit. This fight you can't lose, basically. Even if you were an idiot and just didn't attack this Oshawott, once you get to low health, the AI is programmed in this fight basically to gift you the win. It just starts not attacking you at all and just spamming Tail Whip. Alright, easy. Useless crit at the end there, perfect. Check my stats here really quickly to make sure I've got the right nature. Yep, that is Rash. Beautiful. Okay, so we're all good now. For the moment. For the moment. So ideally, I want to hold this Manip for about 20 minutes at the start of the run. Most other Manips are actually quite quick. They only last for like a minute or so as I'm catching a Pokemon, but this one's quite long because I'm going to be manipulating quite a few other things here. I just need to check the NPC here because my RNG state can be at a few different things. So I checked that NPC on the left. She was facing left and then turned to right. That's exactly what I want. So that's perfect. But so I'm going to be manipulating not getting encounters for a bit, except for the ones that I want to catch, which are going to be Pidove and Psyduck. One of the other things that I'm going to be manipulating here... actually, first, have a look at this NPC on the top right. Look at him, look at him, look at him. His face is gone. I love this every time. Just when I get to this distance, his face just disappears. And then when I walk out of the center, his face reappears. There it is. Alright, one of the other things that I'm going to be manipulating here, or trying to, is I'm going to be manipulating putting Pokemon and an item into hidden grottos. So there's 20 hidden grottos throughout the game, which the game doesn't tell you about for another hour or so. But you can actually manipulate them at the start of the run here. So the way that works is every 256 steps that you take from starting the game checks the RNG state, and there's a 5% chance for any of those grottos to have something loaded into them. And so I'm trying to load in basically the rarest things that you can. A Dragonite into the Route 18 grotto, and a rare candy into Route, I think that's Route 9. And a Zangoose into one of the other routes, because I'm going to be catching them and using them for the World Tournament. If I mess this up, it's not too bad. I can just do another Manip when I get to the grotto, if they're just not there. But it does cost a few minutes, and I don't want to be wasting time. Even though the estimate for this run is 10 hours, you might think, wow, that's a really long estimate. I've actually given myself a very low estimate. My PB for this category is only just under 10 hours. And there's a lot that can go wrong in these 10 hours. So I actually have to have a really good run to get this under 10 hours. But I didn't want to take up any more of your time than I had to. So Bianca here is just going to teach us how to catch Pokemon. All good. Luckily, the catching tutorial in this game is not actually too slow. They menu a little bit faster than they do in some other games. Catching tutorials. Gen 4. But so now is when I've got to start to really pay attention to my movement to make sure that I get all of the Manips correctly, because now we're going to start to go through grass, etc. And this is also where the movement does get a bit tricky, because you're going to start to see me do things that aren't exactly optimal in order to get this to work. Beautiful. Okay, and now Alda, got a few Alda cutscenes here. So I deliberately moved up to the wall here because Alda tries to talk, like, move around you to, like, I don't know, look at what you look like from the side and the back, etc. But being close to the wall means that he can't check you from one of the sides. Okay, good. Had to go up on that line there. So it might look like some of this movement doesn't matter, like whether I went up on the middle or the left there, but it does because I load different NPCs at different times. And so I've done this one correctly for sure. So about now, a Dragonite just went into the Route 18 hidden Grotto. That's definitely correct. Okay, but that's just the 256 one. I'm also going to try and manipulate step 512 to do the other two that I mentioned. Okay, so now there's some random battles. These aren't too bad. Just smash off tackle. So Tepig is the starter that I choose because Tepig does the start of the game fast. That's really nice ranges to get that 2-hit there. Okay, so I just ran into that trainer there. That's on purpose. It is faster to talk to trainers normally. But because there are NPCs loaded here, I don't want to talk to the trainer because that'll introduce variants of how long I've been on a screen for. So it'll make the RNG minute quite inconsistent. So just gonna walk in front of that one. And then do this movement and hopefully catch our first Pokemon, which will be Pidove. This movement's pretty tricky as well. Gotta pay attention, make sure I do it right. Last tile, there's my Pidove. Now, ordinarily in just normal runs, I guess, you would tackle this Pidove so that catching it would be much more likely, but I'm just going to chuck balls at full health because I do not want to accidentally kill the Pidove. And if you crit the Pidove, it would die. There's also a 1 in 16 chance that if you just use tackle and you got a maximum range, it would die as well. But I called it first ball, so that's actually even faster than weakening it. So that's really good. Good start. And then into Floccesy Ranch. Rival at bottom. Whew, okay. So the ranch is pretty much the last place where Manip super duper matters at the start of this run, because that step 512 is going to happen in here. The ranch is pretty difficult to get the Manip for, but we've been good so far. Hopefully I can keep it all the way. I'm going to use Tail Whip on this Oshawott here. Just in case I crit turn 1, it allows me to one-hit it, which will stop the rival coming out and having a little dialogue box. Didn't get the crit, and see, he comes out with the dialogue box. But also, if I didn't use Tail Whip there, you saw I 2-hit it with Tackle, but if I didn't use Tail Whip, Tackle may not 3-hit because of the range. I'll talk about ranges a bit later. There'll be time to talk about all of this stuff later. I'm just trying to talk about what's happening at the moment because things are happening quite fast. There's a lot going on. Okay, but I'm going to try and catch the second Pokemon that I want here in Floccesy Ranch, which will be Psyduck. So the reason I'm catching Pidove is it's going to get the HM for Fly. The reason I'll be catching Psyduck is Psyduck will get Surf and Strength. I also need to have 3 Pokemon in my party when I fight Charles in about an hour, so I do need to catch a few Pokemon earlier than you might otherwise, because you can catch things later to learn those HMs. I haven't run this category in a while. I'm like trying to recall what I have to do here as I go along. This is top. Oh, what? I don't have Manip. Okay, I've lost it. I've lost it! I think I entered the ranch at the wrong side. I think I'm supposed to enter at the left, and I entered at the right. Okay, so I don't have Manip anymore. So, probably not going to get the Psyduck. I don't know how I'm going to fix this. Okay, encounters do still give steps. That's -2. Okay, please be Psyduck. Please be Psyduck. Please be Psyduck. Oh. This is going to be interesting. Okay, so the Dragonite's going to be there, but the Zangoose and the Rare Candy aren't. Normally what I'd do is I'd catch an Ordino, but I really can't use extra steps. Because the step counter will mess up Manips later in the run if I do that. I really don't know what I'm gonna do here. This is really bad. Alright, hopefully I can just get a Psyduck. I'm actually going to walk through more grass to give myself more chance for a Psyduck. Normally what I would do, actually, in this situation is I would reset the run. Which is what's going to make this entire endeavor quite a roller coaster now. Because I really don't know how I'm going to fix this. Give me a Psyduck. Come on. And you can see I'm losing time by getting all of these extra encounters. Normally if I'd kept Manip, I would just... get the Psyduck, and that would be my only encounter in here. I'm also going to have to pass a spinner. It's this guy here. And he got me! That's unlucky. Have a little bit of extra experience on Tepig, I guess. Okay, so my step counter's at -3. Unfortunately, I can't catch this guy's Psyduck. I actually don't know if that experience helps me at all. Because if I kept Manip, this spinner as well, because I mentioned the Manip also influences NPCs, the spinner would never hit me. I actually... Please be a Psyduck. Please be a Psyduck. Please be a Psyduck. Do I catch the Azrael? Is that what I'm at right now? What's in my party at Elite Four? So Azrael can learn Surf. And luckily I don't use the Psyduck at the World Tournament. Okay, well I've caught the Azrael. So I'm going to be using Azrael for Surf. I don't know what I'm going to do about Strength. God, I don't think Azrael can learn Strength. I'll just think, what's my party at the Elite Four? Can something in my party at the Elite Four learn Strength? It probably can. This whole run is going to be very, very fun. Okay. So I mentioned before, one of the things I've got to keep in mind is how many steps I take throughout the entire run. I've got to keep track of that. And so because I've lost Manip, that's going to be a little bit dicey. I think I'm at -3 on what I normally do. It's all good. Okay. But basically, Manip would be over now anyway. So it's not a big deal. All I've got to do is just get through the grass on the way back to Aspertia Town, the town that I started in. Whew. Okay. Okay, so now Alda is going to teach me about type effectiveness, basically. So I have to fight these monkeys. One of them is weak to my starter's type, so because I picked the fire, get the grass monkey, weak to ember, and then the next one will be super effective against my type, so it'll be the water monkey. I'm sorry, I really should be commentating, but I'm trying furiously to think about how I'm going to fix this this error that I've made by having an Azrael instead of a Psyduck. Yeah, paralyzed, that's annoying, but it's not too bad because I get healed right after this fight. Okay, and then I'm just going to run back to Aspertia after this, and then we'll go straight to the first gym. What is in my party? I don't think I need to use Strength until Victory Road, which isn't for a while, and I'll have Pokemon that can use Strength. I just need to make sure one of them's in my party. Oh no! Oh, I have no idea how I'm going to do the end. Because I need something with Surf and Strength. Oh, I have no idea how this is going to work. This is just not going to work. Maybe I should have held out for a Psyduck. Okay, so I'm gonna go around here. Let's, I don't know how many steps that is. I don't know how many steps that is. Plus, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, and I got an encounter anyway. 5? 7? 4. I think it's plus 4. Okay. Alright, let's put RNG Minute to the side for a second and just talk about what we're doing. So first gym we're going to fight is the normal type gym. So everything's just normal effectiveness basically, because the only fighting type you can get before here is Riolu, and Riolu's bad and doesn't learn a fighting move for a while, so you would never use it anyway. This first gym can actually be a little bit scary though, because it is normal type. They all have same type attack bonus with their normal moves, so they actually do a fair bit of damage. Okay. One of the things to keep in mind while doing these fights as well is how much damage that I take. So Tepig's ability is Blaze, and Blaze increases his fire type moves by 50% when he's at 1/3 or lower of his maximum health. So say for instance I'm at 41 here, so when I'm at 13 or lower, his fire moves will do more damage, and that can be quite critical for the early parts of this run. Probably from like now until for the next like 20 odd minutes. It's quite important. Joltik doesn't get in my party. What else does? I don't think anything in my party can learn strength at the part where I need strength. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to change my party. This is so bad. I have no idea how I'm gonna get this to work. Don't want defense spell. So because I hit that spinner, I'm a bit higher level than I usually am. Already at 13. I'm nowhere near Blaze though. Alright, so before first gym leader, I'm actually going to save. Because it is possible to lose here, and I don't want to lose. Because that will mess up my step counter even more critically. It'll also lose a bunch of time, but I'm not too concerned about that because I would just respawn right next to the gym. I just don't want to mess up the step counter. So Pignite can learn Strength, but Pignite's not usually in my party when I use Strength. I really don't know how this is going to work. Oh, this is going to be so dodge. Okay, so I'm going to use Tail Whip here. Oh, did a lot of damage because I'm level 13. Alright, all good. Usually that barely does half, and sometimes it actually can live. So that's Blaze. Burn. Burn! Yes! That's exactly what I wanted to see. So even if I lose that speed tie there, which I did, because I burnt the Lilipop, it cut its attack in half, so it didn't take me out. Alright, and that's the first gym leader down. Beautiful. Okay, and so the reason RNG manip doesn't really matter too much now is, now that I've got a gym badge, I can buy repels. And I don't really want to encounter any more Pokemon to catch for a while. So I can just pop some repels on and not get encounters regardless. A little bit of a cutscene here while Bianca and her friends give me a bunch of stuff that's not really important. So what I'm going to have to do is, I'm going to have to put Pignite into my party, teach Pignite Strength. I know how I'll fix that at the end of the game. I don't know how I'm going to fix that at the start of the game. Because usually my party at Victory Road would be Excadrill, Pidove, Psyduck, Deerling, Zorua, and Ferroseed. Excadrill can learn Strength, but Excadrill is going to be my main Pokemon. I can't teach it in HM. It needs all 4 of its moves. So I'm going to have to put Pignite into my party at some stage and get rid of Zorua? Zorua. Yep. No. Don't want to turn the sea gear on. Oh. Alright, now into the center. So now I'm going to get rid of those 2 Pokemon that I just caught. I'm going to put them in the box. First I'm going to put Tepig in the box, because that will heal Tepig back to full health. And I'm going to buy... what do I buy? Six. I'm only supposed to buy 5 repels. Oh, it's because I had more money because I hit the spinner. Okay, well I have an extra repel now. I don't know where that could ever be useful, but I have another repel. Actually, because I bought... I think you only get like $80 or something from that spinner. And so now I actually have too little money because I spent it on a repel. That was quite silly. All good. Use that repel. And then head back to where I came, and now I can head off to the second gym. So the reason I deposited my Pokemon there that I just caught is because there's a double battle coming up here, but if you only have 1 Pokemon in your party, you can skip doing the double battle. They just simply won't fight you, because they won't take you on unless you've got 2 Pokemon. Gotta make sure to say no to Bianca. There's a few text boxes you gotta pay attention to. And then one of the things Black 2 White 2 introduced into the Pokemon series is when a repel wears off, it just gives you a prompt to use another one, because quite often when you're using repels, you want to just use another one straight away. Okay, now Riolu, this fight can actually be a bit annoying. Riolu has Endure. Yeah, there it is, Endure. And so even though I crit and that would have killed, and I crit again, useless, Endure leaves it on 1 health. I can't complain too much about the useless crits given the clutch burn that I got earlier on Lillipup. So spinners, I haven't exactly talked about what spinners are, but there's another one coming up here. So spinners are trainers. They're like NPCs that just move around randomly, but they just spin randomly. And because they spin randomly, that means sometimes you can pass them if you just pass where their vision would be when they're not looking that way. But it also means if you're unlucky, they can spin back when you try and pass them, and then you get a fight that you didn't want to do. Okay, repels off. There's a few cutscenes like this one where the most optimal way to do them just looks a bit weird. Like I moved one tile towards this clerk before the little cutscene started. That's just the fastest way to do that cutscene, because you move a little bit during the cutscene before actually getting there. There's quite a few like tiny little frame saves throughout this game that you can do here and there. I will not get all of them correctly because there's a lot to think about, and in the context of a 10-hour run, a few frames here and there isn't the biggest deal, but you should always obviously be trying to save frames where you can. There's just a lot to think about in this run, especially when you've lost Manip and don't have a Psyduck and have an Azrael instead. That sometimes it's better to just dedicate your brain power to the things that are going to cost several minutes instead of the things that are going to cost far less than 1 second. Alright, so this is the second gym, so this is Poison. So I gotta fight both of these trainers because they're making too much noise before I can challenge the leader. So this is one of the gyms where Blaze would be helpful for a couple of these first trainers, but obviously if you're in Blaze you're at lower health, and so that's a bit riskier too. So having really high health isn't too bad. Okay, it's good that that didn't use Screech. If it uses Screech, the coughing does a lot more damage after lowering your defense. Oh, I have level 15 earlier, this is good. I'll do more damage to this coughing now. Your damage goes up significantly when you reach a level that ends in 3, 5, 8, or 0 because of the way the damage formula works. Your level actually matters kind of more than your stats. So I'll 3-hit this coughing for sure because I'm level 15. Easy, easy. Also didn't poison me, so I got given 3 Pecha Berries to heal poison. There's actually a small chance that you could run out of Pecha Berries, get poisoned more than 3 times, and that would be awful. But because I didn't get poisoned on that spot, that fight there, the first one, I'll definitely be fine. So I'm going to use Tail Whip here. This Grimer often uses Disable. Yeah, there you go. So it disabled Tail Whip. That's why I didn't want to lead with Flame Charge, because I didn't want it to disable Flame Charge. So there's Poison Gas, so that's 1 Pecha Berry gone. Dodge that one, that's good. Okay. Gonna equip another one for the gym leader, and I'm also going to heal up. And then just to be safe here again, I'm also going to save. The places that I'm saving before fights aren't necessarily fights that I'm super likely to die to. Like, they're not going to be the riskiest fights. But the ones where if I do die, it would be really, really, really bad. So if I died to Roxy, I would go all the way back to my hometown, and that would just completely destroy my step counter. And it would take a long time to get back to Burbank as well. And Challenger again. Just really don't want that to happen. So this is a fight where I need good ranges to 3-hit this coughing. First one's good. Oh, I got the burn. That second range was actually bad, but I got the burn, so with the extra burn damage, that'll 3-hit for sure. It uses its ability Poison Point to poison me, but gets rid of the last Petra Berry. So unfortunately, because I got the level up before the Whirlpeed there, I wasn't in Blaze, so I had to use Tail Whip before finishing it off, because I didn't want to put it into low health, and then watch Roxy use a Super Potion. But okay, so now I'm evolving. So Tepig actually evolves at level 17, but I reached level 18 before evolving. So that's going to stop Pignite from trying to learn Arm Thrust, which it usually learns at level 17. Arm Thrust is a useless move in this category, so I don't want to learn it. So it's actually a good thing to skip that. Just saves a little bit of time. And now, because I am at low health, I am in Blaze for the next couple of fights, which is good. So, okay, the fights didn't go too bad. I've only lost a couple of minutes so far, just because of losing Manip in Floccesy Ranch. Everything else has been fine. Good battles, and I'm well set up for the next battles. So the next couple of minutes of this run are not very interesting. We're going to be doing a cutscene to show the Pokéstar Studios. So the Pokéstar Studios is another kind of optional area in the game, but the tutorial is not optional. You've got to go through it. So there isn't much to talk about on the run front, so I'm going to talk about a few of the things that I've kind of briefed over in the meantime. So things like, one thing you'll hear me talk about a lot is damage ranges. So damage ranges are every time you use an attack in the game, it does not always do the same amount of damage. So after going through the damage formula of how much damage an attack does, so things like how much your attack is, how much their defense is, multipliers like whether it's super effective, whether the move is the same type as your Pokemon, so using a fire move with Pignite, it then gives a range for how much damage that can do. And so that's between 85% and 100% of the damage. So there's 16 different values it can give at each integer value between 85 to 100. And it's very critical in a lot of the run that you want to get high ranges, basically. In some cases, you actually want to get low ranges to, like, not hit Pokemon into healing range, etc., etc. But so when I'm talking about, oh, that was a high roll, that was a low roll, that's what I'm talking about. Unfortunately, I might say things that kind of have assumed knowledge that you may not actually have the knowledge. But so RNG Manip. RNG Manip is very critical throughout this run. The way RNG Manip works is, so when I start a Manip, you'll see me save the game, close out of the game, and then set the date and time to a specific date and time, because you want to be loading the game at a specific date and time, because the way the RNG works is it gets what we call seeded when the game starts. So that's the initial RNG value when the game is loaded, and so that's determined by the date and time of the game. Also the held buttons, so what buttons you're holding when the game is booted up. So you won't notice that at all because it's not it doesn't show up on screen, but every time I do a Manip, I'll be holding some sort of button combination that's like really weird. Like I'll be holding left on the D-pad, X and R, or whatever, something like that. That's actually none of them, but something like that. Start, down, and B is the first one that I do for Tepig. There are two things that impact initial Manips that make them quite interesting. So the first is the MAC address of the DS that you're using. So that's basically just an identifier for the DS that's almost irrelevant in just casual gameplay. And it is consistent on the DS that you're using, but it means that RNG Manips that you do are completely dependent on the DS that you're playing. So if you, at home, watching this run, tried to copy the movements that I do, they would not work to get the same RNG results because you would have a different MAC address on your DS than I would. Also, just quickly, I got the fast credits here. It's actually random how fast these credits take. I got the fastest one. Very cool. And so the other thing that's interesting is what we call the timer zero. So the timer zero is just a fluctuating oscillating timer on the DS that introduces a little bit of variance on whether the Manip works or not. Because the timer zero is pretty difficult to control. Over the years, we've come up with very, very consistent ways to hit the same timer zero. But things that impact the timer zero that you might not think really matter are things like the name of your DS and like the message on your DS. So you'll actually notice my DS is named JT Magic Man. That's actually because this DS used to belong to JT Magic Man. He's another runner, another Australian speedrunner. In fact, he'll be the last host during my run. He ran Pokemon Omega Ruby earlier in this marathon. We swapped DSs a couple years ago, and it turns out his name on this DS is just really consistent. Another thing that really matters is whether you have a GBA game in the GBA slot. So I don't have one. That's how I get the more consistent results. I actually have a cartridge there. It's just not like fully inserted. The reason I have one there is it's just more comfortable for me to not have the sharp edge of the plastic, I guess. And probably the most important factor to get consistent timer zeros is that I have auto mode on and not manual mode. So what that means is when I start the DS, it doesn't go to the DS menu screen. It'll just automatically boot the game straight away. And so it makes the time it takes between turning the DS on and starting the game completely consistent. I do still need to access the DS menu though. But if you hold start when the DS is booting up, you can still access the DS menu in order to change the clock and the time. So obviously when doing the manips, I'm just not holding start. So funny thing about this, after doing this movie, the game forces you to save. Now, it says saving, don't turn off the power. Now, normally when I'm doing runs, I wouldn't save before the gym leaders, like I have. And that actually does not save the game. Even though it says it is saving the game, it does not save the game. It's a complete myth. But if I do have a save file, so in this run, because I have saved before Charon and Roxy, that actually does save the game. So it can't create a save file, but it can save over a save file. It's just pretty funny in that if you were, playing the game for the first time, you get to that point, save the game, and you think, oh, alright, I'll stop here. That's a pretty good resting spot. You turn off the game. Nah, you did not save the game. Back to the start for you. Alright, so now we're back into some fights. So now we're going to fight Team Plasma. So Plasma are the evil dudes. So in the original Black and White, it's kind of like, ooh, are they evil? Are they not evil? They're trying to liberate the Pokemon. In this one, these guys are just evil. I got a Jammin' theme though. So like I mentioned, I've still got Blaze, so I can use Ember to kill these guys. Normally, if I didn't have Blaze, I would use Flame Charge, but Ember is faster than Flame Charge to use. Flame Charge raises my speed, so that's an extra text box, but also Ember has less characters than Flame Charge, so it's less text to just use Ember. So that's better. It does more damage, Ember in Blaze, than Flame Charge outside of Blaze. So it means these guys will definitely die, which is good. Unfortunately now I've got to backtrack in order to find the other grunt who just ran away. And that means I actually have to pass that spinner that I passed before a couple more times, because I have to pass her backtracking, and then I've got to pass back through her again. So you've got to go past her 3 times. It's very annoying. That NPC was not nice. Had to go up an extra tile there. So I'm going to repel. So with this spinner as well, I can't run past her, because if I run, that will force her to look at me, basically. I have to walk past. If I run that tile, she will always turn. There are some spinners where that's actually not the case, and you can run past them. And then when you get the bike doesn't force them to turn as well. You can always bike past, if you can use the bike in that area. So passed it twice, just got one more to go. Alright, so the reason for doing that was, that whole movie thing was, the guy I went to the movies is the captain of the ship, and so now I can go back to the ship, and he's decided now that he's not going to be a movie star, his movie sucked. So, He can now do his proper job. Okay, got past the spinner. All three. Beautiful. Oh, now this NPC was mean. So it's just like I've just got to move an extra 2 tiles to get around these NPCs. Then if they were being nice, not going to use a repel there. So this is Roxy's dad, the ship owner, has now decided to use the ship, and he's going to take me to where the 3rd gym is. It's a very big city and has a lot of things to do. Gonna get quite a few items in here as well. As well as what's going to be my main poke throughout the run. So the starter is not used in order to beat the game. The starter is only used for about the first hour. It is going to be used for the 3rd gym as well, because the 3rd gym is bug type, and as a fire Pokemon it has a really good advantage over the 3rd gym. But I'm going to catch a Drilbur. Drilbur isn't great, but its evolution Excadrill is just an absolute monster. It's such a good Pokemon, and it does things much faster and much more consistent than my starter or any other Pokemon. It's a monster. So good. But I've still got a couple things to do in this town before that. First is to get the bike. So you'll notice, like there, for example, I could have just gone straight up into this area. The reason I moved across a bit more is because the clown who gives you the bike moves really slowly, and he walks up to you. So if I walk straight up there, he would have walked all the way to me and then walked back into position, and that would have been really slow. So now I'm going to register the bike and use the bike a lot to move around. So in here I'm going to get the Exp Share. Exp Share is important for this run to get experience onto Pokemon without having them battle. It's used quite a lot in this run. So I'm also, one of the things I'm doing in this city is I'm talking to these 3 clowns. They're going to give me a rare candy when I talk to all of them. It's a bit slow, but it is the fastest rare candy that you can get early on in the game, and I need to get a rare candy to get Drilbur enough experience to evolve into Excadrill before going into the 5th gym, and you need to be Excadrill at that point. That was another 2. The bike in this game is really nice when you're moving in fluid movement. It's very difficult to move short amounts of tiles. So if you want to move like down but then right 1 tile and then keep going down, very difficult. I've actually moved 1 too many there. Wanting to enter that cutscene in the middle too. It's just very fast, so when you want to move just for small amounts, it can be quite tricky. Use a repel here. And then my rival's going to guide me, and he's going to be my teammate for like 2 seconds. What I like about this part is Hugh's running animation there. Look at him go. Okay, the nice part about this though is he heals me back to full after this fight. He can also win this fight by himself, so even if Pignite dies in this fight, I don't actually white out. Even though Pignite is the only Pokemon in my party. Oh, he missed Razor Shell! I have not seen that in so long. Many years since I've seen the dreaded Razor Shell miss. And now he used Focus Energy! What is he doing? Oh my god! Well, thank god I had Blaze for that fight. Wow. Absolute useless hack. Alright, so now I'm going to catch the Drilbur that I mentioned before is going to be my main Pokemon. So I'm going to save right on this step, and then I'm going to do a manip to catch the Drilbur. So Drilbur is a Dust Cloud Pokemon. So Dust Cloud are phenomenon. So there are some phenomenon in this game like Dust Cloud, Shaking Grass, and Rippling Water, which can give special events, so different Pokemon, but also, in the case of Dust Cloud, some items. And so the way they work is, after starting the game, every 20 steps, if you're in an area where one of those can be produced, the game checks the RNG and can give you one. And so the reason I'm saving here, even though I'm actually going to encounter it in the next area, is... Excuse me. There's no NPCs in this area. So the RNG is consistent. It's not moving in this area. So I can save, and when I reload, it'll come at a consistent state. So you notice here, I'm going to change the time, or the date, sorry, to something wildly different. I've gone the wrong way there. All good. And then the time. Okay, and hopefully this has gone correctly. And so the 20 steps start as soon as I save the game. Sorry, as soon as I start, like, reload back into the game. So even these steps here are going to count to the 20. And then the 20th step is here. There's the Dust Cloud, straight into it. And so this Drilbur is going to have IVs of 31 in everything except special attack. It's going to be female, and it's going to be the highest level, which is 19. Now, the thing is, this Drilbur, I'm going to try and catch it, is the most likely thing, I would say, in the run to actually kill me. But I've saved right before it on purpose for the manip, so it's not that bad. I'm just going to throw balls at it at full health. Oh, I got a first ball. That's excellent. Good luck. So that's more likely to break out than it is to actually work. And the Drilbur can just one-hit me with Dig. But so that's good luck. I am going to nickname the Drilbur. I'll explain why in a second. Now I'm going to give the Drilbur the Exp Share. And Escape Rope. I could use Dig, but using an Escape Rope is faster. So the reason I gave Drilbur a nickname is... Drilbur's used a lot, and so it's better for it to have a one-character nickname, so that there is less text loaded on the screen every time it's sent into battle and uses an attack, etc. Gonna enter here. Find the second clown. And the reason I called it 9 is that's actually just a bit of... oh my goodness, what is the word? My brain is not working. It is too early. Tradition. It's a bit of tradition. Because previously, in runs of this game, you would not manipulate the Drilbur. You would just get whatever Drilbur you get. And the Drilbur can be between level 16 to 19. And depending on what level Drilbur you got, you would actually do different strats in order to give it more experience if it was lower level. And what I would do in that case is I would nickname the Drilbur the last digit of what level it was, so that I would remember what level I had actually caught the Drilbur at, so I would remember what strats to do. So if it was level 17, I would call it 7, etc. But even now with Manip, even though it's always level 19, if you do the Manip correctly, I still just call it 9 as a bit of tradition. Oh my god, that is more steps. I've lost a lot of steps so far. It's actually not too bad because I do need to take about 40 extra steps before the minute for Leave Any, which is in like 40 minutes or something. That's not too bad. So the reason I've given Drilbur the EXP share is, like I said, I'm going to be using Drilbur as my main Pokemon soon, so I want it to be getting experience here, but Pignite is much, much better at doing this gym than Drilbur is, because Drilbur is a ground type. Doesn't have great moves at this stage other than Dig, and this is a bug type gym, so Pignite's got the advantage here. So using Pignite to fight, but giving Drilbur the experience. The Exp Share is used a lot in this run for later on. Normally it would just be, just for, you know, beat the game speedruns. It would just be for this little part here to give Drilbur a bit more experience. But it's going to be used later on because I'm going to be catching a lot of Pokemon that need some extra experience throughout the game. This gym isn't too bad though. All of these gym fights are very, very simple. Because I've got the big advantage with Pignite. He's just stomping in, storming through. Again, I'm using Ember where I can because it's faster than using Flame Charge. So the Drilbur's ability is also Sand Force. It can have either Sand Force or Sand Rush as its ability. You might be wondering in several hours why it doesn't get Mold Breaker. Mold Breaker is a hidden ability. It cannot get Mold Breaker when just catching it normally in the game. But so Sand Force is better than Sand Rush as an ability. The reason for that is, even though Sand Rush in competitive is a lot better, is I'm going to outspeed everything anyway. So Sand Force increases your power of your moves a little bit in Sandstorm. But Sand Rush increases your speed. Speed's not going to matter, but doing more damage will matter, especially for Hippowdons in like 6 hours time. Okay, so I'm going to switch Drilbur to the front here. And I'm going to save. Again, I'm very unlikely to die to Berg, but if I did die to Berg, that would be tremendously bad. So just going to save just to be safe, just for the, you know, 5% chance that I end up losing this fight. So I mentioned before, Pignite does this gym a lot better, so you might be wondering why I just switched Drilbur to the front. It's because Drilbur actually needs a bit more experience than just having the Exp Share. So by sending it out first, and still holding the Exp Share, it's actually going to get 75% of the experience instead of just 50%. And so I need to get 75% off all 3 of this guy's packs. So I'm just going to send it in, and then just immediately switch to Pignite.
Do we have a couple of minutes for a quick donation?
Yeah, this fight's pretty easy.
Awesome stuff. We have $20 here from Deadeye 1234565, which is awesome. But we also had a bit of a comment in chat about how all the dates and times that you're switching to have been found. Yeah,
so there are different programs that you can use. So by entering all of your requirements, including like, you know, your MAC address and of your DS, etc. And then it's like, you'll enter requirements like, I want a Pokemon with 31 in all stats. And then it'll produce a set of, you know, between hundreds and thousands of different options of dates and times that you can use. But not all of them are going to be usable for a run, because some of them will be... They'll have inconsistent timer zeros, so it won't be very consistent to be able to hit those seeds. But also, some of them just simply won't be great for speedrunning, because they will have, say, for instance, the second will be, like, 40. So say the seed was, you had to start the game on April Fool's 2002, and at the time of 11, 25, and 40 seconds. That would be really bad for a speedrun, because you can't actually set the seconds in the DS clock. You can only set the hour and the minutes. The seconds just automatically hit to 0 when you do that. So you want the seconds to be either 5 or 6 when you're searching for a seed, because it takes, at minimum, 5 seconds once you've reset the clock to then start the game again. But also, there are some things that you can't search for in the seeds. You can't search for example, whether you'll actually get the encounter that you want. So there's a lot of manual testing once you do the program search to try and be like, oh yeah, these are all of the requirements that I can search for. It won't search for example, on the Tepig seed, you won't be able to search for, and I want a Pidove when I get to the first grass route, and then I want a Psyduck in Floccesy Ranch. That just won't happen, so you have to manually test the seed to make sure you can get all of those things as well. And so just the seed finding process and searching for this run took me several months. Several months just to find all of the manips that I want to use. And as I mentioned, because the manips are different for every DS, if you wanted to run this category, you would have to do the same process. You wouldn't be able to copy what I've done. So there's a lot of prep that goes into this run. And that's just the seed searching, because there's a lot of routing elements to this run, like which Pokemon to use to be able to beat the World Tournament and what's going to be the fastest Pokemon that you can use in order to do that. Takes a long time as well. Okay, I'm actually going to use a super potion here. Actually, I'll use fresh water. Do not give. Use the fresh water on Drilbur. Thank you. Oh dear. I actually got crit in that Berg fight, so Drilbur's health was a bit low, so Drilbur might have died if I didn't heal there. And I don't want that to happen. I also got crit by the Leavanny, but luckily it was the Razor Leaf that crit me. Or luckily Pignite had a lot of health, so it could live the crit Razor Leaf and then cut. The thing that I was concerned about is if the cut crit me and then killed me. That would have been really bad, because I need Pignite to be able to beat the Leavanny, but that was all good. Okay, and up here into Colress. So now I'm going to be using Drilbur as my main perk. And so this is the first fight where Sand Force is helpful, because there's Sandstorm on this route, so that's going to increase my power. Even though it'll look like, oh, you could just two-hit this guy's pokes. His first poke is Magnemite, which has Sturdy. Sturdy is an ability that makes it so that you can't one-hit the Pokemon. So if it's at full health, it'll live with one, no matter how much damage you do. So I can't use Dig to one-hit it, so I actually want to two-hit it with a Mud Slap. I do not want to use Dig, because Dig's a bit slower. And so with Sand Force, Mud Slap will two-hit it. Easy peasy. See, it goes over half there. Take it out with Mud Slap. And so, at this point of the run, you can do basically the same as a beat the game speedrun. So beating the game generally takes, about 3.5 hours. It takes over 3. You can do it a bit under 3.5, but it takes over 3 hours. And so we're over the hour mark. You can do the same thing up to this point. We're going to see the very first change that you need to do in order to prepare for the World Tournament. I have also done things like the hidden grottos, like I put the Dragonite, but you can just not do that. But what I need to do is, I need to duck in here, and I'm going to, hello, if I can do the movement correctly, get this red shard. Oh, I got an encounter. Unlucky. I could have used my spare repel there, actually. But it's such a small amount of tile. Pretty unlikely to get an encounter there. So that red shard is going to be useful in 6 hours time. Actually, it might not be useful. Quite often you get extra red shards without actually wanting to. Okay, so now the join avenue, so you just got to say yes and go through these cutscenes. Alright, so what I'll talk about here is the step counter. So I've mentioned the step counter in quite a few different contexts. I've talked about the 256 steps in order to get the hidden grotto Pokemon. I've talked about the 20 steps in order to get the Dust Cloud, but both of those things reset when you save and quit the game. So they're not too important for the rest of the run. They're just dependent on the specific manip that you're doing. But one thing that does matter throughout the entire run is the general step counter. And so the way that works is every 128 steps, the game checks whether to increase the happiness of the Pokemon in your party or not. And that advances the RNG. Specifically, it advances the IV RNG, not the Pit RNG. Which isn't what you would expect, but that's what it does. And this doesn't reset when you reset the game. So I actually have to keep track of how many steps I've taken for this entire run. Like at all stages when I'm doing the manips. Because if I don't know how many steps I've taken, what can happen is during a manip, I'll save, I'll take, 10 steps to encounter a Pokemon. Then I'll catch the Pokemon. Now, if during those 10 steps, the step counter rolled over from, say, 125, and then it hit 26, 27, 128, and then it rolls over, advances the IV RNG, that means the IVs of the Pokemon that I end up catching 10 steps later end up not being what I actually wanted. The manip will still quote-unquote work, it just won't give me the results that I actually want. And so what I'm doing here is I'm taking a few extra steps, and that's on purpose while I'm just waiting for this roller coaster to show up, so that I can put my step counter at a really specific position to get the results that I want. So I don't want to take... So the way that I keep track of my step counter, by the way, because it'd be pretty mental and a bit of a waste of time to literally keep track of every single step that I take in the game. There's no need to do that. What I do instead is I know how many steps it takes, or rather I know what my step counter is at any given point in the game if I do the movement perfectly. And so I keep track of a counter of what the difference is in my head. So if I mess up the movement, for example, and I take 2 extra tiles where I'm not supposed to, I put in my head, okay, that's +2. And so if I'm normally at some spot at the step counter's at 34, because I'm at +2, I know, okay, it's at 36. But so what I need to do is, before I catch Drifblim, I need to make sure I don't take 48 extra steps. But then when I catch a Leavanny, I need to be at least 47 extra steps to make sure that the step counter doesn't roll over during either of those. There's quite a few others, but that's kind of the first instance that matters. And so at the moment, I think my step counter is at 27. So I'm giving myself a little extra buffer in case I mess up movement a little bit before the Drifblim. And then I'll just take some extra tiles before Leavanny. Okay, so I'm going to buy... Gonna talk to this guy and he's gonna give me 10 red shards. So I picked up that 1 before, so I'm now at 11. I need 12 in the run. And then I'm gonna go to the PC. Okay, actually, wait. Let me see if I can get this. Oh, I did not get it. Alright, let's not talk about that then. I'll talk about that when I hit it correctly. So what I did there at the PC was I put Drilbur in the box to heal Drilbur. Its dig PP is really important. Just save 2 steps there. I'm actually supposed to move to the right. So that cheerleader guy doesn't talk to me as much. I put Drilbur, yeah, its dig PP is quite tight through this part. It's only got 10 PP, and basically I want to be spamming dig on these guys. This gym, by the way, is electric, so Drilbur's really good for this gym. I also put Pignite into the box and withdrew Pidove and Azrael. So the reason that I did that is, after this gym, I'm going to be fighting a trainer named Charles, and that's a triple battle, and unfortunately you can't just skip Charles by not having 3 Pokemon in your party. You have to fight him to progress in the game, so you have to have 3 Pokemon in your party. And you might think it's weird that I got rid of Pignite in that case. But that's because it's actually, the fight is more consistent if Pignite isn't in your party. Because Pignite can actually live hits, I just want him to target the Pokemon that will always die, in order to have the fights go more consistently. I also want all of the experience to go to Drilbur, so I don't want any Pokemon to be alive during that fight when Drilbur starts killing the Pokemon. And yeah, the thing about this gym is quite a few of the Pokemon have static, which is a 30% chance to paralyze you when you make contact, and you're always using contact moves, basically. So just hope you don't get paralyzed much is the name of this gym. You saw the Elekid switch out on the fight before. The reason that happened is the Elekid could not do damage. All of its moves are... all of its attacking moves, I should say, are electric type, and electric does no damage to ground types like Drilbur. It's very rare to see the AI basically in any scenario switch out. But they can do it when they do not have moves that can do damage in a natural state, I should say. You'll see a few instances during the World Tournament where they can't do damage, but they won't switch out, but that's because it'll be because of an unnatural state. Okay, so not getting great static luck so far. Already had it twice. So I'm just going to have to heal before Eliza because I've taken a little extra damage as a result. So the thing that was really important for the experience is, so even though Dig stomps this gym, Eliza, the gym leader, she leads with an Emolga, which is flying type, so Dig doesn't affect it. So I need to reach level 26 before I get to Eliza, because at level 26, Drilbur will learn Slash. And I can use Slash to fight the Emolga. You can see I only just reached level 26 there. Now I'm not going to save before Eliza. It would be bad if I died here, and you can die here, but I have revives at this stage. So even if I die, because I've got Pidove and Azurill behind me, I can just revive and then try again. And at risk of cursing myself here, there's no way I would die enough times and have to use enough revives to run out. So I'm just going to super and use the protein here just while I'm in the menu. Yeah, so this fight, it can be a bit trolly. The Emolga it's also a range whether it dies. You need good rolls to get it in 2 hits. And it's also got static and you've got to hit it a couple times. It's not great. That's a good first roll. Good second roll, but I got static. Which unfortunately means... oh, no. Use the super, please. I've got to heal and then para-heal. Hopefully this Flappy misses. Okay, but now I can just dig both of these, and I'm fine. So as I mentioned, good thing I have revives at this stage. Just in case you get an errant crit like that. And I did mention that I need to have 3 Pokemon alive before Charles, but luckily I do get healed before the Charles fight. So even though Pidove is currently dead, it will be revived before I actually fight Charles. so I don't have to revive Pidove. Because even though, yeah, it's great that I have revives, I actually need to use the revives in some situations. So I don't want to run out before I get to the end of the run. That will be very, very bad. So I'm not exactly happy that I had to use one there, but it's still fine. I can still progress. Better be faster than, you know, resetting the fight and doing it again or anything. Okay, so I'm going to Rare Candy here. And I will take Rock Slide over Mud Slide. So part of the reason that Excadrill is such a beast in this run is its moveset is just insanely good. One of the things about this game is, so X items are insanely good in every Pokemon speedrun. Being able to increase your stats just with an item is just very, very powerful. Like, in most other RPGs, stat boosting things might increase your stats by, like, you know, 10% or something like that. Whereas just doing it by 50% in one go is just huge. And then it's by 100% in later gens, but let's not talk about that. But you don't get X items until really, really late in this game. And so Excadrill learning a move that boosts its attack in Hone Claws early on, and then in Swords Dance later on, is very, very valuable. But then it also gets an 80 base power move with Stab straight away in Dig, and then it learns Rock Slide, perfect coverage move for it, at level 29, which is very early. Then it learns Earthquake at 36, which is just insanely powerful and insanely early for it to learn a move that good. And then you can tutor it Iron Head, which is part of why I'm getting the red shards. Now this Watchog here, absolute troll this Watchog. Its moveset is Hypnosis, Confuse Ray, and Super Fang. So I want it to use Super Fang this turn. Oh, I crit it! Oh, that's so good. Woo! Alright, beautiful. Amazing. Incredible. Love to see it. So the reason that Watchog's so bad is, I mean, Hypnosis and Confuse Ray speak for themselves. They're awful status moves. But the fact that its only move that can do damage is Super Fang is really, really trolly. Because it means if you heal, it basically almost gets rid of all of the damage that you just healed, because Super Fang just always does half of your damage. Half of your health. But also it means if you do die, so for example, you hit yourself in confusion and Drilbur dies. I mentioned before, if that happens, you just use a revive, it's all good. But the problem is, Watchog then can't kill the Pokemon that you send out. Like, if I send out my level 2 Pidove, it can't kill it, because its only attacking move is Super Fang. So it'll, you know, use Hypnosis on Pidove, then it'll use Confuse Ray, and then it'll Super Fang over and over and over again. And you can't just switch back into Drilbur, both because you don't want to switch into getting confused, but also you can't have Pidove get some of the experience. I need all of the experience to go to Drilbur in order to get Excadrill when I want. So it's just absolutely awful if you get statused and end up dying to that Watchog. So getting the crit there was really, really good. Like, if I had to pick one crit in the entire game to get, I would probably pick that one. Crit the Watchog. Okay, so Bianca's told us about hidden grottos. Don't care for now, do care for later. Okay, and I'm going to save here before Charles. So I mentioned before not saving before Eliza because it's, oh, you can just revive. Well, in this fight, you can't just revive if things go badly, because it's a triple battle. And like I mentioned before, Pidove and Azrael are going to die on turn 1, and I want them to die on turn 1. So I won't actually have any Pokemon to revive with. And this fight can go really, really badly. This guy is an absolute heartbreaker, because it essentially becomes a 3-on-1. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use Rock Slide. X attack on Drilbur, and you have Tail Whip? You do. So I want this to Psybeam Azeroth. Thank you. Now I've got to hit these Rock Slides. I missed the Archon, but I crit the Sigalith. Okay, I still have a chance to win. That's such a weird turn 1. It used Ancient Power. Okay, I really need Tortuga to not use Wide Guard, and it used Wide Guard. Agility. Don't use Wide Guard. Okay, there we go. And now dig. Don't crit. Beautiful. Alright, that's a win. What a bizarre fight. Oh, that is such a weird Charles. So normally what happens is the Rock Slide will hit Archon, it'll kill Archon, but not Sigalith. Sigalith lives. But I ended up missing the Archon and critting the Sigalith. That's pretty incredible. Alright, but I got past Charles. Whatever, I will take it. Okay, good. So on these bridges here, you can get shadows, which are another phenomenon. And sometimes they'll just appear right in front of you, and you just can't dodge them. The same thing can happen with other phenomenon, like the shaking grass and the dust clouds. In other places. You just gotta hope it doesn't happen. There's nothing you can do about it. Just waste a little bit of time if it does happen. But okay, so now Pidove and Azrael are both dead. I actually need to revive one of them. I'm going to heal Drilbur back up to full as well. But I need to revive one of them so that I can revive if I die in these next fights. But also I'm going to switch out on purpose against Clay later. So I may as well just do it now while I'm healing. So I'll get the Hyper. Heal Drilbur back to full. And revive Azrael. So normally I would actually revive... Oh, sorry, put on the bike. Normally I would actually revive both of them there, just to be a little bit safe. And because it barely takes more time to revive 2 than to revive 1. But because I already used a revive earlier, I don't want to use both because I'll be running a bit short on revives. So just make up for the loss of the revive earlier by only using 1 there. It's a little bit risky, but it's not too bad. I should be fine. Okay, so this is the last fight as Drilbur. It, again, is a bit risky. Kind of lead with Rock Slide here. Nice flinch. Very nice flinch. Oh, and the crit! My god, I'm getting some good luck when it matters. Imprison, perfect. Hit again. Oh, I didn't get the range. This is almost an absolutely perfect fight. Ah, dang, it tracks. And now suddenly it's a long way from perfect. Oh my word. Well, at least I hit at the end. Well, that's a shame. But the Herdia is generally the scarier part of that fight. And now I evolve into Excadrill. And Excadrill's just a beast. So as I've mentioned, its moves are insane. Its typing is insane. Ground Steel is just so good. And then its stats are just phenomenal as well. It's just an absolute monster. The thing about it getting Earthquake and Rock Slide that's really good as well is there's quite a few double battles that you have to fight in this run. And Rock Slide and Earthquake hit both Pokemon at the same time. Really, really good. Okay, so I mentioned a while ago, for this run, the World Tournament, I need 3 Pokemon of every type. And so this is the first Pokemon that I'm going to get that ordinarily you wouldn't. This guy offers you Zorua. You can actually say no. And normally you would, because you just don't want extra Pokemon in your party. But I'm going to say yes, I'm going to take the Zorua. Zorua's entire purpose is just to have 3 Dark-type Pokemon. Zorua was not actually very good at that one. In this run, anyway. Oh my word. Bad luck on that NPC. I'm gonna go visit one of my favorite NPCs here. Up on floor 25. I hear he's a balloon man. Gonna give me the air balloon. Yep. He's a balloon man. Alright, but the main reason I've come in here is actually to talk to the move tutor, because now that I'm an Exp I can learn Iron Head from this guy. You can see this costs 4 shards. I'm going to teach low kick later on, which costs 8 shards. Oh my goodness, get rid of slash. Pick the right move. Which is why I need 12 total. So I'll get the last one a bit later. Alright. Okay, there we go. So I'll talk about the movement that I just did there. So, one of the that's another one of those kind of frame save type things in this game. So you'll notice I actually waited 1 step before I put on the bike. Now the reason for that is, so in this game, in pretty much every Pokemon game, there are these things called turn frames. So in this game, the way turn frames work is, if you turn direction when you're not in movement, you get what are called turn frames. And so basically it takes 8 frames for you to turn around before you'll start moving. However, this doesn't happen when you're running. It happens when you walk and when you're on the bike. But if you run, you start moving instantly. So when you come out of a building, for example, so in that case right there, I came out of the building and I'm facing down, but I need to move right. So if I put on the bike immediately and then move right, I will get turn frames. But if I run for 1 tile, I won't get a turn frame. And then I can put on the bike and start moving right, and I won't get turn frames because I'm already facing right. And so running takes 8 frames a tile, biking takes 4 frames a tile, but because the turn frames are 8 turn frames, by doing that I actually end up saving 4 frames, assuming I do it correctly. Just a little bit of neat movement tech. But yeah, at this stage, Exp just a beast. Just spam an Iron Head going in. I also ran in front of those trainers instead of talking to them because, so usually you would talk to trainers to avoid the little exclamation mark dialogue, but in this gym, because it's in the dark, I assume, you get the exclamation mark dialogue anyway, whether you talk to them or not, so it's actually faster to just run in front of them. Okay, so I'm pretty likely to die here because I have low health. This is why I've revived Azrael, and I've got Zoroark, so I'm going to switch to Azrael here, because this Krokorok has Intimidate. Let's get my attack back. And so this Sand Slash does not die in 1 hit. So basically I'm just hoping Iron Head either crits or flinches. It flinched, but I got a bad range. Get a good range now, please. Beautiful! So good. I'm getting such excellent luck when it matters. Because that Sand Slash would have used Bulldoze and just killed me if I didn't get the flinch there. Alright, and that is Play Down. Alright, so the next thing I do is I go to the mart. Now, I actually do not have enough money for all of the things that I want to buy here, because I accidentally bought that 6th repel. What I think I'm going to do, and I realize now I should have done this earlier, is I'm going to buy an Awakening instead of a full heal. I think that's the right thing to do. I usually buy 4 full heals, but I'm not going to have enough for that. So I think I'm going to buy 3 full heals and an awakening. Because I always get put to sleep once, and so I can just use that instead of the full heal. But I should have actually done that at the Nimbasa Center, so in case the Warthog put me to sleep, I could have used the awakening then. Not a big deal though, it didn't happen. Money is actually really tight in this run. Usually money at this stage, like in just normal beat the game runs, is not tight at all. You just buy max whatever. But because I have to buy a lot of extra stuff, like I have to buy a bunch of Dusk Balls, for example, at this next mart, because I'm going to be catching so many extra Pokemon. But I also have to buy vitamins later on in the run, and also TMs. So I'm going to buy 13 Dusk Balls. 1 Ultra. 6 Max Repels. Yeah, I don't have enough for all of those, so I'll just buy 3 and I'll buy an Awakening. Just to be safe, I don't want to run out of full heals. It would be tragic if I ran out of full heals. Alright, and so now we're going to go off to the Pokemon World Tournament. So the Pokemon World Tournament, in this run, this is the whole thing that I'm doing. I'm doing these 38 tournaments at the World Tournament, but unfortunately you can't do many of them yet. You can only do the Driftveil Tournament here, which is... I'm forced to do this first one, the Driftveil Tournament. It's part of the progression of the game, but a lot of the tournaments here aren't unlocked until you beat the Elite Four, so you've got to go through the game and beat the game. But I need to get to post-game to get the Pokemon that I need to actually win these tournaments anyway, so that's not really a big deal. This is just the first of many that I'm going to be doing, but like I said, I'm only doing 1 tournament here, that's the Driftveil Tournament. And then I'll do the other 37 in 3 hours time or whatever it is. Yeah, I'm about an hour and a half in, so as I mentioned before, it's about 4.5 hours before we get to the real tough World Tournament stuff. And then 5.5 hours of battling. So this tournament here, Driftveil Tournament, isn't too bad. So it's the only... So in all of the other tournaments here, all of the Pokemon get scaled to level 50, but in this one, their Pokemon are at 25, but yours don't get scaled, so I'm going to have a level 33 Excadrill up against their level 25s, so I've got a bit of an advantage here. This tournament's also rigged. You always fight the same trainers in the same order. It's always Hugh, and then Sharon, and then Colress. There are still some things that can go a little bit badly in this tournament, so this dig here against Dewott is a range. I did not get it, and it picked Water Pulse, but luckily the Water Pulse did not confuse me. That would have been really bad if it did. I could have actually lost. That would have been awful. You also have to win this tournament to progress. I mean, part of this run is winning all of the tournaments, but even just in a normal progression standpoint, if you don't win this tournament, you have to re-enter and then do it again. Getting to Sector is a bit unlucky. So the thing that's unique about all of the tournaments compared to general trainers, other than not getting experience for winning, is their abilities are actually random. So the stats of the Pokemon that you fight are always the same, but the ability is not. So for Pokemon that can have 2 different abilities, you never know which ability they're going to have before you actually fight them. So Charon, for example, he leads with Stoutland here. Now Stoutland can have Intimidate or Sandrush. And Intimidate lowers my attack, so that's time loss, so I don't want Intimidate. It's just one of those things that you can't control. And so in this tournament, because I'm heavily overpowering their Pokemon, it's just a bit of time loss. But in later tournaments, what ability they have can be extremely consequential to whether you win or lose. So just for a bit of a spoiler alert, I am going to lose tournaments in this run. So my PB in this run, so the best run that I've ever had, lost 9 times. So that's the best I've ever gotten. So there will be losses later on in this run. It's just going to happen. Also, just quietly, that was an insanely good first turn. I did not get Intimidate, and I one-hit the Stoutland. So that was insanely good roll to one-hit the Stoutland. I then crit the other two, which is useless. The other two always die. But I just got the max roll on Stoutland instead of critting. But that's still really, really good. And so the last fight will be Colrus. And so Colrus, again, leads with a Pokemon that can have two different abilities. So the Magneton that he leads with can have Magnet Pull, or it can have Sturdy. Sturdy means that I can't one-hit it, so Sturdy is really bad. Because the Magneton's also got Mirror Shot, which can lower your accuracy, and Supersonic, so I don't want to give it a turn. Potentially confuse me. Okay, so we're gonna dig. I just hope it doesn't have 30. It doesn't! Beautiful. Alright, that's excellent, excellent. With these last two are no concern at all. They just always get 2 hit. So, good start with the ability lock there. Funnily enough, it was actually the first fight that went poorly in this. Usually the first fight is the one that you don't have to worry about. Because the abilities don't matter in that one. Alright, so there's my first win. 1 of 38. I think it's 38. Because there's 17 types, you have to win Worlds 10 times, that's 27. Champions, 28. Drift Veil, 29. 5 areas is 34, and then Mix Master, 36, Rental Master, 38. Yep, it's 38 tournaments. Okay, and so I get 1 battle point, or BP, for winning that, and I'm going to spend it immediately. So battle points are things that you can spend on items like TMs, but also like vitamins. So I'm going to trade that one for a Carbos, which will just increase my speed slightly. So that I can... It's critically going to be used on Excadrill early on, so that it can outspeed Drayden's Flygon, which can just one-hit you if you don't outspeed it. So, you need to get those Carbos in. I'm not going to use it for a while, because it doesn't matter until Drayden's Flygon. But I've got to buy it now. Alright, and so now we're going to go on to Plasma Ship for the first time. We actually visit this ship quite a few times. First time here, we just get ambushed by a bunch of these goons. And we just got to take them out. But I've got Excadrill now, so I feel quite confident in just dominating most fights from here on in. This first fight is one rare Pokemon that I can't actually one-hit. Coughing has pretty decent defense. But it can't do, like, any damage to Excadrill, so it's all good. So yeah, have a look at that. It's minuscule damage. Okay, I do have to keep track of my PP at this stage, though. I need to preserve a few Iron Heads, so there might be situations where, even though Iron Head would be a better choice to use than, say, Rock Slide, because Rock Slide can miss, it's only got 90 accuracy, whereas Iron Head's 100. I might have to pick Rock Slide, because I need to preserve Iron Heads for other purposes. Hopefully everything just goes good and I don't have to worry about that. So now we're going to get into a couple of double fights with Sharon and Hugh here. Oh my goodness, I have to talk to Charon, not to the Grunt. To start the battle. Which is a bit silly, but anyway. So you'll remember I just fought Charon and at the World Tournament, where his Stoutland did not have Intimidate. But now his Stoutland has Intimidate. Also, it's level 33. Funny how that works. Nice. It's a good turn one. I got the range on Golbat. Hit both the rock slides. Now Stoutland should go strength. And finish off the Lipard. There's actually quite a few instances like that where a trainer will just use a Pokemon that's actually slightly different iteration of what it was before. Because they're not actually training them, you know, they're just data held for those fights. So like Hugh, for example, his Pokemon get better IVs the later that you fight him. Even though they're supposedly the same Pokemon, like his Oshawott in the first rival fight has 0 IVs and everything, but when you fight him later, it'll have, you know, 18 IVs and everything. Let's see if we can get good luck here. Have the coughing die turn 1. Oh, he crit the coughing! How good! That does not die without a crit, so that's excellent. Alright, let's see if we can get excellent Dewott here. So, what I want is... Yes, Raticate... No! I needed Raticate to hit Dewott, but then Dewott to pick Revenge, not Aqua Jet. It would have killed if it had done that. He did it that turn, but it doesn't matter. Because I just take him out. That would have been really nice as well, because it would have saved an Iron Head too. Alright, so then this guy comes out and boots you off the ship. And then the ship does... Oh no, these guys come out. These like ninja, overpowered, superpowered ninja guys come out and boot you off the ship. Alright, so now I'm going to do a pretty interesting manip. It's going to be for dealing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a max repel about here. This looks a bit weird because I'm not actually near any grass or anything yet. But I'm doing that so that the max repel actually wears off when I want it to. And I'm going to save here in the gate. Again, the reason I'm saving here is because there are no NPCs moving around here, so RNG will be at a consistent state. Even though I'm going to be using it for the dealing. Another reason to do it here is there's a few spinners on the way before dealing. And so if I do this whole manip correctly, the spinners will not be able to hit me, so I don't have to risk potentially getting hit by them. Got to actually do it right there. No, 14. Okay, this manip's actually quite tricky because I have to do all of the movement correctly and I'm going to do it on the bike. I have to do it on the bike. Otherwise, it'll take too long to actually get there. This is definitely one that it's possible to mess up. That was perfect. And then I run all the way here. And I get the dealing. So this dealing will now have, because I've done the manip correctly, it'll have again, near perfect stats, and the right nature, which is plus speed minus special attack. Now, the thing with Manips is you can't really manip more than one Pokemon to have perfect stats at once. And the reason for that is the IV RNG, so the thing that determines their IVs, so whether they have good stats or not, moves ridiculously fast in battles. And usually when you're getting a Pokemon, you're entering a battle. And so the next Pokemon, the IV RNG would not be at a consistent state. Basically, the only Pokemon that you could do a manip where you get the IV RNG to be consistent for the Pokemon that you get and the next Pokemon would be from dealing, because you don't actually have to fight dealing. It's a gift Pokemon. It gets given to you. But there's a fight right after it. Well, you could do that fight and then go back and get the dealing, but it's just not worth it. It's also really difficult to get IV RNG to line up that way. But anyway, so the repel's going to wear off here. I'm going to say no. And then I'm going to save. And then I'm going to do another manip here. And I'm going to catch some Pokemon in Charge Stone Cave. But you can't... So while you can't manip a Pokemon to have perfect stats back-to-back, I will still be doing some chain manips where I manipulate more than one Pokemon at once. 11, thank you. Oh my goodness. So here I'm going to manipulate a Ferroseed first, and the Ferroseed stats are going to be manipped, and then I'm going to get a Joltik. The Joltik stats are not going to be manipped, but I don't need them to be, because the Joltik is not going to be doing battling. What you can manip on the second Pokemon that you chain manip is the ability and the nature. Alright, there's my Ferroseed. And so the nature obviously does have some impact on the stats. For Ferroseed, it's not really that much of a big deal. Oh, sorry. For the Joltik. The Ferroseed stats really do matter. The Ferroseed is going to be used in battle. I'm actually not going to evolve it into Ferrothorn, because that takes a while. It doesn't evolve until level 40. I don't want to give it that much experience. That takes way too long. But Ferroseed can actually battle quite well by itself. You'll notice there I actually took an extra step before pushing that stone. That was on purpose. Because it's faster. If you go right up next to a stone, there's a little bit of a turn frame before you actually push it. More than the ordinary turn frames, the amount of time it takes. There's my Joltik. So Joltik is just to enter into a electric. Just so I have a third electric Pokemon. I'll catch the others later. Oh no, I messed up the manip. Actually, I should repel now then. So usually after the Joltik, I try to do a specific movement so that I always get past that spinner really quickly as well. But I messed it up. So just had to wait for the spinner to get past. Not a big deal. Gotta wait the appropriate amount of time so that little walker there. So that wasn't a spinner that I just got past there. That was someone on a set movement path who walks and turns around. No. Do not want to reuse the repel. But I got the Ferroseed and the Joltik, that's the important thing. And I ended up dodging the spinner anyway. So yeah, now we entered the part of, like, we've now entered the part of the game where I'm doing quite a few extra things in order to prepare for the World Tournament. Like catching all of these different pokes, and I'm now going to be getting a few extra items here and there as well. TMs that I'll teach to Pokemon in a few hours' time. This is actually an optional area, but unfortunately I have to take this phone calls because I've got to go past it to get this TM that I'm about to get. Alright, good. Did that movement fast enough so the clown didn't see me. Dr. Juniper here, and she gives me the lucky egg. So the lucky egg increases your experience earned from a battle. It's just an insanely good item. So good that I am going to immediately equip it onto Excadrill. While I'm here, I will teach Surf to Azrael. Here's a Splash. And Fly to Pidove. So that's a spinner there. Oh my god! What was that? Somehow I just never hit down, and I hit left, and then I hit down again. I cannot explain what just happened. This is a triple battle? Oh no. Oh my god. What is going on? Well, unfortunately, what's going to happen here is Pidove and Azrael are going to get a bunch of extra experience here. And this is going to take a long time to see these levels. So the good thing is, Pidove actually normally gets levels at some stage of this run anyway. I need Pidove to get to level 14 to learn Quick Attack, but I usually do that a bit later than this. Yeah, I'm thinking if the Azrael got enough experience to evolve... Oh, here's Quick Attack. Gust. So I've already got Quick Attack, so I don't have to give it more experience later. That's good. It usually gets to level 14. I only need 11. Yeah, if Azrael got enough experience to evolve into Marill, it actually evolves by friendship. Then I could teach Marill strength. I don't think it's going to get enough, though. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it died. Dang. Alright, go dealing. No! didn't want the dealing to die. Oh my word, I cannot believe I just did that movement. That was a marathon moment right there. Alright, hopefully I can do the movement in this gym correctly. Okay, good. Would have been far more consequential if I messed up there. Because every time the wind blows, if you're not in one of those green areas, it shunts you down to the bottom of the map. And generally have to fight a trainer too. It might have been smart to save before Skylar, but I'm gonna take it really safe, so I should be fine. Just because this is my only X speed. If I lose the X speed, it's just over. And double home claws. Unfortunately, this Swoobat has unaware, so even with double home claws, you can still miss with Rock Slide. I got the range though, beautiful. And now I get Earthquake at 36, like I mentioned. The wind in the gym is actually time-based, it's not step-based. Nice flinch as well. Jeez, I'm getting some good fights. If only I was actually well-practiced in this game. And I haven't made so many movement mistakes. This would actually be a really, really good start. Getting some excellent fights.
While you're battling away, do we have time for a couple of donations?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. We have $10 here from Cyan Sync right here. And we have also $10 from Major Folly, who says, long speedrun, perfect for midnight watching. Good luck. We'll put this 10 to Ocarina of Time. And speaking of Ocarina of Time, we have some amazing donations going, amazing incentives coming up for the rest of ASM right here. Exclamation mark incentives. I'll take you to the spreadsheet if you want to donate towards any of those incentives or just donate towards cure cancer at all. Exclamation mark donate. We'll give you the donation link right there.
Okie dokie, beautiful. So now that I've beaten Skylar, she's gonna allow me to, well, she's gonna fly me to the next place. Pick one. And now I'm gonna do what have been some of the more annoying manips, or at least finding them for this run. So I am manipping the stats of Pokemon, but not every Pokemon is actually manipped to have perfect stats. So for example, the Ferroseed that I got before actually has the worst possible speed, because the move that it uses to attack Gyro Ball does more damage if you're slower than the opponent, considerably. But so the next Pokemon that I'm going to catch here, Drifblim, has less than perfect special defense and health. And the reason for that is I want it to always get killed by Pokemon that it fights in the Ghost-type World Tournament. The reason for that is I want it to trigger the Focus Sash that it will be holding at the time, because its ability Unburden will then trigger. I think I should heal here. Well, I'm going to heal. I've decided. Which doubles its speed when it loses its item. So there's a lot of actually quite fancy pants routing elements like that. But a couple of chain manips here that are tricky. Saving in this really specific spot. And so one of the other things with the manips as well is ideally, if you can, you want to hit subsequent manips on the exact same date. So, for example, there you saw I didn't do a date change. I've used the same date for the dealing, the Ferroseed, and the Drifblim manip. Just saves time, if you can, to not have to go in and change the date. But obviously it restricts your options by quite a lot. Okay, so one of the other things that's really interesting about this manip here that I'm doing is there are bikers that move around in this area, and if you hold B, the bikers actually move faster. And so after I got the encounter for Drifblim there, I crit the Drifblim. I have to reset and do this manip again. That's unfortunate. I need to catch that. I cannot crit it. Yeah, as soon as I get the encounter for Drifblim, I actually start holding B to move the bikers around a bit more to accelerate them on their cycle. One of the things as well with this route here is you can actually have Sandstorm on this route, which is really bad. Not only because the Sandstorm can kill Drifblim while you're trying to catch it, but also because Sandstorm in the overworld advances the RNG extremely quickly. So you do not want that to happen. So you've got to pick specific dates where there is no Sandstorm here. It's one of the things that I was talking about before. Even if you get results, you know, when you're using the program to search for, oh, I want these requirements, it can just say, nope. That actually is no good. Another thing is I need it to be night here so that the Dusk Balls have their increased catch rate chance. Okay, there we go. Got the Drifblim. Now I'm going to try and chain this into a Dark Grass Vibrava. Vibrava you can only find in Dark Grass. That was slow, I'm going to go bottom. Here's my Vibrava. So this is going to have random stats. Now this Vibrava is actually very difficult to catch because Earthquake does no damage, Ironhead can kill it, and Rock Slide doesn't actually do that much. So it can be hard to damage it to start with. That was nice. Double flinch as well. But Dark Grass actually makes the catch rate of Pokemon much harder. So this Vibrava can actually escape these balls quite easily. First of all, that's really good luck. I'm getting good luck this run. It's very good. Don't give it a nickname. Gonna bike around here and get Shadow Ball. Then we're gonna enter the Strange House and do another minute. Now, unless you've heard me talk about this in the past, you probably do not know that Dusk Balls actually, even at night, cannot have an increased catch rate chance. They say Dusk Balls always work in caves and at night to give the 3.5 times chance modification, but that is not the case. 17. In indoor areas, such as the one that I'm in right now, the Strange House, even at night, the catch rate does not increase with Dusk Balls. I learnt that the hard way. It completely changed how I do this manip here for Litwick. I would like to catch a level 33 Litwick. You can catch 33 or 31. And the idea was, oh yeah, I'll just, you know, chug a Dusk Ball and it'll work. But because the catch rate does not get modified. With Dusk Balls at night, that actually doesn't work. You can't just throw a ball at full health. You actually have to weaken it. And so because you have to weaken it, you can't get a level 33, because the level 33s know a move called Memento, which actually kills itself. Will-O-Wisp is bad. It also means I have to buy this one Ultra Ball here in order to use on the Litwick, because Dusk Ball doesn't work. Oh no. That's fine. And now I will full heal to heal that burn. And then save again. The other thing that's difficult about that Litwick manip is you need to find a path that doesn't get an encounter after the Litwick, because you don't want to use a repel, because I'm still now doing another minute for Skoropy here. So I don't want to repel on. Oh my goodness. The Litwick Seed is just one that took me so long to find. It was just absolutely cursed. I also found, with the program that I was talking about that searches, I found a Litwick Seed that I thought was absolutely perfect in that. But it turns out it actually, the program itself actually had a rounding error. In previous gens, there's an operation it divides by 656. But in this gen, it actually divides by 655.36. And that changed it from... it has to do with the encounter slots, no, not battle items. And so it changed it from being a Litwick to actually being a Bayonet. It changed it from encounter slot 4 to 5. I had to report the error, and then they fixed it. But it was like, no, I've already put in the effort. I've already found the error. I have to find a new seed anyway. But it's all good to see that I've got now works. There's Skoropy. So I'm going to max repel. In here with Bianca. I'm gonna waste some tiles here on purpose. What I'm gonna do is, when I'm down here, walk, go, so that I can get past this little walker here. Boom. This Vibrava here is actually a range. It can live, and if it does live, it does a lot of damage. Nice, got it. Beautiful. The rest of this fight's pretty easy. Oh, that's strange. Usually that Mishana attacks and kills the Drift one. Okay, and again, so because I'm in a double battle here with Bianca, she heals my Pokemon after that fight. Which is very nice of her. Yes. Quite often I forget whether I actually want to have repels on or off. Alright, so this fight, Undella Rival. So this fight is actually one of the more notorious. It's actually one of the trickier fights for Excadrill. I would like to just pump up my attack here on Unpheasant, but this Unpheasant can actually use Taunt. Oh, I got Detect. Beautiful. Let's go to +2. Now it taunts me. That's fine. Only getting +1 is what's really bad. Being a +2 is not too bad. It is still a range to one-hit this Samurai. Hopefully I just get it. Didn't get it. Try again. Alright, got it the second time. Not too bad. So that Samurott can just kill you. Because, I mean, even after that first one didn't kill, if instead of healing he just picked Aqua Jet, I would have died. Because he would have been in Torrent. So his water move would have done more damage. Just would have killed. Aqua Jet can actually 2-hit you without Torrent as well. With high ranges. So, I'll take that fight. I'll take it. Now, normally I would go into a hidden grotto here and get a rare candy, but I failed that manip, so it's not going to be a rare candy. I'm actually going to go into the grotto and check anyway. The main reason I'm going to do that is, if I don't, I'm actually going to be so scared of what my step counter is. So I'm just going to do the steps. That's 4... 6... And we'll see. Nah, nothing there. As expected. The chance of getting a rare candy is... So there was nothing in there, so there was no chance of there being a rare candy. But if there is something generated in that grotto, the chance of it being a rare candy is 1 in 200. So not very likely. You'll also see me making some what look like biking errors. That's on purpose. Like I mentioned before with the step counter, I'm getting it to roll over before the next minute, which will be after the next battle. Still need to take 8 more steps, I reckon, to be safe. Did I get the Max Ether? I can't remember picking up the Max Ether. I think I didn't get the Max Ether. Oh no. Oh dear. Like I said, it's been a while since I've run this. I'm a bit rusty on everything that I have to do. Oh dear. I don't know how to fix not getting the Max Ether. The steps, I can't... Hello, put on the bike. I can't go back there. Oh, I'm pretty certain I didn't pick it up. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how to fix that. Because the other PP item that I could get, I've already passed. Oh dear. Oh, no, I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do. I know how I'll fix that. Because I have to switch for Pignite, what I'll do is after Marlin, I'll go into the PC, I'll get Pignite out, and while I'm there, I'll heal Excadrill at the same time. That's going to be quite a few extra steps, and I don't know how many though, so that'll be interesting. Okay, so I think my steps are fine now, but I'm going to take a few extra just to be safe. Save here. Okay, so this manip you can do all on the bike, but it's hard. So I am going to get off the bike for a little bit and just run a few tiles. Just to be safe. And because in this instance I actually can. In a lot of the instances where I do bike manips, sorry, on the bike, you actually have to stay on the bike to go fast enough, but there are no NPCs in this area, so I can take as much time as long as I actually do the steps correctly. Boom. And this will be Leave Any. Leaf Blade's not good, that did a lot of damage. Oh no, oh no, don't pick Leaf Blade again! Oh dear. That's unfortunate. I do have Revive still. Actually, I don't need to revive. Because I actually use a rare candy here. I can use the rare candy to revive. How good. Got this Carbos. Yes. Hezerul looks so sad in this game. I've actually never had the opportunity to do that before. That was a on-the-fly decision to use the rare candy to revolve. I've never died to the Leave Any while trying to catch it. So I think that was 6 more. Okay. Oh, nice. NPC just got out of the way there. My arrogance just going straight forward, just assuming he would part way for me. Okay, I'm going to use both these Carbos now. And then heal. Whew. Okay. This gym, Dragon Gym, the pokes are pretty powerful, like I've mentioned before, so those Carbos and the rare candy that I used before are basically exclusively so that you can outspeed Draden's Flygon, and because you do that, this gym isn't too bad. Nice flinch again. I'm getting some nice flinches this run. Quite a few. And so you get the choice of two trainers. You could fight one of them. It's always better to go right. This fight's not too bad, but the next one is a triple battle. Oh, I could have mentioned before, I'm playing on White 2 over Black 2. There are a lot of version differences for Pokemon that you can catch between the games, but White 2 is better for reasons like Charles is a triple battle instead of a rotation battle. Rotation battles are awful, so on the left here you would get a rotation battle. But there are other reasons why White 2 is better as well. There are Reversal Mountain is faster in White 2, and the ship, the plasma ship that you go on quite a few times is better and faster in White 2. White 2 is just better. People thought for a while that Black 2 would be better for this category, simply because in Black 2 you can catch Latios, and in this game you get Latias, and Latios has more offensive stats. But as it turns out, I'm actually not going to use the Lati at all in the World Tournament. People thought it would be really good, but it's actually not great. There's a much better dragon type that you can use. Okay, so for this triple, before the fight, I'm actually going to switch Excadrill to the second position, because this will be the middle of the triple battle, so that I can use Earthquake and just stomp everything, basically. Alright, who's ready for this? Galaxy Brain. I'm going to use Quick Attack here. I probably don't need to heal here, but I'm going to just in case. So that Pidove will hit Druddigon before dying. Because the Druddigon is a range. To die to this Earthquake. But with that quick attack damage, ooh, it'll die now. See? Easy, easy, easy. And now all the experience goes to Excadrill. Just as planned. There we go for the gym fight. This is just a pretty simple Swords Dance and then just one hit everything. So you'll see I'll just reach 46 here. You have a look at my speed. That just went from 104 to 106. This Flygon has 105 speed. Easy, easy. Haxorus does outspeed, but it's not that threatening at all. Alright, that's Drayden down. So we got 7 badges now. So we're getting there, we're getting through the game. Now, I didn't use an extra revive, so I'm just thinking for this mart what I'm going to buy here. I also have a lot of dust balls. I did fail one on Leavanny, but Vibrava was first try. Nope, get in there. Did Excadrill die somewhere else? Did I have to revive? Kind of remember him dying somewhere, but I can't remember where. Anyway. That'll be good. Just in cutscene time, so it's a little bit of thinking time for me here to try and prepare for the rest of the run. Because like I said, money's really tight, but what you spend money on actually varies from run to run, because you might want to buy more Dusk Balls, because some of the Dusk Balls didn't work up to this point. You might want to buy more Revives, because you've used Revives. You might want to buy more Hyper Potions, because you've used more Hyper Potions. Because at the end of the run, it's very possible you will have 0 Dusk Balls, 0 Revives, 0 Hyper Potions, 0 Max Repels, 0 everything, and 0 money. So you've got to make the right decisions. Got to make the right decisions. Okay. So into the mart. Here's what I'm gonna buy. No, I've got 3. I don't need more. Okay, 15, 1, 2, 6. Okay. Good thing I didn't buy a revive. So normally I would actually... So I have to keep track of the PP of Ironhead and Earthquake here. I do get a free heal decently soon. I've just got to make sure I won't run out. I think I should be fine. I haven't been paying much attention to it. I think I'm low on Ironheads. I think I should have Earthquaked that Watchog. Oh, I've got 5 Ironheads, that's exactly enough. I missed the Rock Slide, that's annoying. Don't want to win Sandstone. I've already got all the moves that I want now. These are the 4 moves that I'm going to be rocking to the end. And had these guys as well. That's a useless critical. I would like to critical the Wheezing. Wheezing does not die in one hit. Nope. Now this is something that I mess up every time. I want to talk to this guy from the bottom. Oh, I got it. Beautiful. So you have a look at my PP. I'm going to Ironhead both of these Cryogonals. I'll be at 0 Ironheads. Then I'm going to Earthquake the Weavile. I'll be at 0 Earthquakes. And then I'll get the free heal. Ah, I'm going to switch. Normally I would actually keep Pidove in the lead, and this fight here is where I would get Pidove the experience to get to learn Quick Attack. But because it already knows Quick Attack, because of the fun adventure that I had before, I may as well just switch now. Not have to waste my time with that. Okay, now fly. Back to Undella. Now that the marine tube is open, can go to get the 8th gym bench. It's just battles for a bit. I'm really thinking about. There's just that. This run just is so much. I'm trying to think about, because of the extra steps that I'm doing to go to the PC after Marlon. I'm trying to estimate in my head, now that I'm here, about how many steps that'll be. Because I've got to go around to go down into the center. I think you get put a little bit outside with the cutscene. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be very interesting. Just quietly, that was a pretty decent movement in the town there. I'm pretty bad at that movement generally. It goes pretty badly a lot of the time. Gotta hit a rock slide here. That Float's also another Pokemon that you only just outspeed because of the candies and the carbos from before. And this gym puzzle is one that famously I do not know how it works. I don't remember how it works. I just kind of do it as it comes along. Just hope my muscle memory or my ability to figure it out on the fly is all good. Oh no, that's bad. It's basically just you see a lily pad, you take it. So it's not too bad. It's not like it's difficult or anything. Okay, so I hit the rock slide. This fight here can go poorly if I don't get the range on this Golduck. This gym is the water gym, so it is a little bit dangerous if things do live and hit you. They can do quite a significant amount of damage. All good. Alright, now time for Marlon. Now, Marlon is actually a very tricky fight. It can go a lot of different ways. Because you can't one-hit his dudes, and they have the move Scald. And so Scald has a 30% chance to burn you, which cuts your attack in half. So it can be really, really bad. Hopefully just get the flinch here. Nope. Oh, that's bad. Okay. It didn't burn me, though. So you hope if the Caracosta doesn't get flinched that it uses Shell Smash. It actually using Scald is bad. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to Iron Head. I hope that this one flinches. If not, I'll just die. I'm going to send out Pitto. This is why you need to still have revives at this stage of the game. It used Bounce. Why did it use Bounce? Well, that gives me a chance to heal to full now, I guess. I hope this one flinches. I got 0 flinches. At least it didn't burn. The good news is I'm healing Excadrill at the center after this, so the fact that I took extra damage is not really a concern. That fight could have gone better, it could have gone worse too. Having Pidove not alive is actually slightly better. There's going to be a double battle later on where I want to use Earthquake and kill the Pokemon next to me. So having Pidove not alive is actually quite good for that. Because if Pidove lives the first turn, then, well, Earthquake doesn't kill Pidove because it's a flying type. Alright, so I've got all 8 gym badges. We're about 25% of the way through the run. So normally here I would not take the center, but because I forgot to get the max ether like an absolute doofus, and because I messed up the manip and did not get Psyduck, I have to get Pignite into my party before Victory Road, so I'm going to do that now and heal Excadrill at the same time. So heal Excadrill and get rid of Zorua. Heart Scale. No, Master Ball. What is going on? Max Repel. Move! Get the other Heart Scale. Okay, so coming up now is, without question, the hardest, but also the coolest manip, if I can do it correctly. So, what I'm going to try to do, the next manip is to catch a Crustle. But what I'm going to try and do is, I'm going to try and skip 2 otherwise mandatory trainers at the same, with the same manip. So these aren't spinners that I'm going to skip, they're mandatory trainers. Trainers that you would have to fight, and the way that I'm going to try and skip them is I'm going to load firstly a Rippling Water, and then a Dust Cloud in front of their vision. Oh my goodness. 4, 6. Because trainers cannot see through Phenomenon, like Dust Clouds and Rippling Water. So I'm going to try and load one directly in front of them, and then skip past them, because they won't be able to see me through it. It's very, very difficult, and also one that you cannot use a program to try and find. Just a lot of manual testing to try and find this seed. But the movement is very difficult. You've got to stay completely fluent for a long time. Part of it is biking. It's just really hard. It's just really hard. I definitely get this less than 50-50. If I mess up the manip for getting past the first trainer, I'll retry and try and do the manip again. But if I get hit by the second trainer, it won't be worth redoing the manip. I'll just fight the second trainer. It's not really that big of a deal. So that way you will at least see it once, because you'll see me skip the first trainer. Like that. Early, 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 early. No! didn't get it. I might have actually gone too early. That's a shame. That's a shame. But so the idea would be to put a dust cloud in front of this one, just like I put the rippling water in front of the first one. The upside of this is that I get more experience onto the Excadrill. The downside is that obviously I have to fight the trainer that's slower, but also now the Crustle that I catch is not going to be manipped. The Crustle is going to have random stats. So Crustle isn't that important to have good stats. But it is kind of important. It definitely can be the difference between a win and a loss. There's a dust cloud, useless. But it's not a main poke that I use. It's kind of just a backup option for the fights. What's more important, really? Oh my god. Well, I'm retrying. I'm going all the way back now. I was about to say what's more important is that the Crustle has Sturdy as its ability. So, first of all, that Crustle did not have Sturdy because it got one hit, but also the fact that it died in one hit meant its stats were terrible! Absolutely terrible. I have never seen that before. So now I'm actually going a long way back because, yeah, it's a long way back. There's quite a few minutes that's cost. I could have just caught another Crustle, but nah. It's another opportunity to try and get this minute. There we go. Beautiful. There we go. And now I will get the perfect perfect IV Crustle.
Do we have a quick moment?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. So, I'm going to have to love you and leave you all. My name's been Floccesy. I have been your host for the last few hours, but I'm going to leave you with the awesome JK sessions who you'll be listening to for the next few hours.
By next few hours, I'm currently scheduled for the next 7 hours, so I'll be here looking after you for the next 7 hours. So, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. My name is JK Sessions. This is Australian Speedruns, a group doing speedrun events to raise money for charity. For this event, we're raising money for Cure Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working towards across all cancers and all areas of cancer research. If you would like to donate, you can go to donate.ozspeedruns.com. That is donate.ozspeedruns.com. So, yeah, as I said, I'll be here for the next 7 hours. Back to you, Worster.
Yeah, 7 hours, still not quite enough to get to the end of this run.
No. Let me see who's taking over after me.
It's JT. JT will be the last host.
JT, yeah.
Yeah, we typically make it for these events that we keep the same host on for the same run, but 10 hours was a bit too long to have one host do the entire run for this one, so I had to break it up into 3 parts. All good though. Yes, I do want to use the repel. I forget every single time what I'm supposed to be doing with the repel. Okay, so I didn't get to see whether this crustal has sturdy, and unfortunately I actually messed up the movement before talking to the crustal. So this crustal could still actually have the wrong ability, even though it has the right stats. It not having sturdy would be bad. I'm pretty sure in my PV, actually, I was the only time I got a crustal without sturdy. And it did cost me. I ended up dying in rock type as a result of it not having sturdy. Hopefully this time I just get better luck. Okay. So I still haven't decided what my step counter is. I think that extra trip to the center was about 50 steps. I think. So I'm actually going to have to do a rollover before Mamoswine, which is the next Pokemon that I catch. That rollover is at plus 74. I think I'm at about plus 71. So I'll just have to take a few steps. A few extra steps before Mamoswine. Earthquake here as well, which will kill Samurott, which is actually slightly good. In these fights, you do actually get half experience, because even though it doesn't say half is going to the partner, I mean, half isn't really going to the partner, but it does split the experience in half. But if I kill Samurott at the same turn that I kill the Garbodor there, I get the full experience. And because I ended up getting the double trainer skip, in the end, my experience is at its lowest at this point. Lowest that it can be. Alright, so now I've got to put this password on the ship. Normally you would move around and talk to a bunch of grunts and they would slowly tell you the password, but I already know what the password is. I just need to get the keycard in order to enter the password. So there's actually 5 different passwords this can be on the ship. And the way it's determined is based off what your trainer ID is. So because I did the first minute where I got Tepig almost 3 hours ago, I know what my trainer ID is, and therefore I know what the password is. So there are 3 fast passwords and 2 slow passwords. There are 3 that are 4 digits, and then 2 that are either Reshiram or Zekrom. And so some manips for the initial seed where you get Tepig, etc., are actually bad just because the password is slower to enter on the ship. Reshiram passwords especially are really slow to enter. Yeah, I did get some extra experience onto Excadrill before, but I also used a rare candy after that, from level 42 to 43. So my experience, that extra experience, quote unquote, on Excadrill, didn't actually go to Excadrill. What did actually give more experience onto Excadrill is usually I split the experience on Pawniard with Pidove, like I mentioned before. But I didn't do that. That's barely any though. Alright, so the password is 7707. Now into Zenzelin double. So if you want to save a little bit of time on this double fight, you can use Rock Slides. Because you want to kill the Cryogonals, and Rock Slide or Iron Head kills, but Rock Slide hits both Pokemon. Rock Slide doesn't actually kill the other Pokemon, but it does damage to them at the same time. And when you hit multiple Pokemon in double battles in this game, the HP bar drains at the same time. So it actually saves time to hit both at the same time. But Rock Slide can miss, and I do not want to miss Cryogonal. And have it use, like, Reflect. So I'm just going to Iron Head. Make sure it dies. And hopefully Samurott takes care of the right side for me. Beautiful. Well, that's a crit. Didn't get the Weavile range. That's a really tough range to get. Hopefully the Samurott takes it out. Beautiful. And now the ship does whatever a ship does, and flies into the sky. And now we're gonna go chase Team Plasma, which does take quite a bit of time. This next little section here, after getting the time between getting the 8th gym badge and actually then going to be able to challenge the Elite Four is pretty long because they put a lot of the Team Plasma stuff into this section. So we'll fly off and chase them. Okay, repels are still on. Pick up that 12th red shard. Now into Giant Chasm. So this is one area I mentioned before, sometimes you can just get dust clouds to spawn in front of you and you just can't dodge them, and it's awful. This is one area where you're really scared of doing that, because you see like that corridor that I just came down, and there's quite a few where it's only one tile wide. So even if you react fast enough, if there's a dust cloud in front of you, even if you react fast enough to see it, you can't move around it because there's no space to move around. Oops. Hopefully they just don't spawn here. Ezreal's little sad face and sad cry every time I surf is just a gentle reminder of the sadness of the start of this run. Oh dear. Alright, so obviously a lot of these TMs that I'm picking up, they're just for Pokemon that I'm going to be using later on in the World Tournament. Like Ice Beam is not helpful for Excadrill right now, but will be helpful for later. Ironically, not actually on an ice type there. Ice Beam is just for Kingdra. Okay, so I can't one-hit this Weezing, and the Muck is a range, so I'm going to Swords Dance here. This can actually explode. It did not explode. That's alright though, I've got plenty of Iron Heads because I took the center after Marlon. So even those Iron Heads that I used on Marlon came back to me. Oh yeah, I do put Ice Beam on Mamoswine as well. That's true. I don't use Ice Beam in the Ice type there. Alright. Duck off to the left here. Get the Razor Claw. And then onto the ship. Alright, and so this is a double battle. Now this fight can go a lot of different ways because these guys are idiots and don't always kill your poke. And so the thing is, so one of the Pokemon in my party right now, Dealing, I am going to evolve Dealing. It's going to evolve into Swordsbuck. That happens at level 34. And when it can get experience actually varies a lot. Or when I do give it experience. And that's because it will be getting some experience in this fight. But it's not consistent how much experience it gets because it may or may not die during the fight. Alright, there goes Azeroth. Now I'll send out Zorua. I don't have Zorua. I will instead send out Pignites. Pignite will die. I got hit by Scary Face. I was not paying attention. So now I'll send out Deering. Oh dear, No. Wait, I forget what happens here. Yeah, Dealing could die without getting any experience. Yeah, it did. It died without getting any experience. That's no good. It does have some experience from that random triple that I hit before though, so it'll actually get there fine with the Exp Share on 2 trainers. Unfortunately, Ferroseed might die here. I don't want that to happen. Normally I would kill Ferroseed. Yeah, Ferroseed's dead. Alright, well, I guess now Excadrill gets all the experience, so that's fine. The problem here is I wanted to have something alive in case I died, so I could just revive Excadrill. Just for safety. Because dying on the ship is really, really, really bad. I think I've still got... Oh no, I've got max revives now. So I might revive something when I use the max elixir. Just for safety. Just for a bit of safety. Alright, now we've got to do this pipe puzzle. Hopefully I remember how to do this. No, don't want to repel there. Cool. Yeah, so I'll revive. Does it matter what I revive? I don't think it does. So I'll just revive the Azrael. As I use the max elixir. Because, yeah, I shouldn't die to things here. Exp Share should just be able to win by itself, but can just get a really unlucky errant crit at some stage. And I've got the revives, because I get given max revives when I enter here, so I've got plenty of spares now. I won't use a max revive on Azrael, I'll just use one of my regulars that I've still got as well. Better to be safe than sorry. It only takes a couple of seconds, because I'm already going to be in the menu to use the max repel. Sorry, the max elixir. I do use a max repel here as well, too. Because I need the max repel to wear off before Mamo Swine. So... max repel... revive Azrael... and max elixir. And now it's time for Chorus. Time to jam. Time to count, I guess. This guy's got quite a few sturdy pokes, and then one with an air balloon as well, so you've got to use Iron Head just to have them not be at full. And always just want the Iron Head to flinch. Get the first one. I've got quite a few flinches this run already though, so I can't be too greedy asking for even more here. I didn't get any of the flinches though. It's all good though, nowhere near dying. Okay. Now we go in here, and it turns out the evil mastermind behind Team Plasma was the same guy who was behind it in the first games. Shock reveal. Who would have thought? And so now I fight the Shadow Triad, who are these superpower ninja people who have incredibly weak Pokemon. Very sad. If they took me on in a real fight, I would have no chance. but in a Pokemon battle they have no chance, so of course that's what they challenged me to. So all of them have 2 Pawniards, and then just one other poke. You can just one-hit everything. Of a note here, you'll notice I went into this first fight with only 5 Earthquakes, and there are 6 Pawniards. So one of them I do have to use Iron Head on twice. And so I will do that on the last of these 3 fights, because their other Pokemon is an Excelgor. And the Excelgor outspeeds me anyway, and the Pawniard can use Scary Face to lower my speed, but I don't care about that in regards to that fight, because like I said, Excelgor outspeeds me anyway. So good. If you miss Colress, I do fight Colress again in this run. So you've still got time. Okay. Third, so I'm going to Iron Head the first one. So these Pawniards, they actually switch abilities as well. So the second ones have Inner Focus, so those ones can't flinch. But the first ones have Defiant, I think it is. So they can flinch, so better to use the Iron Heads on this one. Got the flinch, beautiful, there we go. Okay, so this Excelgor can be annoying, because it can use me first, so then it steals Iron Head, and then it can flinch you. I got Giga Drain, that's perfect. It's also faster to get Giga Drain, because less text. Because it doesn't actually say it's restoring health if it's not restoring health. So that's beautiful, it's gone perfect. Alright, so now it's some real cutscene time. So, Legendary Kyurem comes out and throws these icicles at you. Gets us straight up, tries to murder you. But boiling hot lava just doesn't have any impact on you at all and saves your life. Normal video game stuff. Alright, and now these 2 legendaries are gonna duke it out for a couple minutes. This is real cutscene areas. And, there's really nothing to talk about, so if you do have anything to say, this would be a good time.
Nothing at the minute, but I would like to point out we have a few incentives coming up. So we have the run coming up next is the Super Monkey Ball, and it has a language choice incentive, which German is sitting in front with only $10. So If you want to see any others in Italian or English, you can certainly go over $10 and get that ahead. There is also the monkey choices as well. Gogong's in front with $20 for that one. We have also a couple race incentives, and that will be the River City Ransom Rescue Cindy, which that's currently sitting at $0 on that one. So if you want to see that happening, donate. And then we also have the very final run, which is a bonus game for Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time Defeat Ganon SRM race. That one you need another $795 for that one to happen. So yes, if you want to see a lot of things happen, please make sure you put your incentive in the comments so that we can properly track it.
Yeah, get your donos in so that the next time that I throw over, there are more donations to read out, because I've thrown over very few times so far, but I'm 3 hours into a 10-hour run. There's going to be a few more times, so get your donos in. Alright, so yeah, what just happened in that cutscene? This legendary just like ate the other legendary, and now it's turning into a super legendary. So as you can imagine, this Pokemon is just insanely powerful, huge stats at the kazoo. Enormously strong Pokemon, and now I'm going to have to fight it, which is why I revived the Azrael from before. Because Azrael's going to make all the difference. Just in case I do die, I'll have revives ready to go. And despite all of the fire that you're seeing on the screen, this is not a fire-type Pokemon. Its type is Ice Dragon. It's just that it can use a fire-type move after eating the Fire Dragon. And this dude here uses his cane to make it so that you can't catch the Pokemon, because canes can do that. So because it's a wild Pokemon, it actually has random stats, unlike trainer Pokemon that you fight, which have fixed stats, always the same. So it is random, you know, what its defense is, what its health is, etc. But yeah, it just gets killed in one hit. Easy does. If it does have absolutely perfect health and defense, it does have a chance to be able to live that Iron Head. It's extremely minuscule, but it can happen. And if I did die there, it would cost me so much time, because getting back to this point after a death, oh man, that takes a while. Do not want to see that happen. Alright, so now we fight Getsus. But luckily I get healed just before this fight. And this fight's not too bad at all. I wanted to see Protect there turn 1. I do not want to see Protect turn 2. Well, that's the first pretty bad luck fight I've had so far this run. And it's not that consequential. But it did take an extra one of my Earthquake VPs, which is not great. Especially if I mess up and hit one of the spinners later on. I could potentially run out of Earthquakes. Just have to keep that in mind as I'm going along. So the only thing that can really go wrong in this fight is he does have an Electros, and its ability is Levitate. So the only move that I have here that'll kill it is Rock Slide. Rock Slide can miss. Alright, got it. So all good. Okay, so my step counter is actually really finicky. Because of all of these extra steps that I've taken, I'm doing a rollover before Mamoswine. But I want to do a rollover before Mamoswine, but not have a rollover before Sneasel, and it's very difficult to do that. So if I've miscounted my steps just a little bit on either side, I'm screwed. Because one of either Mamoswine or Sneasel will not have the right stats, and if that happens, I will either get destroyed in the types that I use Mamoswine in, or the types that I use Weavile in. So either ice, ground, or dark. I will get absolutely screwed. And given I had to guess how many steps that was to the center, this could be really bad. I'm considering doing an extra rollover before Sneasel, but I'm not going to because it's so many steps and I'll probably miscount those steps if I try and do that. Because it's a lot easier to count steps as they happen little by little than doing them all at once. Okay, out of here. No. There. Save. Okay. 23. Okay, so now I'm going to do the Manip for Mamoswine. Mamoswine's another Shaking Grass Pokemon. Mamoswine's actually a pretty dangerous catch. Its catch rate isn't very high at all, so it's hard to catch. And the Mamoswine also knows Earthquake, which does a lot of damage to Excadrill. There we go. Beautiful. Here's the Mamoswine. And again, I have to use Rock Slide to weaken. Nice, got the flinch, that's excellent. Hopefully I can just catch it straight away. Nope. I'm pretty sure based on the damage that I did to that Mamoswine that it's got the right stats though. I feel like if I had the step down and roll over, my Rock Slide would have done a lot more damage than that. Okay. Whew. So if it had picked Earthquake, those two attacks, it would have actually killed Excadrill. Alright, so now I'm going to chain this into getting a Ditto. Now, Ditto might be a Pokemon that you'll be a bit confused about because you know I'm catching these Pokemon to fight in the World Tournament, and you're like, surely Ditto doesn't really make a lot of sense. But it's actually to trade. So catching the Ditto is actually... Oh, I don't have Zorua. How do I catch the Ditto? What do? Who should I send out? I guess Ferroseed. Don't want to send out Ferroseed, but I'll do it. And now I'm just going to chuck Dust Balls, I guess. I could hit it. I don't want to. Oh, I would have been so happy if that just worked. Alright, so the reason I switched to Ferroseed is because of that. Iron Barbs will weaken it a little bit. So I can't let it transform into Excadrill because then Ditto could just wipe my party as an Excadrill. Ditto is actually pretty hard to catch. Unlike in other gens, Ditto would actually copy the catch rate of the Pokemon that it transforms into, so you could switch to, you know, Pidove, and then it would be like catching a Pidove. That doesn't happen in this game. Alright, third ball, that's not awful. So the reason I wanted to switch to Zorua is because Zorua's ability is God, I can't remember what its ability is called. It copies whatever Pokemon is in your 6th slot, or in your last slot. Ditto Transform will fail on Zorua, and so then you can taunt the Ditto, and then the Ditto can't transform anymore. Then it'll use Struggle, and it'll use Struggle to weaken itself. Illusion, that's what it's called. Thank you. I know what it does, I just couldn't remember its name. I was gonna call it Illuminate, and I was like, no, that's a different ability. So just use Ferroseed there. The reason I didn't want to use Ferroseed is I might need Ferroseed to weaken Lunatone, but now that Ferroseed's taken damage, it's a pretty decent chance to just die before it can weaken Lunatone. Alright, so now this Manip. This is for Metagross. There it is. Now I'm actually going to use Master Ball on Metagross, because Metagross's catch rate is 3. And that is the lowest possible. So it would just be insanely difficult to catch this thing without using the Master Ball. So that's the best Pokemon to use it on. Same as Legendaries. Oh, Metagross. Now, I've mentioned I'm using a lot of these Pokemon for the types in the World Tournament, but I also have to win tournaments that aren't the types. And I need 3 really good Pokemon in order to win those, to form my main team. And Metagross is one of those 3 that I'll be using. Along with Excadrill, and the third one that I'll get later will be Dragonite. Okay. And so now I'm going to do the Sneasel Manip. And hopefully my steps are fine for Sneasel. Because Weavile is really important for the types that it does. If Sneasel's wrong, it's going to be almost impossible to win those types. And this is another Chain Manip that goes into Lunatone. So Lunatone is somewhat important too. But a lot of the time when you use Lunatone, it's got Levitate and you like switch into a choice Earthquake user and you're just fine. So I actually can't weaken Sneasel here. All of my moves will kill it, so I'm just going to chuck a Quick Ball instead of a Dusk Ball. It's slightly better on turn 1. I just hope it catches. Good. Okay, now I'm going to do a new strat here. Never before seen. I've never done this before live. Here we go. I'm going to turn back and get a Fighting Gem out of that Dust Cloud. Boom, boom. Now I'll get the Lunatone. Quick Ball here as well. Just hope this works. Really hope this works. This is actually quite hard to catch as well. And failed. So now I'm going to switch to Ferroseed and hope it just picks Future Sight so that Ferroseed can weaken it. Yes! Okay, don't kill. Use next Pokemon. Go. How have I killed that Lunatone with Gyro Ball before? Does this Lunatone just have the worst speed ever? Or did I crit and kill that time? Anyway, there's my Lunatone. and now max repel. Max repel. Okay, pass that spinner, nice. Actually remember to get flamethrower here. Whoa, that was an extra tip. Actually, no. Because I'm gonna have to do Zangoose Hidden Hollow, Hidden Grotto. I should have bought an extra Max Repel. Actually, I could have used a regular Repel, couldn't I? Because I still have that one. Oh well. Okay, so that's at 3. Okay, so normally Zangoose would already be in here, but it's not. Spare Great Ball, apparently. So now I'm going to have to do a manip to get Zangoose in here. Now, this can actually take a few tries even if I do the manip correctly, just because of the way Hidden Grottos work. Because if some of the grottos... if some of the grottos that are before this grotto don't have something in them yet, instead of getting a Zangoose in this grotto, I will get a Pokemon in that grotto that would correspond to Zangoose in this grotto. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No Zangoose. That was not fast enough a reset. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's a Zangus. Okay. And so now I'm going to reset and do the manip for it having good stats. So... So it ends up being the Zangoose that I want, like the Zangoose with good stats. Luckily, hidden grottos are not considered indoor areas, so dusk balls do work here. Cool. So I've got to put max repels back on. Okay, and now I'm going to try and chain this into Amoonguss. So, ideally, this Amoonguss has the nature that I want, which will allow it to live this Earthquake if it's got decent stats. Oh, that's really good stats, looks like. He easily lived that Earthquake, so that's a good sign. Good. I've also died to both of those Pokemon before trying to catch them too, because the Zangoose knows close combat, does a lot of damage to Excadrill, and the Amoonguss can use Solar Beam and just break out of the ball and in general be an asshole. And so now, finally, I can go to Victory Road. And so they do a badge check here, after N gives me the HM for Waterfall, which I never use. And so it's a common question about, do these scanners here actually check for badges? Because in different games, they do and don't check for badges. And in this game, these badges are technically checked for. If you do not have the corresponding badge for any of these, the scan to check for your badge does not actually even happen. It just lets you bike straight past it. So it doesn't actually stop you. But then this door doesn't open. That being said, the only way to get up to this point in the game without all of the badges is with a cheat code like walk through walls. And if you do that, then you can just walk right through that door. So, yes. Pick up this Duskstone. And then finally into Victory Road. Now, Victory Road actually has quite a few spinners that are random to get past. Can cost quite a bit of time, but also can make me run out of PP on my moves. Oh my word, I have not taught Strength to Pignite yet. And I have to strength the boulder right after this. Good thing I remembered right now. Would have been nice a little bit before, like when I was using that max repel. But, yeah. Strength to Pignite. Get rid of tackle. Okay, that's one spinner. Come on. Whoops. Get in there. Pick up this full restore here. Now this train is not a spinner, but the one afterwards is. Okay, so I'm going to heal. Oh, no, heal here. And I'm also going to give the Exp Share to dealing. Nice. Passed all the spinners. Now for Dark Room, this is just a room that's dark. Get the candy. Alright, that movement wasn't too bad for Dark Room. It's very hard to do the movement in there perfectly because you can't see where you're going. So I've only got 4 earthquakes. That'll be just enough. Not teach energy roll. This Sork has 30, so I'm going to use Rock Slide. It's a useless crit. Ugh, unlucky. I'm going to heal again. I actually could have lived a hit from this bear tick at the health that I was on, but then it would use an attack that always hits, and then I could die to the unpheasant, so I may as well just heal before the bear tick. In case it crits. Because I'd have to heal before the next fight, regardless. No, I actually don't have the Persianberry. I was thinking that I do have the Persianberry, but I ended up getting double trainer skip afterwards. Okay, so Dealing's hit 34, so it'll evolve after this fight. Get Sawsbuck. It's important that it does evolve, because I need Sawsbuck for normal type. So there's quite a few Pokemon that I'll enter without actually evolving them into the types, because I don't need them to battle. I just need 3 Pokemon to enter, and quite often 2 decent Pokemon are good enough to win the tournaments. But for normal, you need some good pokes. Normal is a very hard type to win. Take. I've also been trying to think. I think going into the Elite Four, I actually have to deposit Azurill. I don't think I surf anywhere between Elite Four and when I go to the center again to buy Calm Mind, and I can take Azurill back out there, but I do need strength, so I need to keep Pignite in my party. Sword Sense. Don't use Swagger, use Swagger. This is why I was thinking about the Persianberry. The heal confusion there. I've only got 1 full heal left, which has to be for potential burn. Just gotta remember to use Awakening on Caitlyn and not full heal. Here's my last Earthquake. Okay, so I'm actually going to do some weird menus in these next 2. The reason that I'm going to do these menus really weird is just to try and get Pokemon into spots that I expect them to be in, like into the spots where they normally would be if I hadn't messed up my nip. So I can buy 9 netballs, I believe. 9. So what I'm going to do is... no. Then Pignite. Ugh. What am I doing? Exp Share. Exp Share, I was on it. Okay, so the Elite Four you can do in any order. The order that I'm going to do them in is basically to prioritize doing Marshall, the fighting member as late as possible, because Marshall is the only one that's really hard. And if you can get level 70 before his Conkeldurr, it helps a bunch. But you do not want to be level 70 before the fight starts. So you've got to be sure if you've got extra experience, you actually might not want to do him last. But with the experience that I've got, I won't reach level 70 before the fight starts, so I'll do him last. No more repels. You don't want to be level 70 before the fight starts, because you can hit his lead Pokemon into healing range. You can do too much damage. Awakening, awakening, awakening. Because once these Pokemon are at 25% of their max health or lower, they can start healing them. You don't want that to happen. And on his lead, on the throw. At level 69 you never do 75% or more, but at level 70 you can. So yeah, the Pokemon that I've gone in here with, Skorupi and Litwick, so I need to give them some experience in order to evolve. So Skorupi evolves at level 40, and Litwick evolves at 41. So Litwick's not going to evolve until after the Elite Four, but I need to give it some experience in the Elite Four. Oh my goodness, I just accidentally talked to Caitlyn again. It's not what I was trying to do. Okay, Chantal, so what I'm scared of here is getting burnt, Will-O-Wisp. I've only got one full heal left, so I really don't want that to happen. It's also really slow if it does happen. Oh no. Well, there goes my last full heal. Yeah, so in general, you don't worry too much about EVs in this run. I do buy a bunch of Cardos to use at different stages. But otherwise, it's just too slow to really care about EV growth. I mean, I don't even care about EXP growth. Like, it's too slow to spend, like, 2 minutes to evolve, say, Pidove into Tranquil, even though that would make the normal type a lot easier. That's probably not a great example, because that one's almost worth it. It's not worth the 3 minutes that it would take to evolve Joltik into Galvantula. Because it just doesn't help to have a Galvantula over a Joltik. similarly, it's not worth the, 15, 20 minutes that it would take to get perfect EVs on one poke that you're going to use for 3 battles. That takes 6 minutes. But I do use Carbos in order to beat really key speed thresholds. So, for example, the Litwick that I've got, I'll be giving it some Carbos later on, because it needs 115 speed in order to outspeed a lot of things. Alright, so there's my Drapion. You do obviously have to count what the EVs are, so that you know what your stats are going to be in order to hit those type of thresholds. Okay, now I'm going to move Exp Share on the Litwick. And yeah, Ditto's in my party here because after the Elite Four, the next thing that I do is trade the Ditto. And I don't go into a center before I do that. Okay, so we're going to use Iron Head here, hopefully get a flinch or a crit. That's a crit. Woohoo! Love to see it. I think I'm just going to fall short of actually being 70 before the Conkeldurr, which is a real shame. Oh no, I hit it! Beautiful. Perfect experience. Just got there. So it means this isn't a range. Okay, so I'm going to use Iron Head here. Again, hopefully get the flinch or a crit. No. Just kills with Hammer Arm. Ta-da. That's alright, because now I've got Max Revive. No, don't miss. I believe I said don't miss. Alright. And then the Sork, again, this has Sturdy, so again, use Rock Slide and hope for the flinch. Useless crit. I actually hope that's not too low. I don't think it is. Yeah, okay. Okay, well that could have gone better, but it also could have gone a lot worse. And now, after beating the Elite Four, I can go take on the champion. I'm going to have to heal before Iris, though, because of the extra damage that I took there. Oh wow, I should just say the damage that I took there from Sork. Not really extra damage. Hyper. Now, like I said, I have no full heals, so hopefully Hydreigon, her lead, does not use Flamethrower and burn me. That would be tragic. I'm not going to save before Iris, though. I mean, yeah, it'd be terrible if I died, but with all the max revives that I've got and such, there's no way. There's just no way. So I'll be right. Don't burn. Don't burn. Good. Okay, and luckily here, that was a low enough range that... Haxorus is not guaranteed to use Earthquake. It can use Dragon Dance, which would be very good. Because Earthquake's pretty likely to kill me if it does pick it. But the Haxorus has got a Focus Sash, so you can't one-hit it. But it's best to activate the Focus Sash. Hope for the flinch. Nice. And then she heals it, and then I just kill. So even if it picked Dragon Dance there, which would make it faster, she would still heal the Haxorus, and then I could just kill it. No. And now with Haxorus out of the way, these last two are easy. Actually just realized, so what you normally do, if the Haxorus does kill you there, you actually send out Psyduck, use Tail Whip as she heals. So that with minus defense, you can one-hit with Excadrill after reviving. But I don't have Psyduck. I'm pretty sure Azrael has Tail Whip as well, but I'm not certain. Now, Pidove actually has Leer, so I probably should have just kept Pidove alive. No, I don't even have Azrael! Azrael isn't even in my party! Oh my goodness. Does Pig Knight have Tail Whip? I don't know what I would have done. Luckily that didn't happen. I should have just kept Pidove alive. I think Pig Knight has Tail Whip anyway. Anyway, it's all good. Elite Four down. So don't be fooled, this run is not even halfway done. Still just in the preparation stages. Okay. So I'm short a rare candy, so I'm gonna have to get Sandbox and Cliff Candy, which is gonna change my step counter even more. I think I need my movement to be really good in order to not do a cycle over. I do still have... Dragonite should be loaded in the holo. I should have Dragonite. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Still so many things to think about, but alright. Then my reward for beating the game is unlocking easy mode, which is basically just normal mode. There's almost no difference. Saves the game, and then I'll reset as soon as this save is completed to skip the credits. Here we go. This line gets me every time. It seems we're about to have a visitor. How does she know? Anyway, so this is the professor's dad. He's an absolute troll in this game. Absolute troll. So in the original Black and White, once you beat the game, he shows up, and you get the fishing rod. Now, I need the fishing rod, but he did not give it to me. I've now got to backtrack all the way through parts of the game that I haven't even done yet, just to chase him down to get the fishing rod. Complete troll. Okay, fly to Mombasa. And then when you get there, he's just like, oh, sorry, I just forgot to give you this. Okay, the movement here I have messed up on more than one occasion. Bad NPC. Bad. Okay, but I will remember this time to actually use max repels. I have no idea where they are. This is a spinner. Wait for him. Nah, I think I'm gonna have to do a rollover. Another one. There you go. That's exactly what I was talking about before with the... They can just troll you, the shadows. That was just undodgeable. It appeared just the step in front of me. At least it wasn't an encounter. You can get swanners there. Okay, so into this random truck. And trade Ditto for Rotom. So Rotom, I mentioned before, it's a really nice Pokemon for the types because you can change Rotom's type, changing its form. So it's going to be entered into Electric and Ghost and Water and Fire and Ice. Just by changing it over. Good old Bucky. Get this glorious TM Earthquake. If you thought that that bridge before was cool, just wait till I get to this bridge. This game has quite a few bridges. This one's even got traffic, and it's got camera angles too. Oh, look at that camera. Oh, she's zooming. Riveting gameplay hours. Alright, in all seriousness, I am actually worried about the movement here in this next area. Because I don't come to the post-game too often. Oh. Oh, good. Beautiful. Master of Pinwheel Forest. Alright, so this is a double battle. This, again, this is dodgeable if you've only got one Pokemon in your party, but it's faster to just fight it than to deposit your Pokemon and get them back again. Plus the experience is helpful. Sorry, Pignite, but you're dead. Now I'm going to fight this trainer here as well. This is going to look strange because after fighting this trainer, I am going to not go in the direction where, like, I'm not going to go into that grass below, which is the only reason that I would have to fight this trainer. Like, I'm just going to go up and around and basically ignore her after beating her. But I am going to come back to this place and go into the grass later to catch a Toxicroak. So I do have to fight this trainer at some stage, and so it's better to fight her now than when I'm doing the manip to catch Toxicroak. It's also better to fight her now while Litwick is in my party, so that the experience goes to Litwick. Because remember, I said Litwick evolves at level 41. There's Litwick hitting level 41. Beautiful. Okay, out of here. Normally I would repel there instead of risking those tiles, but because I'm getting both of these candies, my repel would actually wear out too early if I did that. I think. So instead I'm going to repel here. Okay, so max repel. Give the Razor Claw to Lampent. And Duskstone. Now getting this candy is really annoying. I've got to pass this spinner 4 times, and there's also a walker right after the spinner, who's not always on the same cycle because you got to wait for the spinner. Okay. By Calm Mind. What? And my Pokemon are just not in the right spots. So as I mentioned before, all the way back to this guy's lab. And first, he asks about my Pokedex. I have to say no, otherwise he wastes even more time. And he's like, oh, here's the rod. I forgot to give this to you. Troll, troll, troll. Okay. I can fly to Undella. Now this minute looks a bit weird. What I've done here is I've saved right on the edge of Undella Town, and I'm then going to move into Undella Bay a few times to advance the RNG. So there's no NPCs that advance the RNG in Undella Town, but there is in Undella Bay. So I don't want to be in Undella Bay for as long as possible. So instead I'm going to do these crosses in order to advance the RNG. And then Super Rod. And it's a beautiful level 40 Chinchou. Natural, this one. So Chinchou is a Pokemon that I want to evolve. So getting it at the lowest level possible, that being 40, is really good. Because I can get it the 1 level to evolve pretty easily. Pick up this heart scale. Give it the Exp Share and fly back. Oh, this could be dicey. Oh, and the repel? No, I'm waiting. I have no idea where he goes now. Whatever. If I just tried to cut across there, that trainer moving around probably would have seen me. Because I lost 2 tiles by accident, and then the repel wore off. Just a little bit of extra time lag there. You can make it past if you do everything perfectly, but it's pretty slow. So this trainer here is actually a spinner. You don't have to fight this trainer, but I do because they give you a Lumberry, which is a held item that heals any status. It's going to be extremely important. Lumberry is used as the hold item for more than one poke, but most notably for Dragonite in the World Tournament. Also gets Chinchou the experience to evolve. No, oh my goodness. I was certain I'd messed up that movement and I was gonna land on the land there. It's 2 more. Can get Cliff Candy here. Oops. Okay, he turns around there. It's all good. Yes. Go in here for Dragonites. Okay. So catching Dragonite in the Hidden Grotto means it has its hidden ability, and its hidden ability is multi-scale, which makes it so that all moves when you're at full health do half damage, which is extremely good. Okay. You get an idea of just how good multi-scale is as an ability, even just now. So, like, you can see my Excadrill, which has been one-hitting almost the entire game. If I Swords Dance and use a super effective move, it still doesn't kill, despite being 13 levels higher than it. Nice. First ball Dragonites. Also gonna give Dragonite a nickname. So... Now, the thing is, I actually need Dragonite to get quite a few levels. And the reason for this is at level 67, it learns Outrage. And I need that move. I need Outrage. Sorry, I'm thinking quite a bit as I go along here as well, because things are just a little bit different because I messed up that minute 4 hours ago. Usually I have Metagross in my party at this stage. But I don't, so I was just thinking about what to do. Because usually I teach Earthquake in that menu to Metagross as well. I actually am going to save here just to be really safe. I have had a lot of trouble with this fight in the past.
Time for a quick donation? Not donation plug. Discord plug.
Yeah. Yep.
Rightio. So, for anyone who's not aware, we do have a Discord. This is where we this is also where my brain is not working at 4:30 in the morning. But yes, we do have a Discord, and this is where we post any of our upcoming events. This is also where you find out where to get involved with all our events. So the link has been posted in chat if you want to. Yeah, no, I don't know why my brain's not working now.
Yeah, join the Discord if you want to get involved in our events. If you want to get involved, you know, when we start doing these events in person again next year, make sure to join the Discord and get amongst everybody. Get amongst the community. Submit your own runs. Get your own runs in these events. Okay. Oh, that was a mistake.
Also, there has not been a donation for the past 2.5 hours. I want to see at least something there.
I was actually supposed to use Safeguard on that Magnezone. It's a good thing I picked up that full restore, otherwise I was completely boned there from the paralysis. Okay. Nah, I'll be fine now, because that is the last status. Earthquake again. And then I hit 67 just before his Rotom Wash, which would be almost impossible to kill without Outrage. So, very good timing. Yes. Then I can get a Safeguard. Okay. And so there is actually a chance that Dragonite will die here to the Magneton, the last Pokemon, but that's fine because all Dragonite needed to do was to get to 67 in this fight. That's why I'm doing this fight with Dragonite. And so the reason I'm doing this fight in general, partially because of the experience, but... Oh, that's a crit. It's also because after fighting Colress the second time, he gives you another Master Ball, and I want that Master Ball. But yeah, I can just finish the Magneton with Excadrill, that's no big deal. Okay, I still need to do a couple extra steps to get this rollover to happen before Kingdra. Oh, just do one there. Then I'll just do like that. I think that should be enough. Let's save here. I didn't switch Excadrill to the front or heal it! I can do that after I reset, but I should have done it before I saved. Just in case I don't get this first try. So the next Pokemon I'm going to manip is Kingdra, and Kingdra, in my attempts, I have infamously been terrible at getting the manip for. So Kingdra, I need to fish in rippling water to get this to work. Kingdra is also a manip that took the longest to actually find one that works perfectly. Because getting the rippling water and then getting the Kingdra is hard enough, but then you need it to have the right ability, and then you also need it to be a really specific level, because you need it to be like in the extremely low 60s, so that you can use Earthquake and put it to really low health to be able to catch it. Because if it's lower than that, it will die to Earthquake. Okay. Beautiful. This should be good. There's Kingdra, level 61. Beautiful. Alright, and hopefully I've got the steps right. And so this Earthquake, it'll just live. Beautiful. And yeah, you don't want this this Kingdra to be too high a level, otherwise it can just kill you as well, like really easily. I mean, it can kill you anyway if it gets out of some of the balls. Okay. Only a few Pokemon left to catch now. But now that I've got my Master Ball, I'm going to go catch the legendary that I use in this run, which is Terrakion. Just got to remember to say no to the next max repel prompt. Okay, that hasn't happened yet. So this is, I think it's the only save manip that I do in an area where NPCs are actually there. So it's somewhat random. And so in order to make this less random to actually work, I actually found a manip for this Terrakion that works whether the NPCs move or not, which is quite unique and quite difficult to find. It's one of the things I really like about this category, though, is you do a lot of different things in the routing process that you wouldn't do in a lot of the just main category runs, I guess. But yeah, Terrakion also has a catch rate of 3, which is why I want another Master Ball to catch it, otherwise it could take forever to catch. Terrakion, despite being a legendary, is not going to be used on my main team, but it is going to be used for both of its types. It is very good for both rock and fighting.
Let me know when there's a chance for a donation reading. We finally have a donation.
You're so keen. You're so keen! But yeah, you can go now. You can go now.
Cool. We've got $2 from T-Bolt. So you want a donation? Let's make things interesting. I'll throw in an extra two Australian dollars for every tournament Worcester wins on his first attempt. I'm expecting to donate a fair amount here. Keep up the great work, and here's to a great event. Put this dono and later donos to runner's choice.
Yeah, so runner's choice will be the Ocarina of Time bonus game for sure.
Rightio.
Okay, so no, do not want to use the repel again. Gonna save here. So this time I'm making sure to save where there are no NPCs to make this one consistent. So this looks like a weird place to start a manip, and it kind of is. I'm starting a manip to catch a Pokemon, and then instead of going to encounter a Pokemon, I'm going to go shopping. But the reason I'm doing this is the only area in the vicinity of doing this manip where there are no NPCs. So it's the only way to make it safe. And also, it doesn't really lose any time. It's just that it's harder to keep track of steps doing it this way, but I'm pretty sure my steps are fine. That being said, so this is the minute for Toxicroak. Toxicroak is the Pokemon that I have messed up the steps for in all of my runs the most, by far. I actually think I've gotten the wrong Toxicroak more than I've gotten the right Toxicroak. Certainly when I started doing runs, I was just the wrong one every time, and it was always for a different reason. It was just ridiculous. And I could entirely see that this one being wrong too. Alright, so hopefully I've got enough for 12 Carbos. I actually don't know if I do. I do, yep. 300 left. Beautiful. Okay, and I can actually get different results on the RNG here. So what I've got to do is I've got to pay close attention to what the NPCs are doing, and then change my movement here, depending on what they're doing. So who have we got? You're facing up, okay. And you're facing down. So what we'll do is we'll do this. Straight in, and boom, here's my Toxicroak. Again, I have to use Rock Slide to weaken this because my other moves will kill it. Flinch, nice. Now I can hit this twice, but I don't want to crit it and die. That's a critical. That is a critical. You beauty. Critical capture. Oh my word. So critical captures can happen once you start to have 30 Pokemon in your party. 30 Pokemon in your Pokedex. And I only just reached 30 there before the Toxicroak. So it's actually extremely unlikely to get a critical capture. But I got one. So that just makes it way more likely to catch, and it only needs one shake, so it's a bit faster too on the shakes. Okay. And then over here, get the Rocky Helmet. Where is Max Repel? My very last one. Metagross is not in my party. Metagross is not in my party. What am I doing here now? Okay, this is gonna be... Oh no, this is gonna be terrible. I don't know what to do now. Whatever, I'll just risk it. So normally I would heart scale back Bullet Punch to Metagross there, but Metagross is not in my party. I should have gotten Metagross out earlier. I should have gotten Metagross out when I flew here. I really should have. Because now I can't do Manip afterwards. Oh, this is really bad. I'm thinking furiously about what to do here. Volcarona is really, really hard to catch. It's entirely possible that it'll just break out of all of the balls. And I have to reset. Because again, I can't Dust Ball, because this is another indoor area, so I have to use Net Balls instead. And its catch rate is only 15. Almost as bad as the Legendary. Okay, second ball, I will take that every day of the week. Okay, then Repel will wear off. And then I'll encounter Boltoy, and Boltoy will be the last Pokemon that I will catch in this run. Alright. And now it's time for the World Tournament. No, not use. Give the Lumberry. Give the Amberlin. And use the Scarecrow. Okay. Most important turn in the game. Got it. Okay, so World Tournament. So there are 38 tournaments that I've mentioned before that you've got to win. One of them is already done, the Driftvale tournament. So the other 37 are 17 type expert tournaments where you have to use Pokemon of that type. So in the water type tournament, you can only use water type Pokemon. There are 5 tournaments with each of the region leaders, so the Unova leaders, the Kanto leaders, etc. There are then 10 edition of the World Leaders Tournament, where you have to fight any of them again. Then the Champions, and then there's the Rental Tournament, the Rental Master Tournament, the Mix, and the Mix Master. So in Rental and Rental Master, you, as the name suggests, use rental Pokemon. And so I'm doing rental first. Oh my word. The reason I'm doing rental first is so you can't super duper manip the World Tournament like I've done for all of the Pokemon. And the reason for that is, so I've mentioned there's multiple RNGs at play, the IV RNG and the Pit RNG. So you can kind of manip the Pit RNG, but as I've mentioned before, the IV RNG after a single battle is just completely out of your control. And obviously you're doing a lot of battles in the World Tournament. And the IV RNG determines the bracket. So that's what trainers you fight. And so if you can't control the IV RNG, you can't control what trainers you fight. But the Pit RNG for the rental bracket determines when you fight trainers. For the rental bracket determines what Pokemon you get as rentals. And so it's really, really powerful. And because you're using rentals and fighting other rentals, it actually doesn't matter who you fight. They have the same Pokemon anyway, if you control the Pit RNG. So the Pokemon that I'm using here... like the rentals that I got, are manip choices. Like, I got the choices that I wanted. That is a terrible crit. But as I mentioned, the battles are not manipped. That's a good miss. Okay, Rufflet can still win this. Don't Flame Body. Good, okay. And that thing's ability is Flame Body, so it could have burnt me there. Would have been absolutely awful. Now it wastes its time using Poison Powder. Because yeah, it's got Charm. Its ability is Prankster, so it goes first when it's using status moves. So if I got burnt and then it spammed Charm, I just would have done no damage and eventually died to the burn. Would have been really, really bad. But yeah, so usually I try and keep Manip up to Rental Master, but I can't do Rental Master until I do all of the region tournaments. So Unova, Kanto, etc. But because Metagross isn't in my party, I have to withdraw Metagross and then go back and teach Metagross Bullet Punch. And because I have to do that, I can't keep Manip. That will completely lose Manip. So tournaments where I thought I might have a bit more consistency are going to be wildly inconsistent. And Rental Master especially is going to be an absolute chaos mania. Waiting to get good rental Pokemon and then having no idea what I'm going to fight at all. Really just should have put Metagross in my party when I flew here. It's just so many steps ahead of the game, you gotta think. Torment? Okay. I have never won this fight with Tortuga before. It was an awesome, awesome crit on the first poke to be able to one-hit there. Usually the Zoroark just picks Night Gaze and one-hits you, even at full health, but it didn't. What usually goes into 10? Grotto. Okay, so I'm gonna get Metagross out now. And then I'm gonna run out and teach it Bullet Punch. Oh, I've also got to teach it Earthquake. Don't forget about that. Oh, and I've got to... God damn it. And I've got to give it the Rocky Helmet. All that setup normally would have been done prior, but because it wasn't in my party, I forgot to do all of them. Oh, I had to do all of them there. Okay. So now, you know the leaders. And now, so the type tournaments are done last. So for the next little while, I'm going to be using my main team, which is Dragonite, Excadrill, Metagross. Chili's a good start. So these tournaments, the way they work is you see the set of 8 and you have to do 3 fights and you have to win all of them to win the tournament. But the trainers that you fight are random, and what Pokemon they bring is also random. So they always lead the same Pokemon unless their name is red or blue. But so they have a team of 6 that they can choose from, and the other 2 that they pick are completely random. Now their stats aren't random, but their abilities are. What is that? But so you've got to adapt and use strategies that will hopefully beat any combination that they use. But as I've mentioned before, the best that I've ever done throughout this section of the game, throughout the World Tournament, the lowest amount of deaths that I've had was 9 in total. So it's extremely likely that you're going to see several losses. So the general strategy is lead with Dragonite, Dragon Dance as many times as you can, slash as many times as you want to be able to destroy everything, and then destroy everything. That's plan A. And then if they happen to have Pokemon that you can't set up on, more powerful ice types than this, can set up on this, double team. Okay, hit, nice. So if they've got ice types, then switch to generally Metagross and have Metagross take them out. Or say if they've got a Focus Sash, go to Metagross and use Bullet Punch to get rid of the Focus Sash. Then use Dragonite to clean up. And then plan C, so to speak, is if they've got Pokemon too tanky for Dragonite, go to Excadrill as the Wall Breaker, Swords Dance, and take him down. It does feel quite odd if you look at this team to think surely there's a team that would have better synergy. Because on this team, all 3 of my Pokemon know Earthquake to start with. But then the Metagross only has Ground and Steel moves. And I have an Excadrill, which is a Ground and Steel type with Ground and Steel moves. And all of my Pokemon are physical. You would think surely there's a choice to use, like, a special attacker. Like I mentioned before, Latios. Surely something like Latios would be better for one of these slots. At early parts of the routing, I was actually looking at using... Well, not early. I would say almost completed parts of the routing. I was actually looking at using Chandelure instead of Metagross. Which you would think, okay, that's got a bit more synergy there. Ghost and Fire, you don't have those types. Got a special typer in there. That would be better. No, it's worse. This is the team with the best synergy. Ugh, to Acid Armor. Marlin is a bad fight. Acid Armor again. Oh, he's gone to +3. Okay, so that had Recover, so I did not want to hit it into Recover range. And Jelly Scent as well, it could have the ability Curse Body, so I could have, potentially I could have used Outrage, it then activates Curse Body, disables Outrage, then it starts using Recover, and I just am completely unable to kill it. That's the last thing I wanted to happen. So it was a bit slow, but got through it, didn't die. That's always the main objective of these fights. If you can do things to save time, do them, but the priority is not to die. So of the 5 leader types, Unova is the easiest. The reason they're the easiest is their stats are worse. So the Unova leaders do not have EVs on their Pokemon. From now on though, pretty much everything that I fight has max EVs. So their IVs aren't perfect. Their IVs are all 20s, except for the champions, and non-gym leaders. But they have all EVs. I have to use the Carbos on Metagross that I haven't used yet. I don't think it matters for Kanto. Can't remember where the Carbos first matter. No, isn't it Blaine? That's Kanto, dude. Oh no. Anyway. But yeah, so they've all got 510 EVs, which is a lot more than I have. So comparatively, their stats are actually better than mine. Even though I do have better IVs. Okay, Erica. Erica's not too bad. Vileplume can't do too much damage. Does have Sleep Powder though. Straight to pedal dance, alright. Gonna use Outrage then. I've still got my Lumberry to heal Confusion if I end up wasting out on turns. The Vileplume does sometimes use Sunny Day, in which case I would use Fire Punch, but it didn't. It went straight to Pedal Dance. Oh, so one thing I haven't mentioned before. So the AI in the World Tournament and the moves that they choose is bizarre. Sometimes they just do things that you sit there scratching your head going, that makes no sense. But that unpredictability actually makes some of the fights really difficult. But so, one of the things, if you want to play along at home, to keep count of, is how many times they use a ground move versus Dragonite. They will just, I'm sure you will see it at some stage during this run, just randomly pick a ground move against Dragonite, which does no damage. And I have no idea why they do it, but they do it. It applies to a lot of other things as well. It's just really funny when they just pick a ground move against Dragonite. One of the counters that I try to win out on is hope the AI uses more ground moves on Dragonite than I have losses, because it generally ends up at around the same mark of around a dozen. Okay, not Slowking, not Slowking. Mr. Mime, beautiful. Slowking is the only thing that she had that could live a hit here at +1. That's good. Nice fight. See, you might think they're using Earthquake on Dragonite predicting a switch, but they will also use a ground move on Dragonite when it is your only Pokemon left alive. I have seen that multiple times. They are not predicting a switch. They do not know how to predict for a switch. Okay, Misty for the final. Misty isn't great. Water is a type that this team doesn't do well against, because generally water types have ice moves as well. So they've got an ice move for Dragonite, and then water obviously is good against Excadrill. Water types are generally quite bulky as well, either bulky or fast enough to outspeed. Water's just not great in general. But with multi-scale, Dragonite can even tank Ice Beams, get the dance off, and then Outrage. Golduck. Alright. Did not get the range. It hit the Blizzard. Go Metagross. I was thinking maybe I could get away with not teaching Bullet Punch. Good thing I thought Bullet Punch. Oh no. Earthquake's the right play there. Oh dear. Alright, get the flinch, get the flinch, get the flinch, get the flinch. That's loss number 1. That's a very costly loss as well, because it was right at the end. Because, like, if you lose against the first trainer, that's nowhere near as bad as losing against the third trainer. Yeah, while I remember, I'm going to use those carbos on Metagross. Obviously wouldn't have mattered for that fight. Still just doing now. Whew. Alright, Sabrina again. Sabrina's easy. That was a really unlucky fight. Missing the Meteor Mash, hitting self in confusion. Lapras hit every Hydro Pump. Also missed the range to one-hit Golduck too. Just a really unlucky fight. And obviously didn't get the flinch at the end either. But it's a good example of why water is not a good type to face. Deaths to water kind of look exactly like that fight. Missed the range on Hypno. It's a real shame. So, these tournaments, if they go well, they generally take around the 7-minute mark. Each tournament. And so, a death to the final trainer loses about 7 minutes. Misty coming in again. Giovanni. Okay, Giovanni is actually not a great fight either. Yeah, it is the one problem with Metagross in its most powerful move in Meteor Mash not being 100% accurate. When you want consistency, it really does suck. Any danger of a miss, Rhyperior? Nope. Alright, good flinch. I'll just double Earthquake here. So this fight wasn't really that scary. It just could have been a bit slower if I didn't get that flinch on Golem. Because Excadrill is holding a air balloon. Until the balloon pops, it can't get hit by ground-type moves. So, like, the Golem has Earthquake, but it can't use Earthquake because you're using the air balloon at that stage. Misty in the final again. I'm not happy about this at all. Surely you could give me an easier fight the second time around. Okay. Dance. Outrage. Lapras. We'll get to hit it with Dragonite this time, though. Cool. Actually, it might have been the right choice to Earthquake there, but... The thing I was really scared of was it putting me to sleep and then using Slack Off, recovering its health. I wasn't 100% sure Earthquake plus Earthquake would have killed. Alright, that's Kanto done. Now it's Johto time. So the order of events here is I'm going to do all of these region tournaments. So Johto, Sinnoh, and Hoenn. Then I'll do Rental Master. Then I will do World Leaders 10 times in a row to unlock Champions. Then I'll do Champions. And then I will do the 17 types along with Mix and Mix Master. Alright. Now, in Johto, Claire's not too bad. Most of the Johto leaders are very bad. Claire and Morty, I would say, are the two pretty safe ones. Agility. Dragon Dance again. Now I outspeed. And obviously she's a dragon leader, so all of her Pokemon are weak to dragon, so now that I outspeed everything, Outrage just goes in. Nice and easy, that one. The worst fight to get in Johto is Price. Price Johto is really, really bad. So, when I do the World Leaders Tournament, you do fight all of these trainers again, but they actually have different, slightly modified teams. Price isn't even in this bracket, that's really lucky. And so they generally have better teams in World Leaders, with better items and better moves, etc. But there are some exceptions to that, and so Price is one of them. Price is actually harder to fight in the Johto Leaders Tournament than he is in the World Leaders Tournament. Because in Johto, he has Icicle Crash on his Mamoswine, which can just one-hit Dragonite. Very, very dangerous. Okay, Jasmine. So, leading with Steelix. So Steelix has really high defense. It's basically just going to spam Curse. Because Excadrill is holding the Air Balloon. So this Steelix has Earthquake, but it doesn't want to use Earthquake because I'm holding the Air Balloon. It can't. It won't do any damage. And the AI doesn't understand that if it used a different attacking move, like if it used Stone Edge or Gyro Ball, that would pop my Air Balloon and then Earthquake would kill. Instead, it thinks, oh, Stone Edge and Gyro Ball are doing so little damage. Like, my best... all I can do is, like, 10 damage with one of these moves. So I better pump my stats up with Curse so that I can actually do more damage. Which helps me a lot, because I can just sit there and take no damage. Easy, easy. So hopefully Morty wins this last fight here. So all of these fights about who wins here, these are just coin flips. They're just all 50-50s. It was Morty. Beautiful. That's a really good Johto bracket. Claire, Jasmine, Morty. Really happy with that. In some of the later tournaments, especially in the types, you'll always know who's going to win because it'll be a gym leader versus some nobody. The gym leader always wins 100% of the time. But in these ones where they're all gym leaders, they're all just coin flips. They're all 50-50s. Even if it's, you know, a water type versus a grass type, the water type will still win 50% of the time. Okay, so Morty, I can just one Dragon Dance on this Gengar. Didn't even hit the Hypnosis, that's really good. Keeps my Lumberry intact. And now Outrage and go in. So Outrage can confuse me after 2 or 3 attacks. So this time I got 3 before I got confused, so just one hit them all. Didn't even need to use the Lumberry. See, there it is at the end. That's just a perfect fight. It was a really good tournament. Good Johto, very good. Alright, so I'm actually going to do Sinnoh next and not Hoenn. Only reason I'm doing Sinnoh now and not Hoenn is because... So if I still had Manip that I was trying to keep until Rental Masters, it's slightly better to do Sinnoh before Hoenn. And so just for consistency's sake, in my mind, I'm just going to do Sinnoh first. Alright, Gardenia. Gardenia should be easy, but if she gets... Well, I have lost to Gardenia. If she gets really, really lucky crits, she can take you out. Because I do need to set up a lot on her lead. I mean, the Rose Red can use Sunny Day as well. And if it does that, then I'm just set. There we go. Alright. So I only need one more. And even if this crits, it won't kill me. Sunny Day is also helpful in that it'll boost Fire Punch. So if I get Tangrowth, Fire Punch does more than Outrage in the sun. So I can use Fire Punch and just kill. But against Carnivine, Outrage kills, so I'd rather use Outrage because it is not super effective, so less text. Save those frames. Tangrowth has such good defense that even at +3, Outrage does not kill. Oh my goodness, this second fight's really bad. Either of these two are bad. Probably would have preferred Candace to Wake. Wake can... The problem with Wake is... how the optimal way to do this fight varies a lot based on what his other Pokemon are, and you just don't know what his other Pokemon are. But his Empoleon and his Gyarados are both really threatening. What do we got? Straight to Ice Punch. That one goes straight to Outrage. Empoleon. So now Empoleon's almost certainly going to kill me. No, it missed. It missed again! Alright. That was very lucky on the Empoleon. So if the Empoleon had killed me, I could have killed the Empoleon quite easily, but then his last Pokemon, which ended up being Lumineon, would have outsped my other two, and so it could have done, like, you know, Scald Burn on Excadrill and then Scald Burn on Metagross. It could have been really bad. But what's really bad is if the last one after Empoleon kills Dragonite is Gyarados. Like, Gyarados coming out against Excadrill is just really bad and can easily kill your last two by itself. Alright, so against Rourke here, Dragonite's pretty much useless. I'm basically just going to sacrifice it here. I'm going to try to get a Dragon Dance off. But because it's got Mold Breaker, it ignores Multiscale. It missed. Alright, so now I can kill. But so that just would have one-hit me if it had hit. But because it missed, I can kill some things with Dragonite instead. Ah, gosh, that was with the crit. So much defense on these little rock types. Alright, that's Sinnoh down. That was good, just that little minor blip at Kanto so far. So Hoenn. Hoenn's probably not as bad as Johto or Sinnoh. I would say Johto and Sinnoh were the harder two of the region tournaments. Okay, Norman. So Norman leads with Slacking, and Slacking is extremely powerful, but does have Truant as its ability. So you've just got to, well, like every time you fight Norman, no matter when it is, you've just got to play off his ability in order to get the setup right. So what I'm going to do in this instance is I'm just going to switch to Excadrill. Get impact. You can see even with that being not very effective, it still did that much damage. Just gonna Earthquake twice. And let him kill me. Now I'll go for a Dragon Dance while Truant activates. And then I can kill with Outrage. Cast Form. Cast Form, not a great perk. Good for me. I like to see Cast Form. Same deal with Spinder. I'm actually not sure. That might be the first time I've ever seen a Spinder in one of these runs. Because he doesn't have a Spinder when you fight him in Worlds. No, if you fight him in Worlds. Okay, Brawly. Okay, so Brawly's lead here, Hariyama, it can't do much damage to Dragonite, so it's not too bad, but what it can do is waste time by using Bulk Up, and then you don't do quite as much damage and potentially end up losing the Lomberry quite early. To the point where maybe you actually get confused. See, look at this. Just spamming Bulk Up. Ah, there's one! Earthquake. So I'm just gonna finish him off with Earthquake here. Because I don't want to lose my... I don't want to get confused. After all of those Bulk Ups, went for Earthquake. But a nice and easy fight. Watson. Now Watson's not too bad in Hoenn. He's very annoying in Worlds. Not because he's hard, per se, but because he uses so many status moves. Double Team, Swagger, Thunder Wave, the works. But in Hoenn, he does not have Double Team, so you can set up pretty freely on the Manectric, his lead. And then just Barnstorm through. Electric's not that threatening a type as well, given all of my Pokemon know Earthquake, and I have an Excadrill. But what makes him threatening in Worlds is he's got a Rotom Wash as well. So after destroying you with status moves, he can then just wipe your team with Rotom Wash, because Rotom Wash is a very good poke against my team. Plusle and Minun, beautiful. I actually made a mistake there. I should not have used Outrage. I should have used Earthquake against the Plusle, because the last Pokemon still could have been Magnezone. But I got lucky, it was Minun. I realized that a bit too late. Okay, so now we're into the chaotic hell of Rental Master with no Minute. So the Pokemon that I get are random, and the Pokemon that I fight are random. So first I've got to find a good enough team to win with. Is that a Garchomp? And an Excadrill? Please have good moves. It's got Earthquake. Alright, oh, I'm picking the last three. I don't care. Sand team, let's go. Yeah, there are some bizarre sets in Rentals. Some truly bizarre sets. Meganium. What is my... What? What am I doing here? Oh my word, that does so little. And you do not have... You have Hone Claws. I'm gonna go use Hone Claws. Oh man, what a play. So, I'm pretty certain that Meganium has no attacking moves. I'm pretty sure the fourth move that it didn't use is Rest. Oh dude, slacking, I have Protect. It's over. Why does it know Slack off? Alright, I won't bother using Protect then. I'll just spam Earthquake. You slack off again. Stop wasting my time! This has been a very slow fight. A very slow fight! That's a nice crit. I might have run out of Earthquake PP if that didn't crit. Okay. So yeah, even though, like, the fact that I'm fighting Roxanne, that makes no difference. She's just gonna use Rentals as well. Houndoom. I hope I outspeed. It's got Focus Sash! Sandstorm. Oh, what a play! What a play! I actually cannot damage Miss Magius. Wonder Room. Now that is definitely the first time I have seen Wonder Room. was actually a nice crit. That could have been reasonably bad if that didn't crit. Alright, one to go. Please just win. I do not want to have to go through Rental Master deaths. I could be stuck here for a long time if I don't just win instantly, especially on resetting teams. You could just get bad teams so much. Like some pokes just have awful sets even if they're good pokes. So like Aerodactyl, for instance, there's an Aerodactyl set where it has one move. One move. Weavile! Okay. Okay. Oh, right. Taunt. Drapion. Alright, I'll be right. Easy does. Oof. Alright, so ended up getting Rental Master first try. That first fight of Rental Master especially was very, very slow. But I got the win first try on a first try team. That could have gone so much worse. So I'm not too displeased about that at all. Can't be too upset. Alright, so now I'm going to do Worlds. So... Worlds, as I've mentioned before, so I have to do this 10 times in order to unlock champions. And I can fight any of the gym leaders from any of the 5 regions, and they have slightly better teams than what I just fought before. And the Unova leaders actually have EVs now, so they're actually tough. But what's also important during the world leaders is the amount of battle points that you get is not fixed. So in any other tournament other than Worlds and Champions, the amount of battle points that you get is just either 2 or 1. You just win and you get either 2 or 1 battle points. But that's not the case in Worlds. In Worlds, the way that it works is you get 1 battle point per Pokemon alive remaining at the end of each battle. So that means if you win all of your fights without losing any Pokemon, you get 9 battle points for winning. But if 1 Pokemon dies in all 3 of the battles, you get 6 battle points for winning, etc. And the amount of battle points that I get is actually very, very crucial, because I need to use battle points in order to buy items. I need it to be able to buy vitamins, to be able to buy TMs, and to be able to buy held items. The Choice Scarf and the Choice Specs. And so, even if I win these tournaments, if I don't get enough battle points, I will have to compromise and not buy things. And I need the Choice Scarf, and I need the Choice Specs, and I need the TMs that I buy as well. So that ends up being vitamins. And if I don't buy enough vitamins, if I don't have enough, some of the fights just become near impossible. Especially if I don't have enough carbos for Chandelure, it's over. Ghost is impossible. But then ideally I want more carbos for Zangoose as well to be able to help Normal, because Normal is a really tough type. And then I want even more for Rotom, because Rotom's used in quite a few, including Fire, which is a really tough type. So getting flawless victories in Worlds goes a long way to helping for the rest of the run as well. Evident Psychic. Like to see that. And so there are some fights where you can't get flawless victories. You can't get all of your Pokemon live because you have to sacrifice one of them to be able to win at all. And so the trainers that you get are really important, then the Pokemon that they bring are important, and then how the fights go, obviously it all matters. It's all helpful. But these first two fights, they've both been 3-for-3s. So it's a good start. Oh, Liza. I've said this before. I shouldn't say it again. Liza is supposed to be free. Just a pretty slow fight. I have lost to Liza before, but you have to get very, very unlucky to lose to Liza. And so the reason is her lead Lunatone can do like 6 damage to Dragonite. Because its only attacking moves are Grass Knot and Signal Beam. Oh, there you go, 8. Actually, I'm just gonna go off +1. That'll be faster. Usually it uses Trick Room, and so I just spam Dragon Dance until Trick Room goes down. But given it didn't Trick Room, I'm just gonna go off +1. Got the Tail Wall. Calm Mind? It didn't Trick Room either? What is going on? Okay. Okay, Bronzong. So Bronzong is one of the worst Pokemon because the ability is random. It can have... I actually don't know what that is. I'm just gonna Fire Punch again. Nice, Baron. It can have either Heat Proof or Levitate. And so, in general, Levitate Bronzong is just my absolute nemesis. Because in almost every situation where you see a Bronzong, you want to be using ground moves. And just hoping it doesn't have Levitate. But then it just can have Levitate, and then it just screws you completely. Because not only does it have Levitate, which makes it really hard to kill, but then you've wasted a turn finding out that it has Levitate. Okay, but all 9 on the first set, that's really good. So it's most important for the first 2 sets that I get a good amount of battle points, and the reason for that is I want to buy a Focus Sash to be able to give to Excadrill after 2 sets. If I get a bad amount of battle points, I have to wait until after 3 sets, and the Focus Sash just makes some fights a lot safer in Worlds, so getting it as early as possible is good. It also means these first 2 sets of Worlds are more risky than the next 8, while I've still got the Air Balloon. Alright, so Candace. Alright, it's gone Hail. So this can be good, it can be bad. Unfortunately, it's got Snow Cloak, so I can miss now. Okay, but I hit. But Hail breaks my multi-scale. So even that little bit of damage is bad. And Lily lived. And Hail also makes Blizzard 100% accurate. Just gonna double bullet punch to make sure that this dies, instead of using Meteor Mash and missing. Just make sure I definitely win. Surge, okay. Surge isn't too bad. But yeah, so you can see that the Lumberry gets so much use on Dragonite. Because when it's not healing Confusion from Outrage, very often you get statused when you're trying to set up. Like that Thunder Wave there from Raichu. It's just such a good item for Dragonite. Alright, Fantina, that's another good fight. Another good matchup, I should say. The fight can still go poorly. Some of the fights that I don't want to see are like Drayden. Drayden's awful. I just always think about Drayden. I absolutely hate Drayden. Quite a few of the Unova leaders actually have pretty bad leads for Dragonite. Magus is pretty free, +1. Right, Gengar. Unfortunately, Gengar's got a Sash. And my Lumberry was used on that Hypnosis, and now I'm confused. Alright, got 3, that's good. Very good. Very nice. Alright, so 9 and 8 is pretty much perfect start. On point. So I'll be able to buy not just the Focus Sash, but also the 2 Carbos that I want to use on Excadrill. So I'll go and get them now. Okay.
Time for a quick charity plug.
Yep.
Rightio. So for PAX 2021, we are raising money for Cure Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all cancers and all areas of cancer research. If you would like to donate, you can go to donate.ozspeedruns.com. That is donate.ozspeedruns.com. Also, we have a couple incentives coming up for the next run that's happening, which is the Super Monkey Ball Master Run. we have two incentives going on. We have the language choice, which we're currently sitting at German with $10, and monkey choice with Gogon with $20. And if you want an incentive in your donation, please make sure you add it into your comment as well.
Just quickly, I think you'll find that's Gon, winning the monkey choice.
Yeah, you can tell. You can tell. Well, for me, it's like I've only been awake for how long, but it's still along the lines of I haven't had enough sleep.
Yeah, I can absolutely understand being cooked at this time of day. Alright. Winona is not too bad, just a decent amount of setup. The thing that she can troll with is if she picks Skarmory, but I didn't get Skarmory, so that's really good. So Winona's Skarmory is... So, I mentioned before I have 3 physical attackers, and that's not too bad, because generally you can just power through, but Winona's Skarmory is the one Pokemon that's so physically bulky that it can be hard to take out, because it's got its investment into defense, and it's got Whirlwind as well, so it can just throw you away. Any boost that you put up. But okay, so unfortunately I've got Drayden here. Luckily it's right after I got the Focus Sash onto Excadrill. So the reason Drayden is awful is... he leads with a Haxorus that's holding a Focus Sash, so I can't just kill it. Haxorus can also have Mold Breaker, which ignores Multiscale, and it's faster than me, so it can just one-hit me. And it's got Earthquake for the other perks as well. And the thing that makes this very random is because he's got random AI, even though he could just click Outrage and just kill my Dragonite, sometimes he'll use Earthquake. So the way I have to win this fight is to switch to Metagross, but if he does the unfortunate, oh, I will just use Earthquake on Dragonite right now, awful things happen. You have got to be kidding me. Alright. So I'll just break the Sash now. Oh, I missed the range. I missed the range. Okay, well now I have to hope that he picks Earthquake again. Alright, thank you. There's the exact scenario I was talking about before. You could have just said, oh yeah, they were predicting a switch. See, they knew you were going to switch to Metagross, but then he also did it when Dragonite was my only Pokemon. So, no. It was just absolutely bizarre AI. Part of the theory behind why they might do that on Dragonite specifically is because, so, the AI, if you have a Pokemon that can have 2 different abilities, they don't know your ability. So, for example, later on, you'll see me use a Lantern that has Volt Absorb, and they will quite often use electric moves on the Lantern, because Lantern could have Illuminate as its ability. However, if you lead a Pokemon with only one ability, like Rotom with Levitate, they will know Rotom has Levitate, and so they will not use ground moves on Rotom. But Dragonite has a hidden ability. It's got Multiscale. And so there's kind of a thought that maybe because it has a hidden ability, the AI doesn't know what to do with that. Or it does, but it does something like, oh, it's got Multiscale and it's at full health, so I'll divide this damage by 2. It'll do half. It normally does 0. So it'll do... I'll use Earthquake. I don't know. It's very confusing why they do it. Just trying to come up with ideas. Okay, so this could have Sturdy, or I could just get a really poor range, and just suddenly doesn't use Earthquake on Excadrill. Instead puts up Sand, so... that is going to use Earthquake. I'm going to switch. This is such a bad team. Oh my god. Okay, thank god that used Swords Dance and didn't just kill me with Rock Slide. So this Aerodactyl is choiced. It's got a choice scarf. So now it'll pick Ice Fang. And so now it's locked into Ice Fang, so I can just send out Metagross and kill it. Okay, and I'll use Bullet Punch. Ice Fang can also flinch, so... I could have actually just switched straight to Metagross, but I guess it could have picked Rock Slide. Maybe Rock Slide was in range? I don't know. Anyway, I just wanted to take it safe, make sure I get the win. So I think I only got 5 battle points there. It was quite low for that set. My first 2 were good though, so I'm still alright. 1 point. Oh, it was 6. Okay. 6 is definitely better than 5. Some might say it's 1 better than 5. Okay. So that's 3 worlds down, 7 to go. So yeah, you saw Aerodactyl switch out on the Dragonite there. Switching is very rare, but because it was choiced into Earthquake, even though you saw Earthquake on Dragonite before, in that situation they do know, oh, I'm choiced into a move that will do 0 damage, therefore I will switch. Okay. 1. 1 is actually one of the riskier fights that you can get. So this Kingdra has a Haban Berry, and so it can live even a +1 Outrage. He's going straight to Ice Beam. So this is a range, I've just got to hope that I get it. Nope, didn't get it. Alright, so now I've got to beat Water types with Metagross and Excadrill. Not the funnest of times. Incoming. Alright, so this Wishcash is going to kill me. Now, what I'm going to do here is... This is going to look silly, given this is only on, like, 2 health. But I'm actually going to use Swords Dance. And the reason is, this can use Rest. Beautiful. So he's going to use Rest, get his health back. But now that I've got the Swords Dance out... Doesn't matter that he's got his health out. He's done. And now I've got the +2 for the next poke. So I can just instantly kill that. Alright, cool. It's a win, but it's only 1 point. So it's still not the greatest of wins. 1's not a good matchup. Lenora. Now, Lenora can go really good. Lenora can go really bad. Her lead is a Watchog, and just like the Watchog from the run before, Watchog has absolute troll moves. It's got Hypnosis, it's got Confuse Ray, it's got Super Fang. And it's holding a Focus Sash, and it's faster than me. So it's really bad, and I want to preserve Dragonite for this fight. So if it takes the Lumberry turn 1, that's bad. I'm going to switch out if that happens. But if it doesn't, then I can go in with Dragonite. Confused, right? Yeah, there goes my Lumberry. Alright, so I'm going to switch out to Metagross. Should we use Earthquake that time? Oh, this is not good. Licky Licky is quite tanky, so I'm gonna Swords Dance here. Do not burn me. Okay. This is gonna outspeed. It's alright, Dragonite will still win this one-on-one. I'm just gonna click Outrage. This is also choice, if you're wondering why it's using Horn Leech there. Another only one battle point. This is a very low set. Skylar. Oh man, this is going to be really low. It's impossible to get 3 against Skylar. Because Skylar's lead, like I mentioned before, like a lot of the Unova leaders, Skylar's lead is really good against Dragonite. It's a Swanner that's faster than you, holding a Focus Sash, and has Ice Beam. So because it's faster than you, you can't two-hit it. You can't just go hit, and win, because it'll Ice Beam, and you're dead. And you can't Dragon Dance and then one-hit it with Outrage, because it's holding a Focus Sash. So instead, I've got to switch out to Metagross, break the Focus Sash, and then I can win with Dragonite. Okay, so the danger in this fight is if that Ice Beam throws me, which has happened. But all I wanted to do there was to break the Focus Sash. Now I can go back to Dragonite. That's a crit. That is a loss. Impossible to win now. I think. I guess I'll try to win. 31. I mean, one of them would have to be Mandibuzz. Okay. Crit, flinch, nasty plot. I will go Iron Head then. Oh, it's got a Say-like Berry. That was silly. I should have used Swords Dance. Oh well, I lost anyway. I needed... Oh, how could I have won that, actually? Did I need to Swords Dance turn 1? And then Iron Head? Maybe that's what I needed to do. Anyway, I was pretty much dead as soon as the Ice Beam crit Dragonite. Very unlucky, very unfortunate. And it was the third fight again, so the maximum time loss. on what was already a very slow set. The bright side, if you want to look at it as a bright side, was I was getting very low battle points on a victory on that set anyway, so by redoing it, I'll end up with getting more, almost certainly, than I would have by winning that one. Ah, Maylene. Maylene, not a great fight either. Suddenly getting some pretty bad matchups. Okay, so it's going Sword Dance. I'm going to use Earthquake. It's got a Focus Sash, so it doesn't die, and so now it can just instantly kill me with Ice Punch. It could just kill my entire team now, but instead I'm going to switch to Metagross while it uses Ice Punch, and the Rocky Helmet kills it. Don't miss Meteor Mash. Oh dear. Okay. It's not awful though. Win all the same. Alright, Salon. Salon's pretty easy. Grass is not a dangerous type at all. For this team, but just in general, Grass is just a bad type. His lead can't do much of anything. Scared to set up and then plow through. Okay, so Furior, this is a little bit annoying. I'm actually going to Dragon Dance again here. It's unfortunate that it went straight to Leech Seed. Yeah, now it used Protect. I wanted it to use Protect turn 1 as I use Dragon Dance. It's really slow. Unfortunately, even with animations off, the Leech Seed animation still plays. Oh, I missed the range as well. Oh dear. And look at him just spamming Protect. He's wasting my time. And unfortunately, this has a Focus Sash, so I don't kill it either. Cotton Guard, that's fine. I didn't want it to use Sleep Powder, because I've already lost my Lumberry. Whatever. Alright, Byron's not too bad. It can take a while though. So his lead can't do much of anything, his Bastiodon. But it has Metal Burst. And so I don't want to hit it with any move that's going to do a significant amount of damage, that being Earthquake, unless it's going to kill. So I have to Dragon Dance first. Alright, Fire Blast missed, that's perfect. Did not want that to crit. Alright, I've got to get to neutral before I use Earthquake. There's Metal Burst, beautiful. Bronzong, alright. I'm just gonna Fire Punch. Ah, there's another one. Slap that on the counter. Ground move versus Dragonite. Unfortunately, this has 30, so it won't die. Oh, burn. That'll do it. Beautiful. No damage. Alright, so a lot better that time around. Oh. That first death was quite unfortunate. So how many was that? 8? 8's good. So now I'm back to doing really well on battle points.
Time for a quick donation.
Yep.
Cool. $14 from T-Bolt. Keep going, Worcester. Dono to Ocarina of Time as mentioned earlier. Don't forget to get your donos in for a great cause. As I am not Australian based, I won't be entering the draw. As a reminder, we do have prize incentives for any Australian based people who donate. That's stuff like headphones, and there is I think what was it, lights? I think the other one was. Oh yeah, headphones and then the nano leads. Hexagon thingies, yeah.
Cool, okay, that fight wasn't great. Got unlucky on the Torkoal, going double Stone Edge and hitting them both. At least the last one was Camerupt. If the last one was Houndoom, it would just outspeed both of my steals. That would have been really bad. But I do have the Focus Sash now. So Excadrill still would have won. Okay, so now Tate's. So Tate's a bit more dangerous than Liza in Worlds. His lead can actually do damage. Trick Room. And there's another one. It used explosion! Why? Alright. And now Trick Room comes down, and then I outspeed and kill. That was an insanely good fight. That fight can just go so poorly and take so long. That was really, really, really lucky. I think that's the first time I've seen that Claydol actually use Explosion too. Ugh. Alright, Whitney. Whitney is not too bad. So she's... another thing the AI does not understand in this run is moves with variable power. So Whitney's Miltank, its best move against you is Return. But Return has variable power based on how much friendship you have. And so Return, if she used it, it actually has max power. And she can use it, it's just rare. Because she doesn't understand how much power it has, because it has variable power. So usually she just will not use it. See, and instead picks Zen Headbutt. Getting flinched is actually worse though. Alright, that's better. Go to +2. Hopefully hit this range. Nope. Ambipom. Ambipom will use Ice Punch and just take me out. And you might think it's weird that Metagross has 2 steel moves, but you're starting to see just how helpful Bullet Punch is, getting that priority in to finish off the revenge. That's a crit. Nice. Would have been fairly embarrassing if my physical attacker lost to a Blissey. But definitely could have happened there. So happy to get that crit off. That was a pretty good set though. Pretty quick. So halfway done with Worlds. Seven's not too bad. If I can keep up an 8 average, that's like insanely good on battle points. That'll get me like everything that I need and more. Like all of my bonus ones that I would like. Alright, Price. Now, Price can be somewhat dangerous again, but at least it's because Mamoswine is just a really dangerous Pokemon for me to fight, because it outspeeds all of my pokes. It's got very high attack. It's got Ice moves for Dragonite and Ground moves for my other 2 to hit them both super effectively, but this one doesn't have Icicle Crash, so it can't one-hit. It does have Icicle Spear, but the AI only calculates damage for the first turn of multi-hit moves, so it'll actually prioritize Ice Shard over Icicle Spear. There's Ice Shard then. But that doesn't one-hit. It does 2-hit though. Jinx. Beautiful. Jinx is the exact Pokemon I want to see with Metagross out here. Because Bullet Punch just one-hits it, because Jinx has such poor defense. Oh, Lapras is not what I want to see. Right, that's enough damage, so Exp will definitely kill. Exp does outspeed. Only 1 point for that one though, so that's pretty low. Roxy. So this is another instance where I really don't want them to pick random Earthquake on Dragonite. Because Roxy leads with a Choice Scarf Scolipede, which knows Earthquake, but so I'm going to switch, because it should pick Rock Slide. And I really do not want something to be spamming Rock Slide that's faster than Dragonite on Dragonite. Because it could just flinch Dragonite into the Abyss. So instead I'm going to switch to Excadrill, but unfortunately if it picks Earthquake, that's really bad for Excadrill. Oh no! Oh dear. Don't be Among Us. Okay, Drapion. It lived? Oh dear. This is really bad, I've got to say. Definitely pick Rock Slide this time. Alright, now give me Garbodor as the last one, please. Crobat. Unfortunately, Crobat's going to be able to kill me. I don't think Crobat will be able to kill Dragonite. And this should kill? No! Oh dear. I'm only getting 1 battle point from this one too. Was always a win in that situation, but maybe I should have played it a bit safer and gone Metagross, because Metagross was always going to beat Crobat. Just to make sure I got the battle point. Alright, Whitney again. Shouldn't lose to Whitney. So definitely going to slide down my battle point average here, even if I do get a 3 on Whitney. Need to not get Ambipom, if that's the case. So I'm going to get a 3 here. Because once Dragonite's set up, it can just one-hit all of their other pokes, but Ambipom with the Focus Sash can't do anything about that. Okay, same deal here. Pick Zen Headbutt instead of Return. Hopefully I can get the range this time. Nope, not even close. I assure you that can kill. Ugh, Ambipom again. Well, not getting 3. The AI is somewhat smart in what Pokemon they send out on a matchup. Heck, what are you doing? Ugh. That's another one. I'm only getting 3. Oh dear. But so, like, if Whitney has Ambipom, she will always send it out second against Dragonite because the Ambipom knows Ice Punch. So the way it works is they determine it purely based on offense, and they just determine what move has the highest base power, including type effectiveness, but not including things like same type attack bonus. And it's not what does the most damage, it's just what move has the highest power. So, for example, against someone like Watson? No, not Watson. Who is it? Surge? I think Surge. Surge has an Ampharos that knows Power Gem. And so against Dragonite, Power Gem is 70 power times 2 because it's super effective, 140 power. And he will send out Ampharos before other electric types that have Thunder. Even though Thunder is 120 power, and with the same type attack bonus, that would be 180. And so it would actually do more damage. He will still prioritize Power Gem in that scenario, because of how it all works. But so it's very important to be able to distinguish between these things, because you need to know, for example, after seeing what the second Pokemon is, okay, well this means the second Pokemon can't be, you know, Ambipom against Whitney or whatever. Because that can quite often change what your strategy is. Ugh, don't miss. Alright, at least the miss didn't cost me there. That was a good fight. And that was a good example of Metagross showing its worth and synergy with this team. Because Ice, that team would just be really bad for Dragonite and Excadrill. But Metagross can just get in there and boom boom. It having a priority move in Bullet Punch is really, really helpful as well. Another thing that's great about Metagross is it is excellent against the types that it does as well. In Steel and Psychic. Obviously I've got Excadrill for Steel as well. But for Psychic especially, Metagross is an excellent pick. Good luck beating Psychic without Metagross. Hydro Pump. Okay, so I'm actually going to boost to 3 here. Don't crit high roll me, please. Okay. Crit there and I would have been dead and that's all over. But I really want to get to 3 because without +3 I don't want hit Slowking or Azumarill and they can plow through my other dudes. Didn't bring either of them though. It's all good. Still a sweep. Happy with any sweep. Alright, Volkner. Volkner could be a little bit dicey. but not too bad. Like, electric is a pretty good type for you. But I do have pretty bad luck with the Electivire line, I've got to say. And his Electivire does no Ice Punch, and it can just crit one hit you, and it has done so quite a few times to me. Okay. Frozen Solid. Good thing I've got the Lumberry. Electrode. Now, Electrode is actually fast enough to outspeed me there, even with the Dragon Dance. And it can also just kill me, so I'm just going to switch straight to Excadrill. Okay. Intimidate, that's a shame. That'll just kill me now. Still a win, but just a shame that I lost the battle point there. Alright, so that is set 7 of worlds done. 3 more worlds to go before I can unlock champions. So there's another 8. So I've got 35 battle points at the moment. So I want to have at least 52 after doing worlds, ideally. So that would mean 17 in the next 3. Because then I can buy the 4 Carbos for Chandelure, and the Choice Scarf and the Choice Specs. The points after that are for spare Carbos, first for Zangoose, and then for Rotom. And it would be nice to get those, but it's not the end of the world if I don't. But it kind of is the end of the world if I don't get the Carbos for Chandelure. Don't crit me, don't crit me. Okay. I'm always really scared specifically of him critting there and killing me, just because it looks so greedy going for the 3rd Dragon Dance. Even though it is the right play, because, like, Disloking would not... Disloking lived anyway? What? What? Excuse me, that is not supposed to happen. Apparently that's a range, and I did not know. I imagine that's a 15 and 16 to die. Because I have never seen that live before. Alright, that's a nice miss. I've got the Focus Sash, so I'll still get 2 points. Well, well, well. That's new information. I really did think that was guaranteed at +3. Alright, now Clay. Now Clay is one Unova leader who does not have a great lead for Dragonite, but only because he's dumb. He does have a Pokemon that is faster than you, has a Focus Sash, and has a good move against you in Rock Slide. Rock Slide's a move that I absolutely hate. but he generally goes and spams Swords Dance instead of using Rock Slide. So it gives me the chance to set up and then power through him. Got the burn again. Nice. See you later. And that's a good team to finish too. And yeah, if you can get a Dragonite boost and you've still got multi-scale intact, you're pretty much set. Because, I mean, Dragonite can, with multi-scale, it can even live like blizzards. Not all blizzards, but some blizzards. It can still tank. It's very hard to take down. Alright, Bugsy. Bugsy's another example of a trainer who's easier in Worlds than in the region tournaments. The reason in this case is because his Scizor, his lead, has an Ochre Berry in Johto leaders, which reduces Fire Punch's damage by half the first time you hit it. But in this one, it's got a Citrus Berry, so I can set up quite safely with Dragonite. Oh, nice. Didn't use Bullet Punch there, so I've still got multi-scale. Heracross Pinsir, that's perfect. Love to see it. Love to see Heracross Pinsir. Alright, that's a really, really good fight. Eight again? Alright, only 2 more worlds to go. It is a bit of a slog getting through this tournament 10 times in a row, but at least the fights that you do are just always different. Like, every time you do this tournament, it's a totally different tournament. It's also very likely that you do fight some trainers multiple times, like this is Liza again, but you also don't fight every trainer in Worlds in any given run, even though you do it 10 times. The trainers that you fight here, when I do the type experts, they do use the same teams in Worlds and type experts, but obviously the fights themselves feel quite different because you're using different Pokemon. Because you've got to use those type Pokemon. Okay, this time I went Trick Room, so this time I'm going to spam Dragon Dance until the Trick Room wears off. This time it's not attacking me at all. There we go, there's Grass Knot. It's a 5. So hit him there, then the Trick Room goes down. Trace multi-scale, that's actually pretty annoying, but I think it still kills. Yeah, it does. With that much setup. And then Zatu. Actually gonna leave Fire Punch just because it's got a Focus Sash. Could burn. Interesting that it didn't Trick Room, but I'll take it. One again. I would have much preferred clay. Much preferred clay. Oh dear. So one, I've already done this fight once before. But the way this fight goes well is if I actually just hit the Kingdra range. Oh, he's gone Rain Dance. Okay, this can be really good or really bad. Don't have Swift Swim. He's got Swift Swim! If he didn't have Swift Swim, I would have outsped him there. I got the range, though. Now I just need him to not have Swift Swim pokes. Okay, Wall Rain is not a Swift Swim poke. I think I should just... Oh, that... okay, that killed. That Relicanth has Swift Swim. But the rain stopped. Seriously? That was very unlucky. I was actually considering as well switching from Excadrill to Metagross just so it would die to Rocky Helmet when it picked Waterfall. Just in case it did the flinch like that to try and save the battle point, but I was like, nah, it's not worth it. But then he did it. Very mean. Shame about both Relicanth and Kingdra both having Swift Swim as their ability. Bad coin flips there. Alright, Sharon, again, has a bad lead for Dragonite, Unova leader. Faster Pokemon, Stoutland, with a Focus Sash, and it knows Ice Fang. So I'm gonna switch. Frozen Solid. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. No, one hit Porygon-Z though. And one hit Cinccino too. So Dragonite will still win. Frozen on the flinch and then never defrosting was very unlucky. But at least I still got a win out of it. There are other fights where getting frozen on the switch does not give you a win. Alright, so that's 9, so just 1 to go now. And I'm at 49 battle points, so even if I only get 3, I'll still reach 52. Which is the minimum that I wanted to hit. Ideally, I'd like to have 5 extra. So if I could get 8 here, that'd be really nice. Get those 5 extra for Zangoose. Sabrina is a good start. On the quest to get 8. I can also get some extras in the Champions tournament, because the battle points in Champions work the same as Worlds. But then after that, it's all static. Sabrina's Alakazam is just the only Pokemon that you set up Dragon Dance and then Earthquake neutral to kill. Because its defense is low enough to die to that. Alright, Sigalith. That's good. If you can give me the last one as Espeon. Exeggutor, that's not too bad. Alright, cool. Got the 3-turn Outrage there. Because the Sleep Powder took my Lumberry, I didn't want to get 2-turn Outrage and then get confused. That would have been reasonably annoying. Alright, good. Drayden's out. Clay. Clay is good. Hopefully I can get 3 against Clay again, if he spans Swords Dance. Which he did last time, just really don't want to see a Rock Slide. That's 1 Swords Dance. Or that. That works too. Add another one to the ground move on Dragonite counter. Alright, Mamoswine is scary because... Oh no, that's a crit. Oh no, what do I do? Alright, I've got the Focus Sash. It's the right place to go Excadrill. And now I'm hoping the last one is Golurk. Seismitoad. Oh no, I outspeed this. Because I've used the Carbos, I outspeed it. Does Bullet Punch kill? I have to try. It doesn't. And I don't tank that! Oh my word. And even though that's a double KO, that's actually a loss. Wow. Well, that's bad. Unbelievably bad luck to get the Ice Shard crit on Mamoswine though, because normally without a crit that doesn't kill, and then I just kill with Outrage, and then I kill the last with Outrage too. It's unlucky, but the thing is, when you're doing this many tournaments and this many fights where 1 crit kills you, eventually you're going to get a fight where that crit happens and it kills you. Yeah, it's a shame. Real shame. Nah, so some ties you do actually win. They're not considered draws. So if you have a tie where you kill their final Pokemon with Rocky Helmet and your Pokemon dies, that's a win. Yeah, I lost my Lumberry, so I'm going to switch here again. That's a crit. But in a scenario where they kill you with Life Orb, that's not a win. Oh, okay. Can still get the 3. Yes. Beautiful. Please win, Morty. Go, Morty. Go, Morty. Go, Morty. Go, Morty. Yes. Good boy. Morty's a much better fight than Dragon. On opposite scales of good. As in one is good and the other is not good. What is a very free setup, whereas Drayden is absolutely awful setup. Alright, but hopefully for my battle points I don't see Frostlass here. Hopefully it's Bayonet. Yes. And with Bayonet, I think I'd like the last one to be Chandelure. Miss Mag, I think, is fine too. Ah, Dusknoir. Hex. Ah, still kills. Alright, so that was a 3 as well. Alright, and Eliza. Eliza is a pretty nice fight too. I should be able to get at least 2 out of Eliza. And get the 8 battle points that I wanted. Another electric type user, and she doesn't have anything really too threatening. Luxray. Okay, not Intimidate. So that'll die. And Stun Fist. That is definitely a crit. A crit para even. But I lived, so I got all 9. Alright, and that is the end of Worlds. So doing all 10 of those has unlocked the Champion Tournament. But before I do Champs, I am going to duck off and buy those carvos. Choice Scarf. And the Choice Packs. Wait, I was thinking I'm doing something wrong. I am doing something wrong. I should go to the PC first. Okay, now I do this. Okay, and now we'll take on the champs. So the champs have slightly better stats than the worlds. Their IVs are 25 across the board, except for Red, who has 30s across the board. But you only have to win champs once. So some of the champion fights are actually really easy. Some of them are tremendously bad. And some of them are kind of mid-tier. So Lance is a fight that is mid-tier, I would say, of the champions. But I have had extremely bad luck against Lance over the course of my attempts. Even though I insist he isn't that bad a fight, I've just gotten awful luck against him. So you notice before I changed my items as well, I put the Focus Sash onto Metagross, and Excadrill has... I've been frozen. Okay, I'm going to use Meteor Mash. He's going to use Fire Punch and defrost me, and then I can hit him with Meteor Mash. Send out Excadrill, and now I can kill with Iron Head. No, I just have to die here. Set up the dance. And outrage. And the last one will be Flygon. And this just dies to outrage. So the fight's tricky to win. You have to do it in a specific way, but that's generally just how the fight goes. You send out Metagross to chip Dragonite down, finish Dragonite with Excadrill, Excadrill dies, and then with multi-scale, Dragonite can just Dragon Dance on whatever the second Pokemon is, and outrage and kill both of them. Go Alder. Yes! Alder is extremely easy. Alder is the easiest, and Wallace is the hardest. So it was really, really good that Alder won that one. You've kind of seen how much I've been struggling, and I've been talking about how bad water types are, and Wallace is a water type champion, so he's just absolutely awful. But Alder leads with a Volcarona. While Volcarona is a good Pokemon, it's not very good against Dragonite. So pretty easy setup on Volcarona. Okay. Lean. Nice. Last one is Chandelure, I think. Yep. Yes, just click Outrage. And that's an easy win. Alright, so the last one was Steven or Cynthia. I'd slightly prefer Steven, but Cynthia's not too bad either. Like, if I had to pick fights, Alda would be the first that I would pick, then I would pick Steven, and then I would pick Cynthia. That is my favourite three to fight, because I would say they're the most likely you are to get wins, those three. Alright, and it's Steven. Oh, add another one to the counter. Matchups, I'll just outrage. Oh, Rockslide doesn't even kill. That's another Dragonite solo. Alright, so Champ's first try, that's really good. And so now we move on to the last 19. And this is where the type tournaments start. So, what? Ice Beam, thank you. Oh yeah, because I wasn't on, because I taught Earthquake. Right. Voltoy. Boulders. So there's a lot of teaching of moves and shuffling of items around before all of these tournaments, because a lot of these Pokemon that I'm going to be using I've just caught and have done nothing else to. But I do need to teach them some moves as a bare minimum in order to win these tournaments. Okay. So the order that I'm doing these types is determined by a few factors. One of them is I'm doing types where I don't need battle points just yet, so I still need to spend some battle points to buy some TMs, those being Protect and Swords Dance. So I have to do the types where I use Protect and Swords Dance after I have enough battle points to buy them. I'm also doing, the last tournament that I will do is Poison. The reason for that is I want to spend all the battle points that I have up to that point on vitamins before doing Poison. And otherwise, it's got to do with the order that I do the types has to do with the Pokemon in my party. Because I want to do as few PC, like switching my party at the PC as I can. So I want to do at least 2 tournaments at once with my party. And sometimes I'll have to fly away. I am actually going to switch to Ferroseed here. This has a Focus Sash. And it's also got Guillotine. So, just going to use Iron Barbs to break the sash. Yeah, so just how I organize my party becomes the remaining factor. So, like, I'm doing ground now, and then I'm going to do steel next. And that's just because... Oh, what do I do here? I think this is the right play, because it'll pick Brave Bird now. And do enough recoil that the next one kills. Yep, cool. Because like Excadrill and Metagross are already in my party, because I just used them to beat champions. But okay, so in these tournaments it doesn't matter how many of my pokes die, I've just got to get the win. I get 2 battle points for winning no matter what. So I can put that mentality out of my mind, and just focus solely on winning. So what you'll notice for the teams that I use for a lot of these types that I've now started, I guess I should explain again. So these types, so Steel type, I can only use Steel type Pokemon. Ground type, I can only use Ground type Pokemon, etc. What you'll notice with the composition of my teams is a lot of the time I'll have 2 pretty good Pokemon and 1 basically dud. And so in this case, Metagross and Excadrill, very good. Ferroseed in Steel type kind of doesn't do anything. It's actually quite good in Grass, but in Steel, it's basically just there to be a Steel type, so that I can enter the tournament. But the fact that it has Iron Barbs to break the sash that you just saw there, quite nice. Oh my goodness, I almost clicked the wrong move. Excadrill, okay. Off the Ferroseed. So Excadrill is faster than me, and it can actually one-hit me even with submission. So I'm holding a Life Orb, so... oh, sorry, it's holding a Life Orb. I'm holding an Air Balloon, my Excadrill, so it can't use Earthquake, but even with submission, it one-hits me. So once again, I'm just sacrificing Ferroseed there, so I can switch to Metagross. Metagross here is holding the Choice Scarf. But it's a very situation so that it can outspeed the Excadrill. Oh my goodness, stop spamming Protect. I now Reflect? Is it actually trying to PP Storm me out of Earthquake? Is that what's happening here? It's doing a pretty decent job of it. That was very slow. It shouldn't take that long to kill Magnezone with Earthquake, I gotta say. But yeah, there are a lot of pokes that you'll see that you might think are the duds that end up actually putting in decent work. But so the reason, like, you might look at the Ferroseed and think, you know, why don't you evolve that into Ferrothorn? Well, it's because you can win with Ferroseed, so it's not worth spending, you know, the 6-7 minutes that it takes to evolve Ferroseed into Ferrothorn when you're only going to use it for 6-7 minutes and you can win anyway. It's actually better to just spend that time, just go straight to the tournament and win. Even if sometimes you do lose, it's still better statistically to just go in and win. And there's no guarantee that even if you do evolve some of the Pokemon that I do use that are not fully evolved, that you would have won if you did evolve it. It's not that often that that actually makes a difference. Okay, so here, Swords Dance. Alright, no Sturdy, that's good. Magnezone. This one does have Sturdy. Now, unfortunately, this means the last Pokemon is going to be Skarmory. This Skarmory has Curse and Roost. So I'm actually going to get to +6 before I start using Rock Slide. Good flinch. This is the turn I really want to flinch though. Yeah, because now he's going to use Roost. Nice, there we go. This one will kill. Alright, not too bad. Alright, that's Steel done. Now, another thing I should say is at this point, one of the things that I will do... So I said before, I actually offered a pretty low estimate, offering 10 hours. It's pretty unlikely that I'll be able to complete this in 10 hours, I said at the start of the run, and at this point that's very much true. At the pace I'm going, I will not get under 10 here, but so what I'll do is... I'm still on pace to get under 10 if I have no more deaths. It's just that that's extremely unlikely to happen. But so what I'll do is, for some of the later tournaments, if I do die, in order to not have the marathon go way behind, I'll just say, alright, that's it. I'll just do the next tournament. I won't retry it to try and win. Hopefully I don't have to do that. Hopefully I can get this under 10. It's very unlikely at this stage. The rest of the run would have to go really, really well. But okay, so moving into ground type. So the Pokemon that looks like dead weight here is Boltoy. But Boltoy is actually quite useful. So I'm fighting Homer here. So in the type experts, you're fighting generally the gym leader types. But for, say, ground types, there aren't 3 ground type gym leaders. So they have to throw in one other guy. And in this case, the other guy is Homer. So this Crocodile is Choice Scarf and uses Earthquake. Because Boltoy has Levitate, it's just a free kill for Boltoy. Without Boltoy, this Crocodile would actually be really tough to kill. Homer is actually a trainer I can still lose to, even with Boltoy getting a free kill. His Gastrodon especially is quite dangerous. Okay, Steelix, that is not Gastrodon, that's good. Still just gonna use Ice Beam here. It used Explosion, okay. Cool. Now I'll send out Exca again. Hippowdon, here we go. This will be Sand Force in action here. Summons the Sandstream, and so because Excadrill's ability is Sand Force, my attacks do more. That's also a crit, and so it'll one-hit. Beautiful. That's basically a perfect fight. Steelix Explode, really nice. Yeah, so that guy doesn't switch because he's not a gym leader. He has different AI, so he doesn't have the claws to switch out after being locked into Earthquake in that scenario. Alright, Giovanni. This fight can be pretty tricky. Another one of those fights where just because you don't know what his team is can make it quite difficult. If you knew what his team is, you'd be right every time. But having to play for every situation Could make it a lot harder. Nah, I didn't get the flinch. Fly score. Okay, I will just use Iron Head and die. Now I'm going to send out Mamoswine. This is a bit of a risk, staying in here. I can actually die. Wow, it got the 1 in 16 range. I did die. Alright, Boltoy. All up to you. Yes, Boltoy! Yes! Champion. So that Nidoking has choice specs, is how that killed. The Mamoswine. But then, yeah, it got an absolute maximum range, so it was only a 1 in 16 chance to kill. So the thing with the Boltoy is the Boltoy actually has random stats, so I actually don't know how much damage it's going to take from moves and how much damage it's going to do, because it was caught as part of a chain minute after the Volcarona. So that could have gone either way. The Boltoy just got it done for me. Alright, and so Clay leads with the Mirror Excadrill. And I'm once again going to use Boltoy. In this instance, though, all I want to do is use Bulldoze just to lower Excadrill's speed. Now I'm just going to explode. Boltoy's done its job here. Even though Boltoy can actually beat his Excadrill sometimes, I don't want that to happen. I want my Excadrill to be out there to make what Pokemon he sends out here more predictable. So the fact that that self-destruct crit was a bit dicey there. Okay, I'm gonna Iron Head here. Go to flinch. No. That's unlucky. That's really unlucky. I didn't flinch and he didn't pick Focus Punch. He can pick Focus Punch there instead of Earthquake. I do not want to see Crocodile. Oh dear. Pick Stone Edge. Ah, it missed! Thank God! Oh my goodness. The fact that it picked Aqua Tail, that was so over if that hit. I just lost if that hit. Because Aqua Tail one-hits Mamoswine, because this is Choice Banded. But now I can Ice Beam and kill. Oh my word, that was so close. Whew. Okay. Time for a team change. Gonna move around the items as well. I'm gonna go off and buy some extra carbos. So I've got some spare. Can use on Rotom. So... Why did I have... Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Use the very last rare candy on Sneasel there to have Sneasel evolve. Okay, so the next type that I'm going to do is Ghost. And Ghost is... I would say one of the 4 really tough types. Gotta teach everyone Shadow Ball. And so part of the reason why Ghost is so tough is Ghost is good against itself, right? So there really isn't much strategy towards Ghost that you can use to your advantage. It's just use Ghost moves and win. The problem is that because they have fully EV'd Pokemon, their Pokemon are relatively better than mine. So their spamming of Shadow Ball is a lot better than my spamming of Shadow Ball. And I also... There are a lot of Pokemon that they have access to that I don't. For example, I will be fighting quite a few Gengars. I can't get a Gengar. Because to get a Gengar, you have to trade. And I can't trade as I am doing a speedrun as a single player. So instead, the best strategy that you can actually use to win this type is this Drifblim here as the lead. As I mentioned before, it's going to be holding a Focus Sash, and ideally, the way it works is potentially get off a Calm Mind. They use Shadow Ball and hit the Focus Sash, and then with the Calm Mind, I can then one-hit them with Shadow Ball. And because the Focus Sash has been triggered, Drifblim's ability is Unburden. Unburden activates, which doubles my speed, and so I just outspeed and start killing things. Unfortunately, that's not exactly how it works, because there are a bunch of priority moves as well, and they have Pokemon that can hold Focus Sash, etc, etc. And some of them don't die to +1 Shadow Ball as well, like Dustmore and this Furley's lead, Cofagrigus. So this Cofagrigus, because it doesn't die, I actually want to switch and hit it with Chandelure first. Now, ideally it uses Will-O-Wisp here as I switch. I haven't seen Will-O-Wisp for a long time. Several months since I've seen Will-O-Wisp. I reckon I'm due. Give me Will-O-Wisp. Nope. Oh, it crit me. It just crit me instead. Alright, I'm gonna use Ominous Wind and try and get the boost. I did! I got the boost! Now, I still don't know what to do. Just kill. Just kill. Not Gengar. Not Gengar. Not Gengar. Okay, Golurk. Risk the range here. Got it. Drifblim. Got that range too. Ho ho ho! You beauty, what a comeback. Committed to Omni Boost and hit it. If I didn't get the Omni Boost, I was just going to quit the fight. Like, I would not have won. There was no way to win without getting the Omni Boost. Oh, that was incredible. Alright, the leads on these other two are a bit more consistent, but then the other pokes are not. So I mentioned before, so my Drifblim deliberately has less than perfect special defense, so that both Fantina and Morty just immediately attack, because they're like, yep, I will definitely kill with Shadow Ball. But then it'll just trigger my Focus Sash, and so I can get the Calm Mind off, get the Focus Sash off, and then Drifblim can go in, but going in really can just be just killing the first Pokemon. Ideally, it's a bit more than that, though. Gengar. Okay, so it's going to look weird here. I'm going to pick Thunderbolt here, even though you would think, oh, you should have just used a Ghost move. It would have killed. The Gengar has a Focus Sash. So it would not have killed, so it's faster to use Thunderbolt, also for the chance of Para, fully Para. But Chandelure Scarf, so Chandelure can just kill. Ooh, Jelly Scent. Alright, Water Spout, cool. And no Curse Body either. So Jelly Scent can just one-hit with Shadow Ball, and then it can outspeed and one-hit Rotom with Shadow Ball too. So it can be dangerous. But pick Water Spout, so all good. It's one of those situations where if I'd gotten way more battle points and I had enough for, I think it's 8 Carbos on Rotom, instead of just the 3 that I got, Rotom would then outspeed Jelly Scent, and so that wouldn't be risky at all. But I mean, I ended up not using Rotom, so it's all good.
Quick donation.
Yep.
$45 from Anonymous. No comment. Thank you for that donation. And as a reminder, the donations, don't forget, if you want your donation to go to any incentive, please make sure to put it in the comments.
Alrighty, so Morty, same deal here. Calm Mind. Here goes Shadow Ball. Gets the Focus Sash. And then I kill. Who have we got this time? Dusknoir. Okay, hopefully it doesn't use Shadow Sneak. It used Shadow Sneak. I think it's the right play to go Chandelure. I actually didn't think that 2 hits. This was actually probably the wrong play. I should have gone, Oh, okay, he didn't Shadow Sneak Rotom. That's interesting. Last one will be Mismagius. Now, this Mismagius actually does not have any attacking moves, so I should win, but I can still lose. Special Defense drop there is good. And this is why I can lose. No, dude. Okay, that should kill. Cool. That's a win. That's a win. Goes first try. Good, good, good. So the 4 really bad ones, I would say, as far as types go, are Ghost, Fire, Psychic, and Normal. Goes first try. Very, very good. Okay, so now I'm going to do Flying. So I'm going to move the Focus Sash to Pidove, and then I'm going to give Drifblim an Oran Berry. Which looks a bit weird, but the reason that I've done that again is for Unburden. So in this case, Drifblim won't get hit all the way to Focus Sash health, but it will get hit quite often to half health, and then have the Oran Berry trigger. And I don't care about the 10 health, that's just so it loses its item, so Unburden triggers to double its speed. Alright, but the main player in flying, it shouldn't come as too much of a surprise, is Dragonite, given how much you've seen Dragonite go in so far already. Okay. Faulkner can be a bit of a troll with his double team nonsense. Oh no, this is bad. Okay, cool. So the really bad thing that can happen there is that Pidgeot also knows Swagger. And so if you keep missing and then he goes Swagger and takes your Lumberry, and then you end up getting confused and hit yourself, that's just awful. But I've got the double boost now, so I can just plow through everything. Easy peasy win. Okay, so then Skylar and then Winona. So you see these other matches that are going on here. These just don't matter. I'm always going to fight the gym leaders. There are some types where there are more than 3 gym leaders. Water, for example, has 5. It's the only one that has 5. And so in that case, you don't fight all 5, you only fight 3. So when the gym leaders come up against each other, those matchups do matter. But in these ones where there's 3, or even when there's only 2, you always fight the non-gym leader and then the 2 gym leaders. Okay, so Skylar, if you remember when I fought her in Worlds, has this lead Focus Sash Swanner that's awful for Dragonite. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send in Pidove, the champ. Live with the Sash, and this is exactly why I needed to learn Quick Attack. That breaks the Sash, and now I can go back to Dragonite and win. As long as that doesn't crit. Cool! Now I've got the boost out and I can just plow through her pokes. I was actually sweating on that killing, because if that didn't kill, I would have lost. But I was pretty certain it does kill. Because that Mandibuzz not only would hit me with Stab Dark Pulse, but Stab Super Effective Dark Pulse, it's also got a Saelac Berry, so if I didn't kill, Saelac Berry would have activated and it would have been faster. Because what it probably would have done was use Nasty Plot and then just one hit with Dark Pulse instead of activating my Oran Berry. But it's all good, it killed. Alright, and Winona last. So Winona leads with an Altaria that does not really threaten Dragonite at all. The only move it can do damage with is Sky Attack. And as you can see, it doesn't actually do that much damage. So I'm going to set up 3 Dragon Dancers here, because she does have a Gyarados. And so I want to make sure if Gyarados comes out that I do one hit the Gyarados. This is Tropius Skarmory. Okay, but the good news here is that's my 3rd Outrage, so I'll now become confused, and now I'll be able to choose moves again, so I can switch to Fire Punch on Skarmory here. Oh, nice, I got the burn too. So Drifloon can just watch it die. Excellent. Alright, that's flying done. But yeah, so what's really key in the routing element of this run is not just picking pokes that can win, but picking pokes that are dual type that can enter into types so that you have to catch the least amount of Pokemon. And more specifically, the least amount of Pokemon that can win all of the types. So it actually makes the routing really, really interesting. I mean, I spent technically like many years thinking about what Pokemon would be the best before ever actually doing a run. Fly here. So now I'm leaving off. Because I've done the Ghost type with Rotom, I'm going to switch its type. And so to do that, I've got to fly over here. And go into the shopping center, because that's where all of the appliances are. Here we go. Alright, get myself a nice washing machine. And now Bucky, good old Bucky, is a water type, so now I can enter it into the water type tournament. But before I go there, I'm going to fly to Driftvale instead of the World Tournament, because if you remember from several hours ago, I wanted to teach Low Kick, and that's going to be to Weavile here. Weavile. Low Kick's a really good move for Weavile, given it's entering into Ice and Dark, and fighting is super effective against both of those types. Oh, whoops. But now that I'm so close to the World Tournament, it's faster to just bike there instead of flying there. Okay. And now change my team for the next section. Ice Beam. Kingdra. And give Lantern the choice specs. Should have hit X there. So now I'm going to do Water. So water as a type, it shouldn't be too hard. I've actually got 2 electric water types in Lantern and Rotom, and Kingdra as well as support. So it's a pretty good team for water. You can still run into some problems here though. Because even with the 2 electric types, they do have ground types or Pokemon that will outspeed you with ground moves. Rotom Wash though has Levitate to deal with that as well. So combination-wise, it is very good. But water, just in general, is just a difficult type. It's got bulky mons. Thunderbolt. Alright, he's going Rain Dance. It's a bit of a free turn for me, in all honesty. Alright, Wishcash, I am out of there. This is going to use Earthquake and kill me. And I'm also choiced into Thunderbolt there. But the good thing is here, because the rain is up, I'm going to use Hydro Pump here, and it'll do more damage. And now I can just finish it with Shadow Ball, which can't miss. Beautiful. And then the rain stops just as the last one comes out. Alright, so that was a nice and easy fight. Good, good, good. Okay, so as I mentioned, like either of these two could win. So Wake beat out Marlin. And then in the semis, either Cress or Misty could win. Water's the only one with 5. There are some with 4, like Electric as well. There are none with 1, but Dark has no gym leaders. So in Dark you fight 3 random nobodies. But you always fight the same 3 random nobodies in Dark. Alright, so Wake. Wake can be a little bit dangerous. Again, just if he brings the wrong team. All of the water fights are kind of the same. It's like, I should win. Something really bad can happen there. Alright, Bulk Up from Float's always good. Alright, Gastrodon, I'm out of there. Okay, I'm just gonna Shadow Ball Gastrodon though. I'm not gonna Hydro Pump. That's a crit. Because I don't know what its ability is. Special Death Trump there, so next Shadow Ball will kill. And Empoleon last. Alright. Easy, easy. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, press 1. I was going to say we've probably seen enough of Misty, but we've actually probably seen more of Cress, so... Honestly don't know which of the two I would prefer to fight. Like I said, the water fights are just so similar. Probably is slightly safer against Cress. He's got a better lead for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully it should just be fine, no matter what. Excuse me too. Got a ground type every single time. Ah, that's unlucky. Would have been nice if he picks Rain Dance turn 1, so that my first Hydro Pump did more damage, given that one was going to kill anyway. Crunch. Does this kill? Yeah, it does. Alright, cool. Very nice. Nice and easy. Alright, that's Water down. So I haven't lost in type so far. That's 5 for 5. It's a good start. So the next tournament I'm going to do is Mix and Mix Master. So in Mix and Mix Master, what happens is the opponent takes one of your Pokemon, and then you take one of their Pokemon. So this actually makes it quite difficult to win consistently, because if you just bring good Pokemon, they can just take... For example, I'm going to be bringing my Dragonite, because what I want to be doing is winning with Dragonite. But if I just bring the normal team, and they then take my Dragonite, Dragonite can just completely destroy me. So for this team, instead of bringing Excadrill, I'm actually bringing Rotom, Wash. And so the idea here is to basically have a triangle strategy for no matter who they pick, I can beat them. Metagross. Perfect. But basically, I always want them to take Metagross. Because if they take Metagross, I can set up on Metagross with Dragonite really easily. But so the strategy is basically to beat if they don't take Dragonite, it's fine. I just win with Dragonite. But if they do take Dragonite, what I can do is send out Rotom Wash to force Dragonite to pick Outrage, because it won't pick... It can't use Earthquake, and Fire Punch does so little. You can add another Earthquake, another ground move against Dragonite to the counter there. Fire Punch does so little against Rotom. And then, once it chooses Earthquake, the AI Dragonite, I can then switch to Metagross. And Outrage doesn't do very much against Metagross, and it's holding a Rocky Helmet. And so then I can beat Dragonite with Metagross. Whereas if I had just Metagross up against Dragonite, you saw what happens. You just Dragon Dance and then kill it with Earthquake. So, yeah, in these tournaments with Mix, you've got to be able to win matchups both when you're using either Pokemon. So I need to be able to win Dragonite versus Metagross and Metagross versus Dragonite, basically. Alright, so this is cool. So I've got Bianca second. So you don't always get to hear Bianca's theme in this run, because it only happens if you fight her second in Mix or Rental, I think. It shows up as well. But anyway. Took Metagross again. You beauty. And I can do the very same thing again. So it's a really nice thing that Metagross has agility here. You haven't seen me use agility yet once as Metagross. It is very important when I get to Psychic type. But it's very nice in the mix here as well, because it just wastes using agility on Dragonite, because it's like, I want to be faster, I'll use agility. Meanwhile, I'm using Dragon Dance, and so when I get both the Dragon Dances off, to be able to one-hit it, I'm then faster than it. And so it's effectively just wasted a turn using agility. Whereas if it used, say, Meteor Mash, Bullet Punch, that would kill. Or it could kill with high ranges, and especially with an attack piece. Alright, and Charon last. So again, it's just random which one that they take. So your odds on, because there are 6 mixed fights, 3 in normal and 3 in master, to get 2 of each. But more Metagross takes and less Dragonite takes are better. Do not want them to see them taking Dragonite. He took Rotom. Okay, I'm fine with that. So Rotom isn't as easy to set up on as Metagross, but it's still fine. And it's better to set up on than his Stoutland, which is why I took his lead. I don't really care about getting the Stoutland, it's just about changing what the lead is. So I'll just get a +1. Now the Rotom's holding a Focus Sash, which is why I've just used Fire Punch there. It's a bit annoying that it's just taken my Lumberry, but even if I only get 2, I should be fine. Alright, I've got 3. Cool. This tournament is also the only one, you didn't see it. It's the only tournament where they can actually bring 2 of the same Pokemon. There isn't a species clause in Mix. So, like, Charon can bring 2 Washogs. But he only brought 1. Alright, so Mix first try, that's good. And now we'll do Mix Master. So Mix Master is the same thing, but it's against better teams. So it's the Unova Gym Leader teams from Worlds in Mix Master. The thing that can be slightly alright in Mixmaster is, like I mentioned before, that a lot of the Unova leaders have leads that are bad for Dragonite. So even if they take Dragonite, I can then take their lead and actually be okay. Berg is not one of those. Take Metagross. He took Metagross. So Berg's lead is horrible against Dragonite. It's a Leaf Any. And so honestly, I could have just kept the Leaf Any there and set up on that. But Metagross is such free setup as well, so may as well just do that. Get rid of the Leaf Any, because I mean it's got a Focus Sash, so it does take 2 hits to kill. Can add another one to the ground move on Dragonite count. Nice. Crustle didn't have Sturdy. Beautiful. No, so mixed trainers still only have a pool of 6. It's just that 2 of them are the same Pokemon. But Mixed Master, they can't have. They can't have 2 of the same. These teams are using their teams from the World Leaders tournaments. Alright, so Drayden. So Drayden was an example of what I was talking about before. Even if he takes Dragonite, I can just take his Haxorus. He took Rotom. I'm still taking Haxorus. Because his Haxorus is just really good against his own team. Because it's such a powerful mon with a Focus Sash. So Drayden's actually easier in Mixed Master than he is in Worlds. And then if he doesn't take Dragonite, well then his lead is something that I can set up on easily, regardless. So either way, I've got a dragon ready to sweep through his other dragon. My Lumberry again. Hopefully I can get a 3-turn Outrage again. But even if I don't, I've got Haxorus that can just click Outrage on the last hook, if need be. Alright, I did. That's another 3-turner. That's beautiful. And it's Skylar. Okay. It's the same deal here. If she takes Dragonite, I'll actually take the Swanna and just beat the Dragonite with Swanna. Rotom. So they ended up not taking Dragonite once. That's 3 Rotoms, 3 Metagross. Not bad, eh? Not bad. I'm talking as if I've already won. I better win. I mean, the scary thing that can happen with Rotom, basically, is it double paralyzes you with Thunderbolt. I think I just one-hit Drifloon and Archeops, I think was the other one. Yep. Alright, that's really good mixed tournaments. Really, really good mixed tournaments. I won't lie to you, I am comparing against my splits just so I know like what pace I am to get sub 10 to know whether I need to take some liberties on not retrying some tournaments, and both of those mixed tournaments were my best ever by some distance. So that's good. Alright, and now time for Dragon. Now, it might come as a little bit of a surprise that I'm actually not going to lead Dragonite in Dragon, but it's actually better to lead Kingdra. You've seen before, I mean, against the Haxorus, it's not great there. It is good against Claire. I would like to lead Dragonite against Claire if I could, but against Drakon, this guy especially, just some random dude in the tournament, it's much better to have Kingdra lead. This guy, just some random guy who's just rocked up to the tournament. He's got a stacked team, but it's just as a result of being in the Dragon type, and Dragon types generally being very good. So it's possible for this guy, for example, to pick Salamence, Garchomp, Dragonite as his team. But how is this guy not a gym leader? But Kingdra with Choice Scarf, Ice Beam goes in. Whereas that Salamence would be really bad for a lead Dragonite. Okay, Druddigon is not great. I'm actually going to switch to Vibrava to sacrifice it. Vibrava is just here to make up the numbers. It's just the easiest to access Dragon type that you can just catch for the 3rd spot. Then click Outrage. And win. Okay, so Drayden. So he's going to lead the Haxorus. And now he should always use Outrage against the Kingdra, because Outrage just kills it. And so the idea here is I switch to Vibrava to trigger the Rocky Helmet in order to break its Focus Sash, and then I can just kill it. Now I've got to check its ability here, because if it's Rivalry and it's a female, I can actually kill it with Dragonite. I can get the setup off, because it won't one-hit Dragonite. But if it's Mold Breaker or it's a male, I can't do that. Okay, it is a female. Have we got Rivalry? We have. Beautiful. So I can just get the Dragon Dance off here, because this won't kill Dragonite, because its attack is lowered, because it's a female and I'm a male. Both the ability and the gender are both random. They're both coin flips, so it's a 1 in 4 to get that to work. If that wasn't the case, I would have gone to Kingdra and killed with Kingdra. But you generally need to get to Dragonite and get the +1 at some stage, because Kingdra won't just one-hit the rest of his team. Alright, and then Claire for the final. So as I mentioned, I really want Dragonite to be out there against Claire's lead, the Kingdra. So much so that I'm just going to switch to Vibrava to sacrifice it again, and then just send out Dragonite. I started this run before today even started, and now the sun is well and truly beaming down. I still got 2 hours to go. Alright. Alright, it's going straight to Outrage. So, go to Dragonite. Get my Dragon Dance up. And then Outrage. And then just not Garchomp. Cool. Garchomp has a Focus Sash. I still win because Kingdra outspeeds because it's got the Focus Sash on. But it's just faster to not get Garchomp there. So that's good. Nice, easy, simple dragon. Okay. Time for another team change. Okay, so I've brought Pridov into my party again, not because I'm actually going to use it during this team composition, but because I'm once again going to fly off and change Rotom's form. So in this set, I'm going to do electric and fire, and I'm going to change Rotom now to its fire type, because I'm going to be using Rotom in electric, and fire, oh my goodness, fire is a much better secondary type for the electric type than water is, because water is obviously weak to electric, so electric moves would be neutral against me. And fire is not too bad in electric, because I don't get hit by even their pocket bulldoze moves, because I've got levitate. Yes. So we'll get ourselves a nice little microwave oven. And then fly back. And then do electric. So I mentioned before with electric, so I'm going to be using a Lantern, and so Lantern is part water, and so it does take, or would take, pretty significant damage from electric moves. But that actually plays into my hand, because Lantern's ability is Volt Absorb. So electric moves don't actually do any damage, but because Lantern can have Illuminate as one of its other abilities, they don't know that it has Volt Absorb, so they will very often use electric moves against Lantern. Electric isn't entirely free if the AI does decide to be smart and pick bad pokes. Certainly not one of the worst. There you go, Wild Charge. Oh, cross shot missed. Beautiful. Still at full health. This Raichu often just spams charge. It wants to boost the power of its next electric move, but then it's, oh no, electric moves won't do anything. Guess I'll charge again to boost the next turn. Almost as if it thinks the ability could just change by the next turn. Alright, beautiful. That's an excellent start. Great first fight. Alright, Eliza. Funnily enough, the scariest Pokemon Eliza has is actually Stunfisk, which you wouldn't think given Stunfisk is ground type and I'm going to be spamming Surf. You would think, well, that's not scary at all, but the Stunfisk, because it is ground type, does a lot of damage to Lantern, and it's actually got the special defense to tank a Surf. Wild Charge. Love to see it. Ah, there's Return. That's a shame. Actually does a lot of damage. Here it is, Stunfisk. So this would kill me with Earth Power. No, I think it's the right play to switch back to Lantern. Keep Rotom alive. But I just needed to hit it with Rotom once so that Surf would kill. He Electros last. This is choiced, so it's now choiced into Thunder Punch. Great job. I was actually kind of scared when Electros came out, because I was like, if this just picks the right move, could actually be trouble. Might have to hit an overheat and that can miss. No, I'll just pick Thunder Punch. No worries. Alright, and Surge last. Surge is probably the scariest of the fights, I would say. Surge's Electivire is quite scary, because it knows Earthquake. Which does quite a lot to Lantern, and it also knows Cross Chop. And Cross Chop can 2-hit Rotom Heat. And it's also got a high crit rate, so it's just quite a dangerous take. His lead is pretty safe though, the Raichu. So he goes Fake Out, but then there's Volt Absorb. His only other move that can do damage is Focus Punch, so as long as I'm attacking, I'm not going to do more damage. So I'm actually going to stay in against this Lantern, so I'm choiced, which is why I'm using Surf. But I can generally still win this matchup. That's a crit. Come on, Lantern, use Thunder. You know you want to use Thunder. No, he crit me. Ugh. That's annoying. Alright, good. Yeah, this is probably going to spam... Oh no, it's going Iron Tail. That's interesting. I was gonna say it's probably gonna spam double team, but it only went one, so that's all good. All right, that was a good electric. All right, and coming up now to fire. So fire. I have technically never done fire in all of my attempts first try. I did once do it without losing, but I actually had to quit and reset because I forgot to change the items. I'm gonna get Bulldoze to Pignite. But it's just, this is just a tough type. It does have some of the coolest strats though as well. But Chili and Flannery are very difficult fights. It's just a type where you don't have access to great pokes, and all their fire types have Earthquake and Stone Edge, and or they're a dumb Manatan that just outspeeds you with Life Orb and just destroys you. Okay. But these are definitely fights where I'm really looking for some good luck and some good teams. Okay, not Camerupt. Darmanitan, also not great. Miss? Oh, I outspeed it? Because of the Carbos, right, okay. So I can just go Chandelure now. No. Chandelure does not have Choice Scarf. Do not send out Chandelure. Send out Pignite. Please send out Pignite. Oh my goodness, I almost made a terrible mistake there. Rotom has the Choice Scarf. Last Pokemon is Arcanine. Alright, Arcanine can't do much to Chandelure here. So I can just Shadow Ball and hopefully win as long as I don't get crit here. Beautiful. That's a win. Alright, and so Blaine. So Blaine is definitely the easiest of the three fires, and so the reason is because his lead is Arcanine, and his Arcanine actually has 4 different type attacking moves. His Arcanine has Overheat, Close Combat, Extreme Speed, and Bulldoze. But as it turns out, those 4 types do no damage to a Chandelure with Flash Fire as its ability, holding an air balloon. So it cannot, because my Chandelure is holding an air balloon, it cannot touch Chandelure. But because it can't do damage in an unconventional way, i.e. I'm holding an air balloon, it doesn't switch out. It'll stay in. And so I can switch to Chandelure and set up as many Carmines as I want. Now I'm actually going to lead with Shadow Ball because it is holding a Focus Sash. And then we'll get some Carmines out. And now I'm only going to go to 3. Like I said, I could go to 6 if I really wanted to, but there's no need. Magmortar is the only concern here, so this has Rock Slide. It doesn't do that much, but it can flinch me. Yeah, it didn't flinch me, so all good. But the Magmortar is choiced, so even if the Magmortar did flinch me and then flinch me again and kill me, I could send out Pignite, and Rock Slide would do like 20 damage to Pignite, and Pignite would win. Alright, so now just Flannery to go. My nemesis, Flannery. My absolute nemesis. Alright, so on her Torkoal, I'm actually going to lead with Electro Ball. Electro Ball actually does more than Thunderbolt because I'm Choice Scarfed. Electro Ball does more damage the faster you are relative to your opponent. And Torkoal is very slow. And so it ends up having 150 power as a move. Holding the Choice Scarf. Flannery is... I just need a good team against Flannery. If I get a good team, this fight looks so easy. If I get a bad team, it's just impossible. Electro Ball. That's a crit. Ooh, that's a good start. Camerupt! Alright, this Camerupt also cannot hit Chandelure. So once again, it's Carmine time. Get a +3 again, so I can one hit. I'm just gonna Shadow Ball. Yeah, it's a win. So I could have beaten Houndoom with Chandelure by PP stalling it out of Sucker Punch, because its only move that it could do damage to me with was Sucker Punch. But that would be slow. I figured given my other two were both alive, I would just win anyway. And it's not guaranteed to use Sucker Punch, so no. Nah, we'll take the risk. Gotta go fast. Alright, fire, first try. This has been a really good type area so far. Alright, team change. What are we going? Where is it? Where is it? It's hard to find the Pokemon when there's so many. I find it really difficult. Okay, good Boltoy, sorry. I think I've got enough battle points to buy the TMs now. Let me just check. Yep. Beautiful. Alright, and now it's time for arguably the hardest type. Definitely one of the top 4 in Psychic. So the reason this is arguably the hardest type is it's the only type where I only use one Manipped Pokemon instead of at least 2 good Pokemon. And so I use the Metagross, and then the Lunatone and the Boltoy are not Manipped. So the reason that I do this is simply there are no Psychic type worth Manipping for, and it's just better to just get by with these guys, but also Metagross can just win by itself. It is a menace in this tournament, but all 3 of the trainers have one Pokemon that's really bad for Metagross. For Tate and Liza, it's the same. It's Levitate Bronzong. Do not want to see Levitate Bronzong. And for Sabrina, then, it's Slowking. Aside from that, just gotta hit the Meteor Mashes. Claydol. This is probably going to use Trick Room, but it can use Earth Power, so I just wanted to switch straight away. See, I'm faster under Trick Room, so now it's Trick Roomed back. Ah, almost. Almost got the victory, but it's done enough. I can now just kill it with Bullet Punch. And there's no Trick Room up for the last. I don't think Bullet Punch will kill there actually, so I'm going to use Earthquake. Alright, so that's Liza down. So Liza has the scarier Levitate Bronzong of the 2. So happy to see Liza didn't bring it. Alright, Sabrina. So Sabrina, this is... You've been waiting the entire run to see me use Agility on Metagross, and here it is. Sabrina is the fight that I use Agility for, other than the setup bait on the mixed tournaments. That's not good. That's good. Okay. Don't bring Slowking. Not Slowking. Anything but Slowking. Anything but Slowking. Okay. Pick Focus Blast. Please pick Focus Blast. Please pick Focus Blast. They can pick Focus Blast or Scold. Focus Blast. Okay. Doesn't really matter that missed and I've killed with Lunatone, because I just would have sent out Metagross and killed. Last one's Exeggutor. Actually, Lunatone will outspeed this, so it'll get a hit off. That's not bad. Nice. Good, good, good. Alright, now just Tate. Please get Psychic first try. If I can get Psychic first try, I'm back on with being a chance of actually doing this run under 10 hours. So I mentioned before, I'm comparing against my splits just to see if I have to skip some tournaments if I don't get them first try. And so my PB is just under 10 hours. It's like 9 hours and 46 minutes. So I'd have to be within, 14 minutes of my PB to get it under 10 hours. Before, against my splits, I was behind by 24 minutes. So it was pretty much this is going to go over 10. But I've made up a lot of time since then. A lot of time. Good. Alright, no Bronzong. Okay, this Claydol does not have a ground move, so I don't have to switch on this one. Got Explosion. Got him. And so you might think it's weird that the Claydol with no ground move came out before Gallade, but the reason that happened was that the Claydol has Explosion. So like I was talking about before, Explosion's base power is 250, so not very effective, it's 125. And Gallade has Close Combat, but Close Combat, it just thinks 120 power. So that's actually ranked less than Claydol using Explosion, so Claydol comes out first. Okay, X-Scissor.
Got a quick moment?
Yeah. Just teaching some TMs for a bit.
So easy. At this point in time, this is my brain at 8:30 in the morning. Anyway, as I said, my time here hosting has come to a close. So, with that being said, I am going to leave you in the capable hands of JT Magic Man, which will be taking over the reins of hosting over the next few hours. So I am going to sign off from here on out and say good luck for the rest of the runs, because I'm no longer going to be hosting for the rest of the marathon. So I'm going to say ta-ta and bye for now.
All right, excellent. 3. So now it's time for Grass type. Oh, so just very quickly, I mentioned before I was behind my PB by like 24 minutes. I'm now only 5 minutes behind my PB, so I've made up 19 minutes in the course of the past like 2 hours or so. This has just been going really, really well. So now got a chance to get it back to get the sub 10, which I'd be really happy with, legit. Okay, grass. So the grass fights can look easy and they can look really difficult. So Erica is the perfect example of that. So Leaf Annie is the core Pokemon here. As a bug type with Swords Dance, it does very well against grass. Probably not a Pokemon you would expect to be really good, Leaf Annie, but is quite good. But so against Erica, if she does not pick a Bomber Snow in her team, this fight is free. If she does pick a Bomber Snow, yikes. This fight's really bad. Alright, no Bomber Snow. She would send it out second. So that's really, really good. Now I can just pick X Scissor and win. So I've also got the Amoonguss, which is poison type, also good for grass, and then the Ferroseed. And Ferroseed is extremely important, especially for Gardenia, because Gardenia leads with a Roserade that is Choice Scarf and no Sludge Bomb. If you do not bring a Steel type, which you only have the option, of Ferroseed to bring as a Steel type, Roserade just destroys you completely. But Ferroseed's actually really nice. Both for the Roserade, but just in general, it's actually a lot better than you might think at neutral. Gyro Ball does a lot of damage, and it's got pretty good defenses. Alright, Salan. Now, Salan, his lead does have Acrobatics, which does do a lot of damage, but he doesn't always use it. And this fight can go quite differently depending on whether he uses it or not. Straight to Acrobatics. Okay, go Amoonguss. And Vanish up. That was a crit, yep. Right, this jump off can do like no damage at all. It does have Sleep Powder. There it is, but I've got a Lumberry, so that's easy, easy. That's a win too. Yeah, Leaf Annie is holding a Focus Sash, so even if like Acrobatics crit or something, it wouldn't have killed Leaf Annie. It's all good. Alright, so Gardenia. So this fight is really, really tricky. It's probably one of the more, I guess, skill-based fights in the run, because you've got to be really aware of what's going on, because she'll switch out the Roserade, or she can switch out the Roserade. And then you've got to switch, and depending on what happens, and then what those Pokemon use, and then what ability they use, like the Tropius with Solar Power or Chlorophyll, etc. You got to be really on top of what you're doing to win, and even then you can always just get unlucky and lose. Alright, so here we go, Roserade. So switch to Ferroseed. It'll pick Sludge Bomb, which will do nothing, and it'll probably switch. It can stay in there. Ball. Here's the switch, and it's Tangrowth. Tangrowth, eh? Alright. So now I'm going Amoonguss. Oh, Focus Blast missed, that's good. Oh, that killed. That's really good. This Amoonguss has got nice special attacks, putting in work. No, I should just stay in. Don't leave any. Sword chance. Exorcism. I could just switch here because this is just going to pick Sludge Bomb, but I won't. Just for the weird case that the AI does something that I have no idea what it could do, because it's just a win. Because like I said, this is choiced, so it'll do no damage to Ferroseed. So you remember how I mentioned I was 24 minutes behind my PB? I mentioned just before I was now only 5 minutes behind my PB. With getting grass first try, I am now ahead of my PB, so I'm now on record pace after all of the travesties that I've had in the first part of this run. The ending is going really, really nicely so far. That being said, the next type I'm going to do is normal, and normal is really, really tough.
Do we have time for a quick donation before we head into normal?
Yeah, we can. Also, what's up, JT? How you going, man?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. We have a $20 donation from Mega Slayer saying, Worcester, you absolute mad lad for doing a crazy 10-hour run. Everybody, please send him some stamina. My last donor for the event, let's get that extra OOT race so we can make the event go for as long as we can. So that is currently sitting at $241 out of $1,000. So if you want to see that met and extend the marathon, get your donations in for that. Exclamation mark incentives, exclamation mark donate in chat. Hope everybody's having a good morning. Back to you, Worcester.
Alright, so I'm going to heart scale some moves here. Gonna put Shell Smash on Crustal. And I'm going to put Sucker Punch on Toxicroak. So with this team, I'm actually only doing normal type. I'm only doing one. There is an odd amount of types, so you can do one with only one, and so that's going to be this one. And so I can also just have the Pokemon that I'm going to heart scale in at the same time, because I'm about to fly off as well. For the final form change, for Rotom, I'm going to change it to Ice, just to enter it into the Ice type. And then, yeah, we'll get on Normal. And so I've been saying there's 4 really tough types. I've done 3 of them without dying. Normal is the last of those. Normal is just genuinely really, really tough. Again, it's one of those types where, because they have better stats than you, it just makes a really big difference. But they also have access to the far better normal types. Like, if I had to pick one normal type to use, I'd probably pick something like Staraptor. Really nice attack, gets close combat, which is really good to use. Like, as a choice user, it'd be really good, but you can't. You can't get a Staraptor. So I'm stuck using a Sawsbuck, and then my main Pokemon is a Zangoose. And Zangoose isn't great, but it has to do the trick. That's all I got. So what I'm going to do is, I've got to teach the moves. I haven't done that yet. So I'll teach Sword Stance. Toxicroak. Not using Toxicroak just yet. Still just setting it up. But while I'm here, I may as well. And I'm going to teach Protect to Zangoose and to Sawsbuck. And so the reason for this, teaching him Protect, is for Norman in normal type, who has a slacking. Just using Protect to troll out Truant so that he can't do damage. And I can get free setups. And then Earthquake to Toxicroak. And then I'm going to use those 5 remaining Carbos on Zangoose. Okay. Normal is also, it's a type that I've changed the strats a lot, and I've spent a lot of time looking at the strats, because there is a lot of different things that you can do. So for a while I was leading with Zangoose, but I now lead with Swordsbuck. And then yeah, my third Pokemon to round out the team is Pidove. Pidove's not useless though, it's not useless at all. Pidove gets quite a lot of use in this tournament. Okay, so Lenora first up. She leads with the Troll Watchog. And so the way that I do this fight varies quite a bit as well, based on what this Watchog does. So, jump kick. I'm asleep, I gotta stay in. This is not good. Well, this is just almost certainly a loss. Oh dear. Megahorn. I don't know what the right play is here. I think it's the Swords Dance. I hope for a miss. There's a miss. Okay. Now give me Licky Licky. Give me Licky Licky. Licky Licky. Licky Licky. Braviary. Protect. Pokepick Sky Attack. Waste the Power Herb. Now pick Sky Attack again. Yes! 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 Oh, jaws of defeat right there. Jaws of defeat. Whew. Pretty incredible to pull out the win there. Had to bank on the AI being a bit silly. Braviary could have just killed with like superpower. It probably could have killed with like U-turn as well. I just had to hope it picked Sky Attack both those turns, and it did. It was really good. Alright, so now Charon. So Charon leads with the Stoutland, and it can have Intimidate, and whether it does or not changes how the fight goes completely. And whether Pidove has enough defense to be able to tank hits will then change the fight completely as well. I have used the Carbos though, which does give me a better chance of winning this fight, especially if he's got Intimidate. Doesn't though, so I'm just going to stay in and jump kick. Licky, licky. Okay. I am switching to Pidove. I'm going to use Leer. Go to Zangoose. Close combat kills with the Leer. Beautiful. Porygon Z. Now, I should mention, one of the massive range strats in this run is right there with that Porygon Z had download and it increased its attack. Now, it's not going to matter for this run, but so if the Zangoose actually had perfect stats, it would actually raise its special attack and then it could one-hit. One-hit Swordsbuck at full health. Swordsbuck, of course, wasn't at full health because I stayed in against Stoutland. But Zangoose deliberately has one less defense than special defense, and so does the Swordsbuck. So just in case you get Porygon Z with download, it boosts its attack instead of its special attack. I really wanted Norman to win. I've got to fight Whitney. Norman's the easiest fight out of the four. If I get a deathless normal without getting Norman, this will be incredible. But Whitney is no pushover. No pushover at all. Yeah, the other thing, of course, with all of this is that Jump Kick can miss. It's got 95% accuracy. And if Jump Kick misses in, like, any scenario, hey, it's over. It's over. Okay, so I want to get a Leer off on this Miltank as well. I've got to hope that Pidov's got the defense to be able to do this. Come on, Pidov, you can do it. You can tank 2 hits. Oh, it's got excellent defense! That's not even close! Okay, now I'm going to switch back. You might think, surely you should just sacrifice Pidov, but no, I need to keep Pidov alive. I need that quick attack for Ambipom. Jump Kick. Get the range here, please. Nope. Let's go Milk Strength, though. Okay. Blissey. I'm going to switch to Zangoose. Oh, that's a crit. Crit burn! No way. I'm gonna get owned by a Blissey? I'm going to get owned by a Blissey. You have got to be kidding me. Come on, crit back, Swordsbuck. I missed! You have got to be kidding me. Alright, Pidov. Crit fly. No, slower. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that's so unlucky. Crit, burn, flamethrower into miss jump kick. Oh, that's such a shame. Such a shame. That was like the last poke I had to get through to be like, alright, I feel really good about all of the hard types. Oh, that's such a shame. Because if I get past the Blissey and I've just got the Swordsbuck alive and I've got Pidov alive, I'm gonna win. That's a shame. If only Norman had won. If only I just got Norman in the final instead of Whitney. That's a tragedy. It's a true tragedy right now. Alright, revenge time. Alright, same deal. Go Pidov. Get the Leer off. At least I know Pidov's got really good defense to be able to take these hits. Oh, yeah. Alright, back to Swordslock. Use Brick Break this time, it's not as good. Missed the range again, but it went Milk Drink. Kills this time, okay. Alright, Low Punny, much better poke to get. It used Low Kick! That's rare. Low Kick is a variable power move, so they generally do not use Low Kick. See, there you go, I'm at 7 health and it decides to use Entrainment instead, because it doesn't understand what Low Kick's power is. It's also got Return, but it also doesn't understand what Return's power is either. Alright. Now I can just finish this with Zangoose. And there's my win. If only that could have happened last time. That's a shame. Alright, hopefully Norman wins this time. Gonna have to fight Sharon in the final, no matter what. Gimme Norman, gimme Norman. Come on! Ugh. Both times I've managed to not get Norman. Very unlucky. Norman, as I mentioned, because he's got slacking, he's the easiest fight because you can set up Swords Dances with Zangoose on slacking without ever taking damage, just by protecting when he would attack. And then with the setup Zangoose, you can just go in with close combat. Pretty much a guaranteed win. The other three, though, very far from a guaranteed win. Alright. Let's hope for better luck here on Watchog. That is not better luck! At least the miss was good. Alright, cool. I'll stay in. Get the kill. Alright. That made up for it a bit. Okay, so it's used its power herb here on Pidove. Now I'll go Zangoose. Swords Dance. Now I'll Protect. I didn't do it again. I did not want to see Kangaskhan. Alright, I'm going to Protect as it goes Fake Out. I needed to not pick Sucker Punch here. Good, didn't pick Sucker Punch. Okay, I think Jump Kick kills here. Cool. Cool. And now Charon for the finale. Okay, so Charon, as we know, can be really bad, especially if he picks a bad team. If he picks Porygon Z Chinchino, you just pretty much lose, just like instantly. No matter what happens. Alright, have we got Intimidate? Nope. Alright, we're staying in. Let's go Swordsbuck. Beautiful lamps. Alright. This will be a range. Oh, I missed it! Now I don't have my sash for the last. And it's Porygon Z. Well, this is over. That's another loss. Okay. I've done normal type twice. I didn't win either of them, but I'm gonna skip normal type because I am getting pretty close to that 10-hour mark. I'll come back to, if I've got time, I'll come back to normal after I do all of the others. But for now, I'm just gonna move on and pretend that I won. Let's just all use the power of imagination.
Speaking of magic, we've had a couple of donations if I've got time to read them out.
Yep.
We got $10 from T-Bolt saying for the last 5 that you got on the first try. Says keep it up, Worcester, all for a good cause. Let's get world record. As usual, put it towards the OOT. That is sitting at 251 out of 1,000. So that's getting quite up there. So if you want to extend this marathon, get your donations in for that. Then we had one last one from Sergeant Codfish saying, been watching Worcester for most of the afternoon here in the UK and about to go to bed. Thanks for the entertainment. Here's £25 converted into AUD, and that was $46.57. Thank you very much for those donations, guys. If you want to get your donations in, follow these links that I'm putting in chat. And back to you, Ursa.
Alright, a slight advantage of having such a poor exchange rate at the moment. Generally doesn't work in our favor. Okay, so I'm gonna do Bug now. Actually, I got the fighting gem, so I'll give that while I'm here to Terrakion. We'll head over to Bug. So Bug basically is Volcarona with Flamethrower wins. That's certainly how the fights go when they go the way that I want them to. Volcarona is just a very good Bug, and it has a good typing for Bug. Of course, there are some rock types, etc., that won't just instantly die to Flamethrower. Just want to avoid those, but other than that, it's just go in. And you do have 2 decent backups in Leavanny and Crustle, that are at least fully evolved, that are... Leavanny, I mean, is needed for grass, so, I mean, it's just there as another Bug, but Crustle's got a decent type. In this case, this Heracross here actually has enough special bulk to be able to tank a Flamethrower. So before going in on this, I'm going to switch to the Leavanny. Hit it once just with Slash, and that's enough damage, so now Volcarona can win. And the rest of this guy's pokes just dies to Volcarona Flamethrower, so this one is just now click Flamethrower and win. Very, very easy fight. Oh, Walter, because he doesn't have any rock types. This Ninjask does have a Focus Sash, which is slightly annoying. But it doesn't have any flying moves, so it's just baton passing to a Parasect. Yeah, I don't think Parasect is going to live Flamethrower, just a sneaky suspicion. That's just a little bit slow watching more animations, wasting even more time with Protect. You're not going to win. Just let me win. It's over. Alright, so Berg. I have lost a Berg before. It's very unlikely, but I have lost a Berg before. Leads with the Leavanny. And so the Leavanny generally just uses Swords Dance, and you just win. It's got a Focus Sash, so it does take 2 turns to take out. But it can use Aerial Ace, and if Aerial Ace crits you, it can one-hit you. And if that happens, you generally don't win. But otherwise, his only other slightly dangerous Pokemon is Crustle. This Volcarona is holding a Choice Scarf here. I mean, Flamethrower is the only move that it needs. And you want the extra speed to be able to outspeed quite a few things. Heracross. So, like, this Heracross also has a Choice Scarf. But I beat it by 1 speed, so I outspeed it. With my own Scarf. Easy, easy. And then Vespiquen, that's not a problem. Won't get 1 hit though, because it's quite bulky. But still a very easy, very fast fight. Alright, and then the final is going to be Bugsy. Bugsy leads with Scizor, that's just click Flamethrower and win. But he does have 2 rock types. He's got Armaldo and Shuckle, so ideally I don't want to see either of those. But if I do, I'll have to switch out and use some of the rest of my other team. Perfect team is Heracross and Pinsir. Yanmega can be a bit annoying as well, because it has a Focus Sash, and it can have Speed Boost as its ability, and then it outspeeds me. So I just want to see Heracross Pinsir. It's all just about the team for Bugsy. Okay, quick Flamethrower. Yeah, Shuckle. So I'm actually going to switch to Leavanny here. Use Sword Dance. And then Leaf Blade. Yeah, that's a crit. It's a last, so Pinsir will kill the Leavanny, but now I can just go back to Volcarona and kill the Pinsir. Easy, easy. Got pretty good luck on the Shuckle, missing all of those Stone Ages there. That could have turned bad if it had like hit and crit and killed the Leavanny. Then I would have had to use Crustle. But all good. Alright, that's Bug done. Moving on next, I'm going to do a Rock. So Rock's not too bad. Because I do have the right IV Crustle this time. No, hello. Move the item to Lunatone, thank you. And I'm using Fighting Gem on Tracheon for Rock, which is a new strat that I haven't done before. Just makes more chance of saving a turn on Rock and Roxanne. And potentially that extra health can just make those fights a little bit better. I still don't know whether my Crustle has Sturdy or not. And that can be the difference between a win or a loss on some of these fights. Hopefully it's just got Sturdy. Actually, hopefully I never find out. Hopefully I just never take that much damage. But so Sacred Sword here on this Probopass normally would be a range, but with the Fighting Gem, it'll always do enough to kill. That being said, the Probopass can still have Sturdy as its ability, and if it does, then, well, that means it lives. And I got Sturdy, that's a shame. Now I take a little bit of damage, which is not great. Oh, Maldo. Okay, Rock Slide. Give me the flinch. Oh, yes. Thank you. That could have actually been really bad if that didn't happen. Then Cradilly last, I can just Sacred Sword. Easy, easy, very nice. One of the things that I find funny with Terrakion, so Terrakion is actually one of the Pokemon that uses 5 moves. So obviously you've only got 4 moves, but by using 5 moves, I mean it uses, like, I'll change its moveset between the types so that it can have access to 5 different moves. So currently it doesn't know Earthquake, but I am going to teach it Earthquake. But that's somewhat strange because I'm going to teach it Earthquake not for Rock, even though Ground is super effective against Rock, but for fighting, where it's only neutral. But that's because Earthquake is actually not helpful against Rock, because it's got Sacred Sword. It just so happens that takes out everything. Rock Slide is actually useful for Rock because of Pokemon like Armaldo, the Rock Bugs. But Earthquake is useful in fighting to deal with Terrakion. No, Terrakion, sorry. Toxicroak. I'm Terrakion. Toxicroak it deals with. Also in Fennec. It's helpful for. Alright, so Rock. Gonna switch to Crustle here. This has a Focus Sash. The whole reason I'm switching to Crustle is just to break the Focus Sash. Now, it can actually use Stone Edge here and miss. No, better hit. So there's a chance that Crustle could have set up there and done some stuff, but it normally doesn't. I'll just send Terrakion back out. Okay, Archops. I'm going to switch here to Lunatone, because this is going to pick Earthquake. And now I'm going to use Ice Beam. Ooh, it didn't kill. I'm switching, because this is going to pick Quick Attack now. I don't actually know if Life Orb will kill with the recoil here. It didn't. I have to switch back. No, but it's gonna pick... Yeah. No, it's gonna pick Focus Blast! Miss. Why did it pick Quick Attack? What? I can't tell you why that happened. Okay, it's Crustle last anyway. So Lunatone would have been dead weight. So I can just kill with that anyway. So that ends up being the right decision. I didn't want it to use Focus Blast and take like half of Terrakion's health. I have no idea why it just picked Quick Attack. The reason it wasn't going to pick Earthquake is because Archop's ability is Defeatist. It lowers... Oh no, it lowers its attack and its special attack. Or is it just its attack? Oh, look, I don't know. Who uses special moves on Archops? But anyway, it'd do less damage. So I was like... but I wanted to switch into Lunatone because I wanted to keep Lunatone up. I didn't want to have Terrakion take damage. But if I could, I wanted to keep Lunatone alive in case the last was Golem, so that I could beat the Golem, basically, because Lunatone would outspeed it. Against Crustle, it was dead weight, so it was fine to switch to Lunatone, and that's why that was the right choice. Yeah, it definitely doesn't lower speed. I couldn't remember if it does special attack as well. So confusing. Anyway. Doesn't matter. We won. That's all that matters. Moving on. Okay, so Swords Dance here. And so this is where the Fighting Gem is going to come in handy. I've got enough to one-hit the Onyx. Again, the Onyx can just have Sturdy there. I missed the range! That's a 15 and 16. I know that's a 15 and 16 because I've calced it. I missed the range. That's so unlucky. Alright, Aerodactyl. So this is going to use Earthquake, and it's choiced. So I'm going to switch to Lunatone. He's staying in just because he's a friend. He's given up. Last is Tyranitar. Okay, well. I'm not going to switch to Terrakion just to be safe. It would be faster, but I could lose if I did that. Actually, I should use Stone Edge. I don't want to freeze it. That would just waste time. Now I'll send out Terrakion. Alright, and that's a win. Well, I never found out if Crustle had Sturdy. Just like I said. Okie doke. So, there's 4 types left, and then potentially if I've got time I'll go back and do normal again. If I don't have any more deaths, I will have time. But coming up on the next little switch here is going to be Dark and Ice.
Alright, while you're switching, do you mind if I chuck a quick donation in?
Yeah, off you go.
We got $30 from Syria saying, even though that Blissey moment was what it was truly memorable. What a tapestry of a run. I hope it's been fun for Worcester and excited to hop into the River City Ransom. Hope everybody enjoys the rest. Good luck to all the remaining runners. Incentive goes towards the OOT bonus, and that is currently at 281 out of 1,000. So we're getting there. We're getting there, guys. If you wanted to extend the marathon and put your donations towards that, I'm going to put a couple of links in chat. And yeah, thank you very much. Back to you, Worcester.
Back to me. Okay, I messed up the menuing a bit there. Got it right in the end. X's are. Gotta teach quite a few moves here to Weavile. Weavile's another poke that uses 5 moves. Drapion. And then 1, 2, 3, Swords Dance. Both of those again. Okay, and then Earthquake. To Drapion. Yeah, Gen 5 introduced instant use TMs, and you can see I take full advantage in this run. Quite a few TMs that I teach to multiple pokes. Alright, and now onto Dark. Lead Weavile. Okay, so Zorua is just here for dead weight. Weavile and Drapion can take them themselves. So Dark, as I mentioned before, has no gym leaders, so there's 3 kind of randoms that I fight. Emperor, Bonnie, and Vito are going to be the 3 that I fight. And so Weavile is just very good for Dark because it gets access to X's and Low Kick, which is Obviously, just very good moves, as they're both super effective against Dark, but also because it's got Swords Dance and it's got good attack and good speed. The Dark fights, they're actually pretty trolly. So this Umbreon that's coming out here is basically just going to spam Curse, and it's got Rest and Toxic as well. That's what it tries to troll you with, but because I'm a Weavile with Swords Dance, I can generally get around that. Use Toxic, that's actually quite rare. Usually it just spams Curse, but I do have a Lumberry, so hopefully it just doesn't do 2. But if I get to +6, no matter how many Curses it uses, I still just get it in 2 hits, so don't give it a chance to rest, and in fact I just crit there. Okay, this Cacturn actually has a Focus Sash. Okay, can I live that? No. Okay, so I'm going to go Drapion, and I'm going to use Night Slash here. Because my Drapion is choiced. And there's a decent chance the last one's going to be Spiritomb. There it is. So Night Slash is the best move to pick against Spiritomb. Give me a crit. Oh, this is not good. I actually don't think I want to taunt, do I? Because I want it to use Curse. Yeah, there we go. And now I'll taunt. Yeah, so he can't use Rest. Yep. Well, this is the first time ever that Zorua has actually done something useful. No, sorry. Drapion. I actually did not plan for that strategy at all. That you just saw. The only other time that I've seen Spiritomb, I just crit the Spiritomb. And so that didn't happen. That was just an on-the-fly decision. Working out how to win that fight there with the Zorua. But it all worked out, and that was the right decision. Got it done. Alright, so Bonnie. Now, Bonnie is definitely the most troll of all of the fights. So you notice that I've actually kept Punishment on Weavile, which is a bit weird. You might think Punishment, that's not a move that you see very often. So Punishment does more damage the more they boost their stats. And so against this Drapion, even though Punishment is not very effective, it's almost certainly going to end up my best move, because this Drapion spams Acupressure. And so Acupressure raises a random stat by 2. And so this fight can go really badly or really well. If the Drapion just gets like special attack, special defense, that's perfect. But almost every single time I've done this fight, this Drapion gets evasion boost and then defense boost. And it's just awful. Accuracy's fine. I'm happy with that. Speed, that's okay. It'll be faster than me now though. Accuracy, very good. Accuracy, oh yes. Punishment's just gonna one hit. Gone. Beautiful. Love to see it. No, I'll just hit it. Use Taunt, that's interesting. I was expecting it to use... Oh, it's faster than me. That's why I can't use Metal Burst, because of the Tailwind. I guess that played into my hands. I actually thought I'd be faster, even with the Tailwind. Wait. I think I should be faster. I actually think my Weavile might have the wrong stats, even though these fights have gone well. If I didn't outspeed... Oh, no. Well, I mean, these fights have gone alright so far, but that could be really bad for Ice. I actually haven't looked at my stats. Okay, I mean, my health should be divisible by 5 if I've got the right stats. If it's not divisible by 5, this is the wrong stats. It is. Okay. Is 135 right, though? I get the feeling it's supposed to be 145. I could just be wrong. Okay, I'm very convinced I have the wrong stats. Because that shift tree is supposed to always use fake out. The reason it picks Leaf Storm... the reason it picks Leaf Storm... is because it could kill Weavile. Because my stats were really bad. Last one of the stun tank. Okay, I did outspeed the stun tank though. So my speed's not that bad if I beat the Scum Tank. But it's not what it's supposed to be. Alright, well I got through Dark anyway. So I messed up my step counter. Apparently, before Sneasel. I did say when I was doing that, there's a very high chance that this is going to be... one of them's going to be wrong. Either the Mamoswine or the Weavile. Looks like it's the Weavile. Okay. So now I'm going to teach Payback to Weavile and to Drapion. I don't need punishment anymore, I've done the Drapion. And Payback has the same power, but it doubles its power if you're slower. And there's a couple Pokemon in Ice, and then in Poison for Drapion that happens for. Nice. Okay. Oh. Ice, it generally isn't too bad. It's probably better that the Weavile is wrong than the Mamoswine is wrong. If Mamoswine was wrong, that could be very bad. Because Mamoswine only just gets some, like, 2-hit KO ranges. Especially on, like, opposing Weaviles. But my Weavile, I think it should just get all of the ranges pretty easily. It's also holding a Focus Sash, so defensively it's like, it gets 1 hit anyway. Not a big deal. It takes 1 hit, and that's it. Okay. So here's Payback. Okay. Bear Tick. I can actually do some stuff against Bear Tick. Go Low Kick. I'm gonna send in Rotom. That might have been a mistake. I missed Bright Powder! Oh my god. I'm gonna pick Bulldoze. I'm banking on the last one being Weavile. Yes! So with Bulldoze, it'll lower its speed. Oh, it kills with Ice Shard after Fake Out! Oh, you're kidding! Oh, wow. I'm sure that was a range for Fake Out plus Brick Break to do enough to do that. Unbelievable. At least it was the first one. What am I doing? So it's not that costly a death. Unbelievable, the Bright Powder! The Bright Powder cost me. I even picked Bulldoze, I picked the Rewile, I predicted. So the Mamoswine is choiced. So I had to make a choice against the Beartick what to use. And if I pick Earthquake, I don't beat Weavile, but with Bulldoze I could have. Just didn't get those ranges off. Alright, try against Candace now. Okay, hit through Snowcloak, that's good. I should have used X-Scissor. It doesn't matter, neither of them kill. But I should have used X-Scissor. Oh, quick. Torment! Torment! Because I'm choiced, I can't... I would use Struggle, so I'm gonna switch to... Switch to Rotom. A Rock Gem rollout, a classic strat. There are some weird items on some of the pokes. Rock Gem Glalie is one of them. There are some items that are just completely wrong. Like there's a Camerupt that has a Power Herb. And a Power Herb makes it so that 2-turn moves like Solar Beam happen straight away. You saw it with the Braviary, with the Power Herb Sky Attack. But it doesn't have any moves to use that with. It has Overheat, so you assume it's supposed to be a white herb, but they just made a typo, I guess. I mean, it's not exactly a typo, that's not how games work, but you know what I mean. It's just an error. Whereas the Rock Gem on Glalie is just like, surely you could have something better. Alright, so this is going to Earthquake, which does quite a bit, so I'm going to get out of dodge, off to Rotom. Now Blizzard would do more, but Blizzard can miss, so to be safe, I'm going to pick Shadow Ball. Because its best move here is Ice Shard, which does not do very much. It does have Endeavor, which it can use towards the end. Oh, that's a crit. See you later. Bulldoze. That's a crit. Cool. That's also a crit. Alright, I would have won that anyway. Weavile's still holding a focus sash, so no matter what it did, it couldn't one hit. Alright, and now revenge on Bryson. Unbelievable. Surely I don't get bright powdered again. It's funny because when I see Beartic, I think, oh, this is actually really good. And then the unthinkable happened. Because usually it actually just uses Focus Punch on Weavile, and you can just kill it with Weavile as well. There's Weavile. Alright, so this is just gonna kill me. And now that I know Weavile is out, I know to use Bulldoze. And this time it can't fake out, so it won't kill with Ice Shard here. Ugh, didn't get the range though. Again, I didn't use Earthquake there because I'm choice, so I had to use Bulldoze again. But with two Bulldozers, Rotom is now faster too. And so now I've got to hope Rotom beats the last one. Vanillux. Okay. Scaling Hail. So I should be fine here. I think... oh, it's gone Protect. I picked Weather Ball over Blizzard in the Hail. Also, why does this have Weather Ball and Blizzard for Hail? When Blizzard is just better than Weather Ball in the Hail. Very strange set. There we go. It's only got Ice Move, so that was probably just a guaranteed win as soon as it showed up. Okay, that's Ice done. So, 2 more types to go, and then if I do these 2 types without dying, I will have 1 more chance to go back and try normal. So there is 1 Pokemon with Fighting and Poison are the last types left that I'm still yet to use. Let's change to Rakion is that Pokemon. Okay. Okay, fighting time. Okay, now fighting is quite tricky. It's also... it's got probably one of the more bizarre fights in Maylene. That, if I didn't explain to you why I'm doing it, you would just think, you're an idiot, why did you do that? That doesn't make any sense. I'll talk about that when I get there. This is also normally where I find out Toxicroak has the wrong stats, and then... it's all over. I think Toxicroak should be fine. Question mark? Oh no, I took less steps than... oh my. No, because Kingdra was fine, Toxicroak should be fine. Toxicroak should be fine. Please be fine. That's wrong, I think. Oh no. No, 158. No, Toxicroak, it does have a 3 base stat. 158 is right, I think, actually. Yeah, those are right. Okay, I'm going to Sucker Punch here, because this will be guaranteed to attack. Okay. That's a win. That was... I was very scared. Hariyama did a lot more damage than it usually does. Usually it just spams bulk up. Or uses Stone Edge over Revenge. That's a win. Anyway, so Maylene. I said so Maylene's a weird fight. So she leads with a Lucario. And the Lucario is holding a Focus Sash. So you would think, in this instance with Toxicroak, I would use Earthquake plus Earthquake to kill the Lucario, but instead I'm going to use Swords Dance and then Earthquake. And then I'm going to switch out. Now, you would think this is truly bizarre. Surely it makes no sense to use Swords Dance plus Earthquake. Just to trigger the Focus Sash, to then switch out and not even keep the Swords Dance boost. But the reason I'm doing this is, if Lucario is at full health, it will continue to Swords Dance. Whereas if I hit Lucario, it will start to attack me. Because then it thinks it's going to die. So I should do damage. I don't want that to happen. So I'm going to use Swords Dance, he'll use Swords Dance, then I'll go Earthquake. He will Swords Dance again, and now he's at +4, so now he's going to pick Extreme Speed. Because Extreme Speed's a priority move. And its attack is high enough for Extreme Speed to kill. And so now that it's going to pick Extreme Speed, I can send out Terrakion. And Terrakion's Choice Scarfed, and Extreme Speed won't kill Terrakion, so it'll go back to its other move. And I can kill. So now I'm going to sacrifice Pignite. This looks weird again, that I'm just switching out, and then I'm going to switch straight back in. Oh, Leaf Blade, I like that. Psycho Cut doesn't make contact. But the reason that I've done that is so I can switch moves, because I'm choiced, but also because the move that I'm going to pick now is actually Retaliate, which does twice as much when a Pokemon's just died. So that's now base 140 power. And so now I've done enough so that I can kill this with Sucker Punch. In fact, okay. Earthquake. GG. Yeah, so the extreme speed you saw, it barely didn't kill me in 2 hits. But the thing is with the AI in this game, even if the extreme speed did half, it can do half, it still won't pick extreme speed again, because they'll only pick a move if it's guaranteed to kill, if they've got another move that can kill. So say I'm at 80 health, and extreme speed can do 75 to 91, won't pick extreme speed, because I can live extreme speed, so it'll pick close combat or ice punch. 100% of the time. And so knowing the discrepancies between the AI to know how they choose moves is very important for choosing their strats, because in Gen 4, it will always pick extreme speed if it has any chance to kill. So in that situation it would, but that's not the case for Gen 5. Alright, Chuck. So Chuck leads with a Poliwrath, and so Toxicroak is really good for fighting. It's good for this fight, especially because this Toxicroak, its best move to attack with is Waterfall, and I've got Dry Skin. And its only other attacking move is Rock Slide, and Rock Slide does so little that even if it gets this Belly Drum off, it still doesn't want to use Rock Slide. It's still going to use Waterfall, even though it's seen Dry Skin. Alright, Hitmonlee's going to pick Fake Out. And then with this Life Orb recoil, Sucker Punch will now kill. Useless crit. And then I can just Poison Jab the Hitmontop, and that's a win. Alrighty. So Poison's the only type left, and then I'll give Normal a shot. I might actually get 2 shots, so I might still be allowed 1 loss and be able to squeak this in under 10 hours. Hopefully there's just no losses and I can do it nice and easy. But so before I take on Poison, I'm going to go buy some vitamins. Now, normally this would be spending all of them, and Poison would just be the last one, but I've still got enough for at least 10 zincs. I'm going to spend the rest on HP ups. And so the reason for this is, I'm going to use them all on Drapion right now. I want Drapion to have as much special bulk as possible, so that ideally it will not get 2 hits by Janine's Venomoth with Bug Buzz. Because if it does, I just cannot beat Janine. What is going on? Because, so Janine's, so Venomoth is really good, sorry, Drapion is really good for poison, specifically because, Janine's Venomoth has Quiver Dance, Sleep Powder, Psychic, and Bug Buzz, which is just an insanely good moveset for fighting other poison types. Because it's fast, it can set up, it can put you to sleep, and Psychic is super effective against poisons. So the way to counter that is to bring Drapion, which is a dark type, so can't get hit by Psychic, but then it gets hit neutral from Bug Buzz. So you need to be able to not get 2 hit by the Bug Buzz, because you need to get off 2 turns to be able to kill the Venomoth. Okay, so Swords Dance. Use Night Slash here. This has an air balloon, so I've got to pop it, just using Night Slash because a crit can kill. It's a nice miss. Swalot. Night Slash would do more on the first turn because this has the Shucker Berry, but it wouldn't 2-hit, so got an Earthquake plus Earthquake. Lumberry to wake up, and then Gengar. I can just go Toxicroak and finish it with Sucker Punch. Because this Gengar only has attacking moves, so it's always going to pick an attacking move. It's got Psychic, so even if it had other status moves like Hypnosis, it's always going to pick Psychic. Because it did 1-hit Toxicroak, which makes the Sucker Punch safe. Okay, so now Roxy. So remember, Roxy leads with the Choice Scarf Scolipede. And so by sending out a poison type, it should, again, pick Earthquake. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to Amoonguss, which is holding an air balloon. And so if it picks Earthquake like it should, it just won't be able to touch the Amoonguss. And again, because Amoonguss isn't a flying type, but it's holding an air balloon, the AI won't switch out. Because it'll think, it won't think, oh, Earthquake will just never work. It thinks, well, maybe that balloon could get popped, you know? Alright, there we go. And so this will take quite a few turns to kill, but I'll take no damage, so it's all fine. Alright, Drapion. gonna use Vanish Up, just let this kill me. The annoying crit there. Ugh, Among Us. I'm gonna Swords Dance again. Yes, it used Protect. Good. I'm gonna go Earthquake instead of Night Slash, because I don't want to get effect scored. Ah, use Protect again. I could have been greedy and gone for another Swords Dance there, but nah. Alright, Protect failed this time, so I'm fine now. This Among Us has Foul Play, which is a move that actually uses your attack stat against you. So you don't want to actually make your attack too high, because otherwise it can do some really large amounts of damage with Foul Play. It's all good, got the win. And now just Janine. Okay, so even with all of those Zinks and HP ups that I used, Bug Buzz can still 2-hit me. But like I said before, even if it does a range over half, it's not guaranteed to pick Bug Buzz again, because the lowest of the rolls won't always work. So for it to pick Bug Buzz twice would be very unlikely. And get the ranges as well. But it can still happen. Another thing it can do, which is really bad, is use double Sleep Powder. Put me to sleep, take the Lumberry, and put me to sleep again, and then set up and go in. That's really bad too. The most ideal is it picks Quiver Dance, and then Sleep Powder, and just does no damage. So, Swords Dance, there's Quiver Dance, and then Payback. Oh, perfect! Just like I said. Beautiful. Alright, Tentacruel. That's all good. And then the last one's going to be Roserade. This is just a win. Actually, Roserade could put me to sleep. I won't call it a win yet. Come on, Drapion, wake up. Don't give me this. Don't give me this. Oh, well, this is awful. Gonna pick a Leaf Storm here for sure. Send in Toxicroak. Yep, there's Leaf Storm. Poison Drag. Alright, I've had enough of this. Let's go Among Us. This is just very, very, very slow. I will eventually win. Because the only thing it can use to do damage to Among Us, because it can't Leech Seed Among Us, is Leaf Storm. And Leaf Storm does like 10 damage, so it'll run out of PP before it could kill. This is very, very, very slow though. Just wish it would have missed one of those Sleep Powders on Drapion. Has it missed any Sleep Powder? Just just quietly. Feels like it's hitting every single one. Substitute again. Come on, Among Us. I think that's its last Leaf Storm. It might have one left, actually. Can't remember. Oh my goodness. This is why I didn't want to switch to Among Us, because I knew it would win, but it's like it's so slow. Okay, it's out of Leaf Storms. I just tried to use a substitute when it's already got one. So, means it's definitely out. Right, if you could just miss Sleep Powder this time. Oh my god! Okay, finally. And it crit. Beautiful crit, Among Us. Can't make a substitute currently. Hopefully I can just wake up soon. There we go. Alright, well. I won. You've now seen all of the types. And it was under 10 hours. But I haven't won normal yet. And unfortunately, that fight took so long. I've probably only got one chance to win normal. And still scrape in under 10 hours. So I'm going to go back and change my team and give normal another go.
Alright, while you're doing that, I might just plug the incentives that we have that are coming up, closing soon. So the next incentive that we have is the Super Monkey Ball language choice. At the moment, German is in the lead at $10, and English and Italian are at 0. And then we got the Monkey Choice also. Currently gone. Probably messed that up. That's at $20. So if you wanted to change the outcome of those two, get your donations in. And then we got the Ocarina of Time sitting at $281 out of $1,000. All right, bring this home, Worcester. Come on, you can do it.
Who has the Rocky helmet? There it is. Okay. Normal, my nemesis. Let's go. So I've already lost to normal twice. It's the only one that I skipped over, because I thought I might not make it in time for the 10 hours. Give it one more try here. If I lose the first fight, I probably can retry it again. Because I think my time, I think I've got like 8 minutes or so until 10 hours comes up.
Yeah, you got about 8 minutes.
Yeah. And so if I do it perfectly, it takes about 6. So if I lose this first fight, I'll give it a second try. But if I lose after this fight, this will be the only shot that I go. Try and get a legit run. Alright, so Whitney, we've all seen all of these fights at this stage. Well, maybe not all of us, because it was several hours ago that I did these fights. But, Whitney, switch to Pidove. My Pidove has good defense, so it'll take 2 hits. Get the Leer off. Don't flinch. Ah, it flinched me. Okay, so I went quick attack there instead. And hopefully I can just hit this jump kick and kill. Did not. Oh, this could be bad. Alright, low punny. Low punny's good. Oh. Are you kidding me? Alright, hopefully it picks Encore. It's just spamming entrainment. Unfortunately, I don't have the choice scarf anymore. Alright, it's Ursaring. I'm outspeed Ursaring. That's why the low punny was faster than me. Because it made it so that I couldn't use my item, because it gave me its ability. But that is still a win. Because it just is very dumb, the low punny, because it's only moves that it can attack with a low kick and return, which would both kill, by the way, but because they're variable power moves, the AI does not understand that they will kill, because it doesn't know how much damage they will do. I don't know why it would use entrainment, though. Again, and again, and again. Like, it's already done what it can do. Alright, come on, Norman. Win, Norman. Go, Norman. Yes! Alright. Finally, we get to fight Norman. So Norman's the easiest of the 4 trainers that you can fight. by far. Especially since I've used the Carbos on Zangoose. Very, very, very likely to win against Norman. Because his lead is Slacking. Slacking's got Truant, so it can't attack every second turn. And so because my pokes have got Protect, I can just Protect stall around them. Now, unfortunately, my lead is a Choice Scarf Sawsbuck, so Sawsbuck can't actually set up. I need the Choice Scarf for all of the other fights. But so what I'm going to do here is I've actually taught Sawsbuck Protect, so that I can Protect on turn 1, Choice Scarf Protect, then switch to Zangoose on the Truant turn, and then Protect with Zangoose. So, Protect. And now Swords Dance. Protect again. Swords Dance again. Protect one more time. And finish with Close Combat. Alright, Buffalant. I outspeed Buffalant. That's just another kill, so that's a win. Because my Zangoose has got a Focus Sash. Last one, Sawsbuck. Beautiful. Oh, I should have used... I could have used X-Scissor to kill. I didn't need to use Close Combat. X-Scissor would have been like 1 second faster. Just because it wouldn't have lowered my defenses. But okay, that's all good. That's a win. And so now into the final. And so this will be the final fight of the run, whether I win or lose. I'm just going to call it. So hopefully we'll get the win. And we can make this a legitimate run. I feel like a lot is riding on this, because I'll be really happy if I manage to pull this back and finish it under 10 hours. But I'll be so disappointed if, after the end that I have, all of the types are good except normal, and I just die 3 times to normal. And it ends up just completely destroying the validity. Alright, so it's Lenora. Okay, the Watchog lead that can use any of its 4 moves. Confused Ray. I'm switching to Pidove. Flail. No, I can kill it with Quick Attack. I actually think Fly is the right choice here. Yeah, Fly excellent. I don't actually think I needed... Oh, I definitely didn't need to do that. I still have a Focus Sash. Ah, well. Just for swag, Protect over the Sky Attack. That is a win. He's done it. Legit. Sub 10. PWT. Time is coming up in, like, 3, 2, 1, time.
Very nice.
Ooh, that was tight. That was very close. I'm really happy I managed to pull that back. I was so far behind. This run looked like it had no chance of getting the sub 10. The end of the world tournaments there was absolutely excellent. That was really, really hot. The pretty clutch finish as well. So I'll just check the tournaments here, and you can see all of them have got at least one. Complete world tournament. Oh, that was huge. Alright. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks to any mad man, woman, or child who stuck around for the 10 hours of that run. Thanks, of course, to Oz Speedruns for letting me do this 10-hour graveyard shift run. I'm really happy I got to show this off at a marathon. It's a great category. I had so much fun with it. I had a lot of fun doing this run and showing it off to everybody here. I think I had other things to say, but I'm so cooked. I'm so tired. I'm gonna go to bed. Everybody who's around, stick around for the rest of the runs. I know Monkey Ball's coming up next. I love some good Monkey Ball. Cheers. Thanks, y'all. Have a good one.